All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board Workshop session. Looks like everybody's sitting very close to the donuts this morning, or at least on that side of the room, I see. So feel free to help yourself if you need some coffee or some donuts. One of our applicants has brought that in this morning. Okay, the workshop session is a chance for staff to go over our applications that we'll be hearing at our hearing and seeing at our public hearing that we'll start right after this meeting. So it's a high-level overview of the application. So I'm going to turn this over to Brett and walk us through our applications this morning.
Good morning. First thing we're going to do today is we have the city attorney is going to give us a brief overview of the new state law that I told you guys about briefly in an email that affects the way applicants will be heard from instead of submitting on the 1st and being heard 3 weeks later, they're now be backed up a month. So Molly's going to come up and give us a quick overview on that.
All right, good morning, welcome.
Good morning, board members. As Brett said, my name's Molly Eswine. I'm the city attorney. Last year, the legislature passed a new revision to the zoning procedures law, and I know that y'all don't deal with zoning, so give you a little bit of context and explain why it applies to you. So, as you know, the city council is responsible for all zoning decisions. They get to say what property is zoned what and what conditions apply to it. But state law, the legislature specifically carves out that the state government can provide for various procedures. And there had been some confusion about various appeal procedures, which kind of got the legislature looking at the procedures currently in place. And when they started looking at that, they made some more whole-scale revisions to state law, basically requiring additional notice for zoning-related issues. Now, that's not just limited to zoning decisions. I'm going to rezone my property from agricultural to high-density residential. It applies to, for the first time ever, variances and other quasi-judicial boards, and that's what you all are. So when we're talking about those other kind of zoning-related decisions that aren't strictly zoning, we're talking about variances, special use permits, but also things that would come before the Historic Preservation Commission and things that would come before you all. And so what those new requirements include is a 30-day notice for citizens so that citizens have more of an opportunity to be aware of applications that are going to be considered by a local government, have the opportunity to come in and have an opportunity to be heard on them. And so while your ordinance previously said that you had to make a decision within 30 days, under the new state law, you actually have to advertise what you're going to be considering for 30 days. So that required us to go in and make some changes to the ordinance to comply with state law. And those changes have to be put in place by July 1st. And so the first hearing on this before the city council is going to be on Monday, with the second reading the following Monday for adoption on the 26th of June, so that we're coming into compliance before July 1st. But that does mean that there are going to be, some extended timeframes. This isn't unique to Alpharetta, though. This is going to be across the board. Milton had to do it. Forsyth County has an alternate design review system. They had to do it. So you're not looking at Alpharetta being the only jurisdiction that's looking at these delays. Developers and applicants are going to be encountering this across the board, unfortunately. But the intent of the legislature, again, was so that citizens, people affected by various decisions, would have more notice and opportunity to be heard, so that we would be advertising and giving them that opportunity. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think you all can kind of appreciate that that means that not only is there a delay on the front end, but if you were to defer something, it would further delay it because we'd have to re-advertise if you were to, say, postpone a hearing or defer a hearing. So I would just encourage you to dig in deep and kind of see what issues there are and try and resolve them. Of course, you absolutely still have the opportunity to defer and consider things that you think warrant it, but because we will have that new advertising requirement, there will absolutely be some delays in how things get processed.
So Molly, just to present some scenarios. So an applicant wants to do something, they submit their documents to the city typically by the 1st of the month.
Mm-hmm.
So then if they submit it, say, the 1st of July, I'm thinking of right in our next meeting, it has to be advertised for 30 days.
And that would be in the newspaper. So we
it-
would have advertising deadlines. I think is that a week and a day?
Week and a day.
A week and a day. It has to be sent to the newspaper and for it to be able to run. So for someone to have submitted at the first of the month, they wouldn't make the first of the month meeting. It would have to be in the paper 30 days before the hearing.
So it's 30 days. So if our next meeting, we wouldn't have a July meeting, for instance. We would have an August meeting, which is the third Friday of the month. So in theory, I guess there's plenty of time to do the 30-day advertisement plus some.
Yeah, so if it was submitted on the 1st of July and you're meeting in middle of August, they would meet the deadline for that,
Okay.
yes.
Wow. And that's for every case that we're going to hear.
Yes,
Okay. Even whether it's a sign or
yes,
a
and,
complete new building.
right.
It goes for everybody.
Yes, and Kathy Cook has suggested a few ideas that we're looking into to see if we can provide maybe some temporary relief for new businesses, things like that related to signage. So we're gonna explore those options to see if we can provide, some leeway on that after this whole process begins and we start seeing how it affects everyone.
Okay. And that gets advertised. Which paper will that be advertised in for
That
Alpharetta, for instance?
That would be in the Alpharetta Roswell Herald,
Okay.
I believe.
That's
That's the
the
one we use.
local publication. Okay.
Yes.
Very good. All right. Any other questions or comments? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Thanks, Molly. Okay, I'm going to try to make this, at least these first four, as quick as we can to go through these, and then as we've got a lot to go through. So, Jack's Feed Store, second location for Smoke Jack. It's the old Pizza Hut down on South Main Street. They're in for monument signs, so this is different, a little bit different than what's in your packet. So I was given this morning, so it's a little bit of an update. Still looks the same, but we worked on the thickness of it and a couple different things. So it's actually going to be three-dimensional, as you see, pig there. This is one of the big things. We got that, if you remember the other packet, it was 24 inches thick, and we really got that reduced down. I feel like this is going to be a lot better. There was some thoughts about, what it was going to look like from a kind of an angle and different things. So I think this is going to be a lot better. One of the things that I think is really telling is this night view. I think that really helps explain what their intent is. So I'll let Jim explain that a little bit more when he comes up, but that is going to be Jack's Feed Store. And then the next one is 342 North Main Street. This is a sign that substantially existed before the state project up on North Main Street, but was taken down due to the expansion and different things like that. So they're in to get a new monument sign up there. It does have to meet the new guidelines. There was some question about that, since it wasn't their choice to take it down, but it does have to meet the new guidelines. So this does meet that. All Inspired, if you haven't seen, that one was deferred by the applicant, so we'll move through that one. Into Rack Room Shoes. Rack Room Shoes, it's not in the downtown, it's out on North Point Parkway. I talked to them early on about kind of our new sign thoughts that we're trying to upgrade all of the signs across the city and different things, and so the face lit illumination was one of the things that we kind of felt like was an old look at things. So they've got a couple different options in here. The second one is all painted letters with reverse illumination. That's a better, so it's going to give you that halo look. I think that's a better thing, but we'll let you guys decide. Also, the you know, I don't know what your thoughts are on the colors. So they should have some actual samples with them today, so you'll be able to see what the colors are. And we're going to move to Bridge Road Holdings. This one we've seen before. I've worked pretty extensively with the developer, and I think we've got it down to where we're good. All of the elevations, the walls show correctly now as far as their heights and different things on the building. They were able to lower this wall, as you can see in this first picture here. Initially, this wall right in the front was about 8.5 feet tall, if I remember correctly. So it blocked basically that whole first level from Old Milton Parkway. This is a view from Old Milton. So they were able to get that down, and I think that really enhanced the view from there. You can kind of see over underneath Plaza on Milton, you can kind of see where that wall, that structural wall of the building is still back in there. But with good landscaping that Sarah Spencer's got along there, I think that'll hide that. So this is, I think this is good to go. Also, one of the things the last couple times was the amount of lighting and different choices in lights. They've reduced that and gone, I believe, to one for the upper story and one for the lower story.
So Brett, during our April meeting, we approved the site plan, we approved landscaping. The signage was deferred to staff.
Yes.
For approvals. So we're looking at essentially today for that application, exterior elevations and materials and the site lighting.
Yeah, and we're gonna look real quickly at some landscaping and site plan because they've moved around. If you remember correctly, on the back side there that faced the Waffle House, they had all the HVAC units in one big row. Now they've got they were able to get some windows in those back spaces, so they moved the HVAC units around, separated them out a little bit more, and then did some different landscaping back there. So we're going to briefly go through that stuff, even though it's already approved, and I think we'll just give it another round of approval, maybe with the changes today or something like that.
Okay.
Just to add those in. I think it's a better plan, so I think it's a good addition. They also have brought, if you remember at the end of the large building, there's patio area. There was a question, what are the walls going to look like, this and that. So the top picture in the center here is the stamped concrete retaining wall that will be outside that proposed restaurant. So they'll see, the restaurant patio will see this side. The other side is retaining. And then behind the dental building, there's the retaining wall that's back there. We've got the split block that you can see in the next one down. And then if you remember along the parking lot, there was a sidewalk that's elevated, or excuse me, the sidewalk is elevated, I believe. I may have that wrong. Either the sidewalk or the parking lot are elevated, and so they needed a fence. So down below here, they've called out that fence. And if I remember correctly, they have proposed that they were going to put some climbing material that would climb up that 2x2 fence. And then just some plain black patio furniture. This is the dental building. They called out the actual lights on this one. I don't believe anything else had changed on materials and everything. I think we were pretty happy with that before. Another view, also the wall behind changed a little bit. So I think that's a better view. And then here you can see the front building. They've added a couple awnings. They added some awnings up above as well to help tie in with the metal roof that's on the main entrance, which is at the angle there. So I think and then the rear elevation, you can see where they were able to add those windows into those suites, give them some natural light and stuff. I left signage in here. I know that was approved to staff, but we talked about it, and so you don't need to approve it or anything. I just wanted you to see in here that we did get that worked out, that they're using the same brick and the same stone and the same letter colors and stuff like that that's on the building. And then we're going to move over, same developer, same landscape architect, to the Wills Overlook. This is the down on South Main Street, the residential thing. There was some question about, we had the, I think Michael presented the Wills area columns that we are going to move forward with. So there was some question about, are all the columns going to be that white, or what are they going to be? So you can see in this top rendering here, Sarah called that out. It's just the two columns with the Wills Overlook sign at that entrance right there. Those are the only two that are going to be different. They're going to be the brick and stone mixture that'll match then what we'll do in other parts of that area of the city. And then their smaller columns that go with their fence will go back to the red brick and things that goes with their things. And then they've called out the fence here. It's just that typical flat top iron or aluminum. I guess probably everybody does aluminum. I don't know that it's iron anymore. Pedestrian lighting, they're going to use the same thing that we've got down here in downtown. So they've got a picture of that on there. There was some talk about one of the walls, and that there was going to be some down lighting on one of the walls to kind of illuminate the sidewalk path. We've got an example of that. I think that's the one that goes then directly back from Main Street right back to Wills Park. So they've got that. There was some talk about, are you going to allow them to have privacy fences, things like that? So I believe what the developers come up with is, it's sort of hard to tell what they're going to do with the privacy fence. Is they'll go at the back of the unit here, you can see the concrete kind of indicated area. So they'll go just to the back of the concrete indicated area from the structure wall, with this top corner here, the privacy fence. So in other words, each side of your unit would have a short privacy fence. Yep. So between you and your neighbor. Then they'll have the opportunity, if they want to, they could continue the metal fence to the back, because there's a rear metal fence that'll block it off. So they could have a private yard if they continued those two little sides with the metal. They won't be privacy, they'll just be the metal.
Brett, I think some of the confusion came about because there were different drawings.
Yes.
That we were looking at.
There were. So we got that, I think we've got that all worked out now.
Okay.
We got it all on this plan. So I think everything we need to look at, hopefully, is right here.
All right. And then for that one too, we looked at, we approved the exterior elevations and materials. We deferred landscaping. So that'll
Yes, so we'll be looking at that. And then this is,
that goes with it.
yeah, and then this is the Wills Overlook sign that's going to be, it's shown right here, the arch. We kind of talked about that. So this is that's what they're planning on doing there. And my hope is that what they're going to be able to do is, you can kind of see the indication here. It's going to look similar to an I-beam. And so at the top of the beam, they'll be able to put an LED strip up in that and just wash down the Wills Overlook thing. So it's not going to create a big glowing sign. I don't think the folks probably really want anybody walking through there at night and stuff like that anyway. So, it'll give it a nice look. Then we're going to move over to Lakeview Retail. We saw them before. There was a lot of, again, question about how was the contours of the land going to come in, and what did that feel like? And then the longer building on Haynesbridge Road, we had a pretty good thought that seemed really plain back there. So they've really tweaked that up. They've given some more inspiration to the buildings. So I'm going to go through those real quick here. So site plan here, just real quick, nothing's changed really with that. These are the plans. I think I'm going to go to the pictures. It shows a little better. So you can see on the restaurant building here on the left, they've detailed that out a little bit more. They're going to have a partial covered, partial uncovered, second story thing. I think that's going to be really exciting with the green open area, little park right beside it for events and different things like that. And then you can see they've also detailed on the other building, the longer building, how they've wrapped that canopy around the backside as well, which would be our front, Haynesbridge Road. It's their back, but it's our front. So they've wrapped that around a little bit, and they've also changed the shape of that building just slightly. If you can see right there in the center, they've kind of brought the building in a little bit and added a different material that's going to kind of give it a little bit of a different feel. You can also see that they've connected really all four of the buildings. The two on the right and the two on the left, they connected them together with just a series of beams and or fins to give it a cool look in there as you're kind of creating that paseo between them. This is would be the interior side of the Haynesbridge Road building. This would be the interior side of the restaurant building. Here you can start to see how they're creating the outdoor seating areas and stuff. So this is the first good view. The building that you're seeing here is that little building that's on the corner. So the road that's shown here would be Lakeview. Haynesbridge Road would be to your left of this picture. So you can see how the slope of the land has been figured out and what they're going to do with that. They've wrapped those windows around that building really nicely. I think it's really shown well here. You can see in the background, I don't know how much it's going to let me zoom in, but you can kind of see in the background there, this would be right here, center screen would be that dumpster enclosure area and things. So you can see how that landscaping is working with those buildings and that kind of area as well. Then this is the Haynesbridge Road view. Right in the center screen there would be the paseo between the two buildings. And you can see then in the middle of the longer building how they've changed that material. And I think that's really a nice addition. They've wrapped the windows well around both sides, both ends. I don't know how far that is. It looks like it's probably 15 to 20 feet to me. So that'll make a really exciting paseo through there, and then give some good views on the other end.
That center section looks like a planting wall.
It does. So I'm interested to see what that is, because that really, it's interesting. So then just showing the civil here again, I think one thing on landscape, we may want to, as you could see back in this elevation, they've got some screening or some grading or something on the tops of at least this open canopy. Now, so this would be on the right-hand side of the screen is the restaurant building. Left-hand side would be their grocer. So we think it may be a good idea to try and get some vines or something to grow up some of the columns and get up there and cover some of that with some vine thing. But I'm not a landscape expert, so we'll let
we've already approved the landscaping, so we won't be looking at that today. We looked at this and we approved the site plan and landscape.
Site plan and landscape, okay.
So we're just looking at elevations
Okay.
and materials. Trying to keep the meeting going.
The cooler, the trampoline park. So if you're familiar with the cooler from the inside, it's 3 ice rinks inside. So the ice rink that's closest to Wills Road, they're going to They're going to eliminate that ice rink and make it an indoor trampoline park. To do that, they had to maneuver around some of their exterior doors, and they also had to add some air conditioning. It's my understanding they couldn't get it supported on the roof as it was. It's also, there's no screening for them up on the roof either. So I think it probably would be preferred for us to have them down, you know, where we can attempt to screen them. The biggest problem is there's not a lot of room up there to do much screening. So as you can see here, we've got the wall, we've got the fence that's going to continue what we approved down for the studio. We'll continue that fence down, which will help hide those new HVAC units. They've got a sidewalk they had to put in there for exit access and different things like that. So they're moving some stuff around there. And it's just not really relating over to allow them to leave much of the landscaping that's up there. There's not a lot of great landscaping up there anyway. I wonder if they could do something still up there to help break the building up a little bit. I think repainting the whole end of the building with a great big mural would be really fun, but
That would be.
yeah. But, you know, we'll see.
So, Brett, when we saw the cooler last time for their music studio
Yes.
edition, they were going to do a lot of landscaping along West Side Parkway there. In fact,
Yes, and so down here in the corner, you can see the landscaping that was done down there in that corner. So the applicant and I had a conversation, and they have decided that they're going to continue that landscape through that entire island there. So this island that you see here on your screen, they're going to continue that landscape through the whole island.
I thought that's what we approved them to do anyway.
Just the entrance. Just the entrance. Yep.
Are you sure?
Yes. I
'Cause
looked
they
back
showed-
and it was
they
just,
showed more than that.
they did show more, but it ended up down just the entrance. So they're going to continue that through the whole thing, and they're also these gates that are right here at the back of their building, they're going to make those opaque. So
Right,
we
so-
won't look up behind the building.
So do we have, I want to say that was late 2021 or early 2022 when we.
Yeah, I'm
looked
not
at
sure.
them,
We
so-
saw them a couple times back then. Yeah.
Okay. Because it just seems like we saw all the landscaping throughout there. And we talked about the bank and grasses and all kinds of
Yeah.
that whole strip there, but all right, I'll need to refresh my memory.
Brett, are you the architect on this?
No. No relation.
Really?
Spelled right, said right,
I spelled, yeah.
pronounced correctly. So, well, at least I think it's correctly.
I was excited.
All right.
So for the folks that participated back in 2021 and 2022.
This is a new application.
So,
All right, so we're going to go to Brixmore Operating Partners. This is the plan that I talked about. Michael Woodman, my supervisor, and I have worked on for a couple of years with this tenant. This is the Cooper's Hawk Winery. This is a combination winery, tasting room, high-end restaurant. It's also at the connection, it's going to be the new connection to the Greenway. It'll come from North Point Parkway straight back these buildings to beside, if you remember, beside Studio Movie Grill, and then connect right to the Greenway. So we're really excited about this plan and everything that it's going to bring to that end of North Point Parkway. When we get that portion of North Point Parkway done down there, it's just going to be it'll be a huge addition to North Point. So as it's oriented right now, North Point Parkway is on the top. The entrance road to that shopping center is on the left. So Chili's is the current building that's there to the left. So this is built in the parking lot. That's the current parking lot, I should say. So you've got P.F. Chang's right across the street and the A-Loft Hotel and stuff like that. So right out at the corner, there's a really nice tree out there. So they are saving that tree and also have oriented their patio area and outdoor spaces towards that intersection to help with that activity out there. Landscape plan. Pretty nice. I think they maybe need to look maybe at a little bit of the materials and try to maneuver in some more of the North Point kind of feel of the landscape materials. But here you can begin to see how they've got this laid out. So the intersection is down here where you see the view 2. That's the big tree. Then they've got a little pavilion area with some tables and chairs. And then they've got quite a bit of sod area that we feel like is, you can see the kind of the first one's got the little dashed lines across it that, I don't know if you can see it, but they're proposing some string lights there and just a nice area. One of the things that's going to come up down the road for North Point Parkway is us creating those kind of block areas in some of these big parking lots. So getting a road or street behind these buildings and stuff. So one thing we're going to ask them is to continue the sidewalk through the back side of this property. So this,
When you say backside,
so I can't write on it, but
Fine,
the side to the right.
up and down the page.
Up and down the page, yeah. So that'll create that street and then a sidewalk beside it. So we're just kind of getting that started. So that'll be a nice addition. And then we'll move into some of the feel of some of their other restaurants. This restaurant group does not design the same building in any 2 locations. Every one of them is different, which is awesome. And we are really excited that they chose Alpharetta, Georgia as their first Georgia location.
Awesome.
It's just, we're really happy about that. So here's the interior, just a kind of a layout. So the North Point Parkway again would be to your right. Main entrance will be off the parking lot. When they'll have a tasting area, retail area, some wine display. Off to the left, they've have their main bar and bar dining. They do have a really extensive wine club, over 500,000 members in their wine club. So they do a lot of wine club pickup bottles and things through there. So you'll see that in the wrap room. That's where they'll be doing that. And then as you move to the back, you've got the dining and then the 2 private areas in the patio. Here's the building. I had a conversation with the architect. I'm not really sure that these colors are coming out exactly how they wanted them to. So just really hope that you didn't get set on all the colors and things like that. They do have an actual sample board stuff that they're going to be showing us. So the top view, which they're calling north, faces North Point Parkway. So you can see the patio there. And then the beginnings of the front entrance are there off to the left. Then the east elevation would be the one that would face the parking lot. Studio Movie Grill would be back to the left side of the screen. Chili's would be behind this building. So the main entrance is right there where they've got the Cooper's Hawk. Dumpster area and enclosure, storage, not storage, supply area and things like that to the left there. South elevation would be what faces Studio Movie Grill. So North Point Parkway would be behind the building on this view, and then west would face the entrance, and then again North Point Parkway would be out on the left-hand side of this view, of the west view. Then some renderings. They've got a nice mix of materials. You know, the North Point guidelines call for a mix of materials and textures. So they've got a nice mixture of metal, related wood. They've got some board and batten. So it's a nice, I feel like it's a really nice mixture. This would be the view of what you would see from North Point Parkway. This big thing in the background here is the big monster sign that's in there, that's out there already. So that's
the one that got painted a while
it got
back.
painted a while back. Yeah.
Whitewashed. They all did, yeah.
That's part of the shopping center. Sort of wish it could go away and get smaller, but it is what it is. Then here you can see this is the intersection, and they've kind of fenced in, or not fenced in, but they've overlaid that big tree that's out there, so you can kind of see where it's going to be right at the corner there. It's going to be a nice addition, I think, for that patio area. And then this is left-hand or right-hand side would be the dumpster area, and you've got, so this is the Alpha Loop Trail right here at the foreground. And then, so here's your materials sheet. Indoor layout. And then the signage. I think we can work on the signage some more. I think the signage can get better. You guys don't have to approve signage in the North Point area, so if you want to skip over that and just leave that to staff, we can do that too. Photometric plan, just a utility plan. Is that what this is? Yeah. Okay. Next, we have the Versace Building. Again, on this one, I had a conversation with the architect. The rendering colors did not come out right. He was not happy with the way the rendering colors came out when he re-reviewed it. It makes it look like it's all white, and it is not. It's definitely got some grays to it, some lighter grays and some darker grays. So but they're going after that really modern, clean look. It is pronounced Versace, so they're going after that kind of high-end feel. This again is a restaurateur that has multiple restaurants, and none of them look the same. So he's creating something for us at the end of North Point Parkway, basically. So this one will be catty-cornered across Mansell Road from Cooper's Hawk. This one has a unique elevation, this north elevation. The side view of it will overlook the Greenway. That's that, if you can remember that old Buffalo Wild Wings building that sits right at the corner there of the Greenway. So they've got a great opportunity of a lot of dining looking over the Greenway right there. And the city just spent a good bit of money through the parks to upgrade the wood planking through there and things. So I think it's going to be nice. You can see in this lower view here all of these terraces and balconies, and then enclosed full glass walls of dining that will face out over the Greenway.
Brett, is there any opportunity for them to touch the foliage that's in the Greenway?
There is not.
Because I was there the other day, and there's
It's
not much you can't see much.
Yeah, they can't
To say that,
get onto
there's
the.
not a mutton. I mean, you're looking at tree canopy, and that's it.
Yeah, they can't get in there. That may be something that we work on with the parks once we've got a tenant that can utilize the view and things. Maybe some upgrades there, but the tenant can't. We also talked with this tenant. It's a very modern building, and so I talked with the tenant about maybe the possibility of some sort of a large-scale organic mural wrapping this building, sort of. Since you're right there at the Greenway, it's a great thing for a good landscape feel mural. And the architect was I won't say excited, but he felt like the owner would possibly be up for something like that. He's into creating new and a good feel. So that may be something that happens to this building after we get through it. But you know, we need to make sure that the building we feel like looks appropriate now. So he's going to be coming with some new renderings. I saw a vision of them the other day, so he'll be bringing some new renderings that more call out the colors better. And it definitely looks different. It definitely makes it look different.
So Brad, this building is in the Eco District, correct?
This building is in the Eco District.
So
yes.
we're following Eco District guidelines?
So we have the Eco District guidelines. So there is a thing in the Eco District that, you know, we need to get a mix of materials and things like that. So I just want to remind you that 85% of this building's existing. So it's existing ethos, things like that. So we're not going to be able to say, you know, you have to tear off all the ethos and do hard coat stucco or things like that. So there is some opportunity to, you know, to maybe try to change some of the materials, change some of the coloring, something like that. But and then they will have, they'll do a couple things for some eco points to get those in there, but we don't need to necessarily be concerned with those right now, as it's an existing thing. So some more views here. I don't want to go through them too much just because, or spend a lot of time on them just because they're going to change a little bit when he brings the new thing. But I did want to focus it on this corner here of the building, which is the addition over the patio, over the current patio, and all that glass looking out over that area. So I think there's good opportunities there. Sight line, everything's tucked in nicely. That's that. And that is the last one.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, there's a page 2.
Yes,
Oh,
302.
sorry.
Brett's still on vacation.
Yeah,
Unless when
we had 302. That's right. How did I? So 302 is a structure. I don't know if any of you, Richard, I think maybe possibly Holly, saw a few years ago. There was Brian Patton, the developer, 6 years ago, brought forward another building at the front of this, and also redoing the back. I think this tenant or this new owner's got plans maybe to bring that building back at some point, but this plan is just to build the parking lot and redo the building for their combined offices of the two owners, and then possible bakery below called Pavlova. Landscape and parking lot plan. So they do have a small addition, and this building's changed just a little bit as well, and the new elevations will be coming with them. They had stairs that were shown in some areas that they shouldn't be, so they've moved this stair on the right around to the front now. And also, get to the next elevations. They also, in City Council, they showed a flat roof. So we had them, since City Council saw a flat roof, we had them go back to those elevations. And then you can see here where they've changed that stair configuration and brought it to the front, so it doesn't impact the buffers that are required there. They did show on an older plan where the stairs on the left did exist, so we allowed them to leave those there as part of the plan. Some different views of the building.
Time's up.
And that's that.
Okay, any questions?
That's it.
Any questions for Brett this morning? All right, there being none, let's adjourn the workshop session this morning. All right, give us about 5 minutes. We'll be back to get our public hearing started. So this is going to be a long meeting today, so get ready. Oh, okay. I was gonna, I mean, see, where is Tracy? Do we, okay, do we need to wait for her? Okay. Let me get to my agenda here. Where did I put it? I know. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting. Today is Friday, June 16th, 2023. Glad to see everyone here this morning. So a gentle reminder for you, if you have some electronic devices, if you'll just silence those for us, please. Appreciate that. First order of business is roll call, and everybody is here except, well, Pat is on vacation, so we're missing Pat Corkle, but the rest of us are here, so we're good to go. If we'll stand, we'll face the flag and have the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you for that. Okay, next up, do we have any items from staff this morning, Brett? Any items, anything from staff?
We already had the one from staff about the UDC changes and stuff that Molly talked about. So as kind of briefly brought in, and the chairman brought up, we will not have the meeting next month. We don't have enough time to advertise it with submittals and all this and that. Nikisha is going to be a new addition to our DRB hearings. There's, as you see, James here again to help make sure we got everything going, but there's just way too much involved with that for me to be able to try and do what we do here. So Nikisha's going to be with us each meeting to run all of our production. So I don't think, Tracy, do you know of anything else? We're good? I think that's it.
Very good. You're starting Nikisha off with one of our longer meetings too. So
Yeah,
she's
we're
gonna
good. We figured we might as well just break her in right.
she's gonna be up to speed by this afternoon for sure. So.
And
Okay.
she's got a lot of hair left still, so we'll see how long that lasts.
All is good. Welcome, Nikisha. Thank you for being here. Okay, do we have any items from staff or from board members this morning? Anything? Brett didn't give us a report on his vacation from last week or last month, so.
You lost
we'll-
weight, didn't you? You look good.
Very good. So, okay, all is good. Okay, with that then, our next agenda item is to review and approve the May 19th, 2023 Design Review Board meeting minutes. I assume everybody's had a chance to look at those. I know there was a few spelling corrections that did get made. They're not on the printed version, but they're on the electronic copy that we have, so those have been implemented. Any other questions or comments about the minutes?
Yeah, Tracy, I had a couple of things. Unfortunately, I didn't get to it till late last night, so I couldn't send it to you in advance. But a couple minor things under Honda Carland. The elevation, exterior elevation motion, it says Commissioner Schwing. Got that one? Okay, and then.
You don't want to be a commissioner?
I could be.
Get a promotion. You may get a pay raise with that, too. So.
Maybe. $60. Under Ginya Ramen Bar, under the motion, the third bullet, the foundation wall will be, it should be painted.
Okay, painted instead
Yeah.
of planted.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
I do have a question. It's on the Wills Overlook, trying to get to the page number, page 6. The last section there in red, added after a motion made, needs samples of flat work. I'm sorry, I don't understand what that is.
Yeah, what was flat work? Do you guys remember?
Flat work typically would be hardscape.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right, I think we can still approve the meeting minutes with those noted changes. Does somebody want to craft a,
All right, regarding the meeting minutes, I would move that we approve the meeting minutes from May 19th, 2023 with the changes referenced today. End of motion.
Second.
okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Ms. Rhodes to approve the meeting minutes from May 19th, 2023. So questions, comments about the motion to approve? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting minutes from May 19th, 2023, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Minutes are approved, 6-0. All right, very good. Okay, on to new business this morning. Our first applicant is Jack's Feed Store. So if you'll come on down or come on up, introduce yourselves, speak into the microphone, and because the firm I work for was involved in the design of your building, I'm going to recuse myself, and I'll turn it over to our Vice Chairman, Mr. Swing. Frank, it's all yours.
You're good. Thank you.
Just flag me down when I need to get back.
Will do.
Burn pens should be required.
Good morning, my name is Dave Lipwitz. I reside at 260 Canton Street, Alpharetta, Georgia, and I'm here to talk about Jack's Feed Store in addition to what we're trying to do. I've got a couple of different design things. I'm not my sign expert because lots of projects downtown. So hopefully he can explain how to build a sign because that's what I don't do. I build sandwiches. So, you have like, yeah, there's some of this.
Just a little bit. So Dave was trying to work through some wall signage as well, and he has come up with that. They're painted wall signs. They match the colors that are on the building. So we're going to show matches the colors that are like the awning color and the base wall color. So he's going to show those real quick on the overhead. I don't know what you want to do with them. They are hand painted and not illuminated. So will show us those real quick.
There we go.
So let me just slide this. This is the logo, Jack's Feed Store Barbecue. It'll be hand painted by the same artist that I did at restaurant here. His name is Shane. He's a local guy. He actually created the pig for me, and it's not clip art. Oh boy. So that would be just painted right above the door, and the same color white that's on the wall.
Are these the same colors that are at Smudge Jack's?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it's basically just painted white. There's no other color. It's just
Correct.
Just white. Okay.
And then I hope to do something over the patio area, which I do have an example of that.
I like that the white is just over the building color. So even though you have it framed out, it's still just those colors.
Yes. All I'm doing is, it's not really a font. This was my artist. He came down after the building was primed, so it doesn't look that bad. It's much whiter than that. And then we'll have the awning that goes below that, and we're just trying to put Smokin' Good, and I'd like to, I don't have it right here, but I thought Smokin' Good in Alpharetta, written really small off to the side, or painted really small off to the side. So if I need to have him Photoshop that and put that in, I can. If I can just get this approved and not do the other part, that's fine too.
Dave,
Just
if
trying
you
to-
can put that other picture back up so you can show where that's going to go. That would be in replace of the barbecue.
Yes,
Okay.
just
The
because there's
arrows?
barbecue in the logo, and I just didn't want to repeat it.
Would that arrows still be there, or will it just?
No, no,
Okay.
I just do the block. This is loud.
I love this building.
And Brett,
I love it.
that's allowed per code. That Smoking Good, not a problem.
As far as the
Or
number of signs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And not having a G at the end is fine.
We don't take off for spelling. I don't think.
Carry on.
Okay. And could you put the Smoking Good sign back up again, please? So it looks distressed. Are you going to distress it like? Okay.
Matches, when you're looking at this logo, I'm trying to get close to that font that has a little bit of that weathered look.
Yeah.
And he'll hand paint it. That obviously is a font from a designer that helped me come up with the logo.
Okay. And the sign that's over the entrance, is that going to be distressed as well, weathered?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Probably not the Jack's part. That'll be kind of pronounced.
More
The
pronounced,
pig will also be hand painted, a little bit distressed with the feed store. And the
Okay.
So I hate to throw that on you, but Dave and I have been working through it. Like
Right.
I don't know, I looked at 10 or 15 different renditions and different things. Dave's probably looked at 100.
Yeah.
Came
So
up with like Alpharetta, Georgia, something that just
Yeah,
was
it looks
kind of fun
I
and
love
nice.
It looks good. Yeah.
I personally
We like painted signs. so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it makes
I
it
think
look
it's awesome.
older, like that, which is what we like, so
Right.
I
yeah,
like it.
yeah, I like
And-
the hand painted part. It's good.
I don't know how the rest of the board, I'd be okay if they added the N Alpharetta and just bring that to you for final review.
Okay,
If everybody else is okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
all right.
All right, let's move on to the monument sign then.
This is my monument sign expert.
So my name's Jim Tardif. I own Signs of Significance, and we're helping Dave with his monument sign. There is an existing sign that was left over from Pizza Hut, but the only portion of that that we plan to use is the brick. We're going to make it a little bit bigger, and the supporting pole structure that's already there. So I can answer any questions you have. The main design concept is the pig itself will be all aluminum. It'll be like one big channel letter, if you will. Completely aluminum, sides and edges. Then we plan to put a second layer of the pig shape, again out of acrylic, still in white. It'll have an edge around the side. We plan to put LED lights on the inside, and then this will be mounted on spacers to the aluminum pig, so that light shines out the back of this. You can't see it because of the edging around, so if you were looking on it from the front, you wouldn't see the lights, but it will create a halo of light around the slightly larger aluminum pig to give it that backlighting effect.
So the acrylic is going to follow the outline of the pig?
Yeah, it'll be the exact same shape as the pig.
Okay.
We'll cut it. It'll be, again, 2 layers like this,
Okay,
all the exact same shape, so there'll be a little bit of the aluminum pig
okay.
showing around, and that's what the light will reflect off of.
All right, so the pig is, it's one slab of aluminum cut in that silhouette. Okay, and
Yeah,
then
it's not really a slab, it's about 10 inches thick, so it'll be a cabinet, but it'll be shaped like the pig.
but there's when I meant a slab on each side
Correct.
with the acrylic in the middle that you described, the 2 layers of acrylic in the middle.
Each side of this 10-inch wide pig will be duplicated, so we'll have
okay.
this one, we'll have one on each side.
Right, got it, okay.
And so they'll be backlit and halo lit on both sides. Then then the black portion of what you're seeing in the image is just black vinyl on the acrylic version of the pig with the logo, what we call cut or weeded out, like it's shown here. So again, the feed store portion would just be looking through the black vinyl at the white acrylic. As far as, so the code doesn't allow us to have any
I'm
light.
getting lost, I don't know if everybody else is following. Could you go back to the prior one from the side that shows the various layers? Maybe that would help if we kind of walk
This one?
through maybe kind of walk through the,
Okay, so what you're seeing on the side, you're seeing the edge of this.
Is that the black or the white part that we're seeing?
That's the white,
The white cabinet.
you've got the white cabinet, which is the shape of the pig. Then you've got that next layer of white that's on a little space away, so this is mounted on standoffs away
That's-
from the white one.
okay. So the
Right.
pig
This-
is the cabinet in the middle. Okay,
It-
so the 10-inch wide cabinet in the middle is shaped like the pig, then
It's
that.
not, it's not a square.
Then
it's
you've
not a
got
rectangle.
that,
Then that's mounted to both sides, again,
Okay.
shaped just like the pig, just a little bit smaller.
okay. And
So it's
that-
really four layers on both sides. You've got the center and then 3 layers out, each one of them being what you guys might more recognize as pin mounted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're looking at the side view, you're looking at that,
Okay.
Okay.
right, on spacers. The one thing that the side view here, it shows it just like a rectangular cabinet, but it's actually going to be
That's
the
what, I
shape
think
of
that's
the
what
pig.
is confusing us,
that
because
you're
we're
looking
thinking
at.
it's a rectangle.
Right, okay.
So we did have some questions, Jim. How are you doing the tail part?
Can you go back up to the picture that shows just the front view of the pig? I think just up one.
Hang on. This one?
One more. There you go. Okay, thank you.
We're,
Like the tail?
So the tail is actually going to be formed just like the rest of it.
okay.
Right, so even the cabinet's gonna follow the hairs on the,
Well,
And the grass at the
The
bottom?
the cabinet's gonna be that piece of acrylic that is here, this red line, that's the one that's gonna make the shape of the white then.
yeah, the actual pig shapes, the white part of the pig shape, we can't have that much detail, right? With all the feathers, it'll be smoother.
it'll
smoother
stay
curve.
inside, so it's gonna stay inside of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
The
then what
black
the-
portion.
The
can
grass
have
part
that
on
look.
the base, so is that happening too? Under the feet? I guess that's grass or mimicking grass and stuff.
Yeah, those will be acrylic elements
Okay.
that will be added to the bottom. And it'll be on both sides. What we're trying to do there is just maintain the integrity of the logo, right?
Okay.
That's all part of the logo, so we want to maintain
Right, so
that as much as possible.
you'll basically end up with the pig halo lid.
Exactly.
I love it.
Okay.
It'll look, during the day, it'll look just like that. At night, you've got that halo of light. The code doesn't allow us to have any front lighting. We wish it would, but it doesn't, so.
Right.
But, as I explained in the workshop, we feel like this is a better, more up-to-date feel for signage in Alpharetta than facelift.
yeah.
We just think it,
For sure.
we think it is. So I got one clarification question. So this area here, all of this blue, that's all open air.
The blue is open air, correct.
Jim, as we're looking at this elevation, are we going to see the snout on the, or, forget my remark. I'll take it back. Thank you.
You're clear.
Yeah, well, see, the only thing that I was trying to picture on this is when you're looking straight on, it looks like that. What does it look like when you're a little bit not straight on? Because you're gonna see all that other stuff. All right,
When you say other stuff,
the stuff in the middle. In other words, you'll see the outline of the pig, but then you're gonna see the other pieces that are behind it. You still think that's gonna look?
well,
So-
it's still gonna, everything's gonna be shaped like a pig, not a
Yeah.
square, right? But
And I guess you are setting that in a little bit from
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the outline of the pig.
So it's still, I don't think it's gonna distract at all. You're just
Yeah.
Well,
looking
and the fact
at the
that
same
there's no
element,
10
just
inches
on
and
a
not-
little bit different
Yes.
angle.
Yeah, bringing it from 2 feet down to 10
10
inches
inches,
helps
yes.
for sure.
Yeah, and 10's about as minimal as he can go because he's maintaining that structural pole in the center, so he's got to get
Right.
some structure in there
Right.
and things like that. So
Okay, and the base is painted to match the building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is there a cap on the
Yeah,
base?
that'll be a black aluminum cap.
Black aluminum cap?
Right.
And any
And-
landscaping
Yeah,
around
good question.
the base?
I don't remember, Dave, if there was on the landscape plan, if they had figured landscaping around the base of the monument.
Yeah, that's what's tricky, because I still don't have my land use disturbance permit, which is a whole other
Different thing, yeah.
small
Good luck with that.
act of Congress. But because of the DOT expansion, the water vaults that have to go in, the new water line, there's just so many vaults around it that there will be some landscaping. But that's one of the big problems is we're waiting for the vaults to go in because the DOT pushed everything and they moved a telephone pole and so, yes.
We'll get some greenery around the bottom.
Yeah, that can
just-
just be staff approval.
You
Yeah.
know, just
Yeah.
condition it on working with staff on the landscaping at the base. Any other questions on the monument sign or the building sign?
I don't have any questions, but I love this pig. I love this pig. He's so cute.
Is there any public comment on this application? Yeah, the only thing I would say we could approve the addition of the words "in Alpharetta" on the building sign with final review by staff. And then I would also say, work with staff on landscaping around the base of the sign, monument sign.
All right, I'll take this one. My mic's on. All right, regarding DRB 230026, Jack's Feed Store Barbecue, I move that we approve the signs presented today with the addition of adding in Alpharetta, subject to approval by staff, as well as landscape around the monument sign, approved by staff. And a motion.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rocco, second by Ms. Palmer. Any other discussion on the motion? No further discussion. All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our next applicant is Tridac. If you could come on up and get yourself set up while we get our chairman back.
Thank you, Frank. Okay.
Oh, he's back.
And Jim's staying.
I'm staying.
Okay, our next applicant. All right. If you'll introduce yourself again.
Yes, okay. Again, my name is Jim Tardif. I own Signs of Significance, and I am here representing Tridac, who owns the property at 342 North Main Street. They had a monument sign that was removed due to the state project widening Alpharetta Highway. So this is,
I'm getting there.
You're making us dizzy.
what we're presenting today is the replacement monument sign. We've worked very closely with Brett to make sure that we are within the downtown district code. So I think we just need you guys to take a look at it. I'll answer any questions, and hopefully get approval to move forward.
So Jim, or maybe this is Brett, who's driving the show?
Me.
Can you just share with us the new location of the monument sign, please, along North Main Street?
So the red box is where the old one was,
Okay.
and the gray box is where the new one is.
All right.
Obviously, the setback is extended, so it's pushed it back.
Okay.
It positions it at the highest level on the lot, so we can have good visibility from both traffic directions.
Okay.
It's a little smaller than that.
All right, and then, so it looks like it's only literally like 5 inches off the ground or above the, okay. Is there any landscaping happening around it?
Yes, there has to be. I'm not here to talk about, I don't know the landscaping plans, but
It's gonna be another thing with the DOT once. Yeah, once we get that, through and stuff. We may have to bump that base up a little bit, just to, you're gonna build the whole thing, so what are you building the base out of?
it's going to be stone to match
The
the
building?
building.
So it may go another course or so of that, just so we can get a little bit of landscaping at the bottom and it doesn't completely hide the,
Okay.
So
The
I
thing.
assume that bottom panel's for another tenant that's not.
yes,
So they're allowed to have 4 tenants,
or tenant panels.
okay? And then, does that sign from the elevation of North Main to the elevation of the base of the sign, what's the difference in elevation? Is that
Oh, gosh, I would guess probably 8 or 9 feet.
Yeah, it's
Up.
it's at
Up.
least that, up, right.
Okay. All right, and then does this sign have any lighting to it?
The sign will have ground lighting up
Okay.
to it. It has no internal lighting.
Okay.
Some of these places are open really probably.
Is there
Probably
half-inch
not.
thick acrylic letters mounted on that's basically how the letters are all
Correct,
half-inch acrylic mounted across,
correct.
ground lit.
So again, you'll have the base, basically the center, and you'll have the background panel, which is shown in white there. Then you'll have letters attached to that.
Yep. The white portion are slats, tenant slats, so we can take those off and put those back on, and then the information on each slat will also be acrylic.
So to give it some depth and some
Right.
feel to it.
Right, okay.
And you said everything is white, or is it, I mean, I'm looking at, I see the 342 number that's in the black oval, and then it looks like that's almost a beige color.
Yeah, and that, again, matches the building, the color of the building.
Do we,
It's very flush.
Very,
Is that the only color on the building, that beige? Like, is there any?
It's a red brick building with beige architectural
Red trim and
highlights.
it's kind of got that cast stone highlight kind of things to it. So that's what the old sign kind of represented, that the cast stone color to it.
And those two, because there's two, they're not related though, right?
No.
I mean,
They
two-
were when they were originally done, but they're
Yeah.
not related now.
Okay, so they would have their own.
Yeah.
I just wish that, like, the outside could be darker. These just don't stand out. If I were a tenant, I would want something more prominent at the road, I think. But I guess if they're trying to match the building.
so the base is cast stone, is what we're looking at. The sign is primarily a metal cabinet,
Correct.
and where the tenant signs are not, that's gonna be a beigey color of some, that matches the building. I say beigey, a beige color, or a off-white maybe, or a
Yeah, the cabinet is that
Cab-
beige color.
cabinet, okay.
Right.
I should say cabinet. I'll keep it in terms of the signage terms, cabinet. Okay. And this is is this the only thing that's happening? There's no other signs in the building? Anything that, are being redone?
That's correct. This is the only sign.
And there's
for the
only
building.
one monument sign?
Correct.
Okay.
I was kind of assuming, looking at this, that each of those panels has an outline. Is that correct, or?
Yeah, each of the, what I call tenant panels.
Right.
So that whole Edward Jones panel is a separate unit from the sign panel.
Right, but is there a black outline on the panel? Or is it just a white?
Oh, no. I see what you're asking me.
Yeah.
No, that's just to show that where the panel
So
is.
there's really kind of no delineation between the panels?
I'm sure it's kind of like,
There's-
there's like a shadow, I'm
That's
sure.
what I'm trying to figure out.
There's a space in between the panels.
Okay,
So it probably creates a shadow.
in a space, okay.
Are the panels mounted right to the base cabinet, or are they pin mounted?
They're not flat mounted, they're pin mounted, yes.
So you'll have the
Oh, so you
cabinet
okay.
pin, acrylic pin, the letter.
Yeah, okay, because the
the-
side view didn't show the pin mounted, that's what I was.
Yeah, the letters will be flush mounted to
flush
the
mounted
panel,
acrylic
or to the tenant panel, right?
But the panels are pin mounted
To the main
to
panel,
the base,
right?
okay. And then you'll have a little space.
You'll have a gap.
You have a gap, you'll get a little shadow line, okay. I got
Correct.
it. Okay.
All right, we good to go?
Oh, yes. Before you say that, yes. All right, are there any public comments about this application? All right, no public comments? All right, now we can go with a motion.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230033, I move that we approve the signage presented today. End of motion.
Owen, second.
Okay, a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Mr. Owens.
Do we need to mention the landscaping at the base will be staff approved?
That's been inferred by our
Okay.
discussion, so I think that's taken care of. And the base may get a little bit higher to cast stone for the coursing to work out there, so.
Landscape as is would be short anyway.
There is no landscaping.
Okay. All right, any other comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote.
I
Oh,
do have one,
yes.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. The timing of the installation of the monument sign as it relates to the work DOT is doing, would it already be installed prior to that completion or afterwards?
What's the timeline of getting some landscaping in?
I think I'd wait till DOT gets all their stuff out of there before.
I think the wall is there
Yeah, I
now, so I think the monument can go in, but I don't think final grading and stuff like that, yeah, I'd be skeptical. Yeah, they've got some temporary signage up there. But yeah, I've been advising everybody, it's just, hey, we understand,
Yeah.
you don't want to get tore up by DOT because they will definitely not take care of it.
Yeah. Okay, and that may be another year or two before that's all complete through there, so, okay. So this approval still will last until DOT is finished with their work, and then they can get time to get it in, okay. All right, very good, thanks for that question. All right, any other questions, comments? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. All right.
Thank
for
you
your
very
time
much.
this morning. Appreciate it. Okay. Our next applicant this morning is Rack Room Shoes. Rack Room Shoes, you're here. Come on down, please. Rack Room Shoes. All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, if you make sure you speak into the microphone this morning, introduce yourself.
I'm Richard Pruitt with Lang Signs.
Very good. All right, if you'll give us an overview, I know we have two options in our package this morning.
Right. Yeah, well, their first option is, they're requesting face-lit channel letters on a raceway.
Okay,
And I think Brett has had some discussions with them, so, they, not real happy, but they will, go with the halo backlit, channel letters. And, they would like to use the rack room, colors, the orange. And
so there's two options. Option one is the
Face-lit.
preference, is the face-lit signs.
right,
Okay, and that's the preference that,
that
or
they
the first
they
pick, I
want,
guess.
right,
Is what, and then option two is the backlit.
right, solid aluminum front, with the halo.
Okay, and in both cases, the color, the face color of the sign is that orange, correct?
That's what they would request, is the rack room colors.
Okay. Okay, comments, discussions?
Yeah, what I'm trying to decide, I know we're trying to change things up on North Point, so what I'm trying to decide is, do we continue with, are we continue with these bright colors that we've had this, in that area, for a couple of decades? I mean, I know that center has, some current signage that has kind of bright colors, but we're trying to get away from that look in North Point.
I don't mind the orange. I mean, you got TJ Maxx's bright red and Five Below's bright blue. I mean, we gotta be fair
Xfinity
as
is
well.
red.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Aspen Dental's bright blue, that
Yeah, I mean,
hall thing is like bright yellow. There's a lot of bright colors.
Yeah, but it's just, if somebody came with a new build, we would not approve this color more than likely, right?
Right.
But I agree, the current center has a lot of these colors.
I think, when we're trying to update it and stuff, I think I agree with the bright colors that, we might not necessarily want to go with that. But I do think with going not face illuminated
These halo lit.
is going to give us a substantially different look as it is. My opinion. I went back to the applicant and said, would you do dark bronze letters? Personally, I thought with that dark bronze roof, that fresh new color that we've got on the walls, all the metal going bronze, I thought it would just be really, but pretty and practical might not be the same thing.
Yeah. Well, the halo lit is a big improvement
Yes.
over.
And just clarification, Richard, the halo, the illumination color would be white.
Right, yeah, just white LED.
So you'll have three-sided orange channel letters, basically, with reverse
Right.
light.
Right.
Because this elevation sort of looks like it's got a white
Outline.
outline around it.
That's, yeah, that's what they've got. I mean, but, which would mean that the letters would be painted white and then with the, the orange vinyl. And then the returns would be white.
Like that better. Which one?
what is that, option one or option?
If it is.
So
That's-
in this option,
that's
in option
option-
two, what he's thinking they're representing is white letters with just an orange face, but it's still, so the side of the letter would not be orange, it'd be white.
Okay.
And part of the front.
And part of the front.
And part of the front. I actually think I like that a little more.
Well, isn't that what they're,
That's option two.
That's what they're showing here,
That's what-
rather than,
option two?
I asked if it was an all-sided orange
Okay.
letter.
But now on option two, there was one of the pages in our application that I downloaded. It may be the next page, Brett, on your, okay. So you look down the bottom left there, it has rack room shoes, but it looks like it's a black box or something that,
That's just to show the
Yeah,
night.
that's just,
Okay, just want
that's
to be
just
sure
a
that.
computer generation. It's not really
That's
a
not
black
even-
box on the building.
I'm just thinking, because the brick behind it is white, and so essentially what we're looking at then is the sign that's on this, there we go. So it will be backlit. So the lighting is actually in the letters itself, but it's a translucent panel on the back side of it, right? Or is it open? How does the light get?
Oh, it's
Where's that
open.
little
The light bounces off of the building.
Right, there's a little section, Brett, I'm sorry, go back to the next page, sheet 6, on the right-hand side there, so that the back of the sign letter is a clear material or whatever, right? And that just lets the light,
Right, yeah, just a clear acrylic, right.
but again, the sides of the letters are white, the edges of the letters are white,
Right.
the face of the letters are kind of a white outline with the orange.
There is a little bit of a discrepancy here, though, because this drawing says aluminum letter returns painted orange.
It does say returns orange.
Yeah, so I guess we
That
gotta,
would be really hard to do with orange.
Yeah.
So you'd have to layer white over it and then orange again.
Okay,
So I would say that the returns are gonna be painted white. I mean,
yeah,
you know, whatever you approve, we'll
I think
specify.
white's better.
yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the image of this sign is gonna be more at nighttime. You're gonna see a halo. Okay, all right, I think we've talked ourselves into this.
Yeah, so halo lit with returns white.
Right. And before any motions are crafted, is there any public comment about this application this morning? Any public comment? No public comment, okay. All right, any other last minute questions before we craft a motion? All right.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230027, Rack Room Shoes, I move that we approve the signage as presented today with the exception of change from the returns painted orange to those returns being painted white for option 2, the halo lit construction. End of motion.
I second.
Okay, a motion by Ms. Rhodes, a second by Mr. Owens. Any questions or comments about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. All right,
Okay.
thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Our next applicant this morning is Bridge Road Holdings. Come on up or come on down, please.
Do we need a quick break while they get attached and stuff? Anybody need a
Everyone
quick one?
stand and stretch their, all right, let's take a quick, short recess to stand and stretch our legs and get our blood flowing again, so bear with us.
That means we're doing so good. Need a break.
Okay. A short recess while we just refill our coffee cups and let the next applicant get set up. No, no. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I knew that one because that one I had spec'd out, yeah. Which they should be able to see it. And I'm like, I can't even read that.
You can zoom it in,
Yeah.
show something. You have
Right,
seven.
the pole.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. You have 7 poles total on the
Okay.
property. The rest are all building lights. And Sarah can talk about the whatever
Her
comments are,
landscaping.
yeah. And on this, you can just talk about the lettering is going to match to the color of the.
Right, this is gonna be the stone that's on the building, and that's gonna be the brick that's on the building, basically.
And also, the tenant panels are going to be in acrylic. Acrylic. These panels.
Oh, they're opaque acrylic.
Yeah.
panels. They're not lit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And half-inch thick cut rods mounted to face the sign. Letters.
Okay, I got you.
And this is going to be
So
cast stone on the
how
top.
is the sign lit?
It's going to be ground lit. This is not. This is going
Oh,
to be with
okay.
landscape lights,
Oh,
but the
okay.
building light is going to be illuminated from the back. This is
Right,
reverse-
they're lit
reverse,
channel
yeah.
letters. Okay. Okay.
I'm just gonna be here for backup support when they ask about landscape.
Yeah,
You'd
yeah.
rather go first, right?
Yeah, because I have no clue of your landscape, so. Oh, cool.
So for the sample of gutter, you have to go into the piece from the middle. This is why it's so big up. And I told them, couldn't you get a new piece?
You can also, call for its durability then too.
We had to get still that off somewhere in there.
We're presenting after you guys. Urban bronze? Yeah, urban bronze. Definitely. Well, it is, but there's an E at the end. And I only know that because we use that on our garage door.
The bronze, the urban bronze.
Yeah, but they spell it with an E. Right. Yeah, so I was like,
I still call it urban.
for sure.
If you want to show these, you can also put them here. And they can project on this.
Oh, okay.
I'll be here.
Okay. So this is our first picture? Okay. Yeah, I had printed this just so I could, so I could see that. Okay.
So they're gonna ask about how the in the last presentation they were asking more about the retaining wall, how it's gonna look and all that. It's all stamped and stained.
Oh, that's
So,
right.
Yeah, and so when you get to the materials, you can say, okay, our brick, stone, this is the stamp
stamp.
finish. We're gonna stain it similar to this. The retaining walls, that's gonna be
That is everybody's dentist office.
dentist office, and the other retaining wall by
Oh, well,
right here. There's one more retaining.
we got
wall
to
right
Oh, by the, out in the parking.
give us an overview of what's changed. Is what
Okay.
we're looking at. Okay. All right, are we,
Yeah.
are we? We do. Okay, let's end our recess this morning and get going with our next applicant, and that's going to be Bridge Road Holdings. Good morning, welcome, and if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, give us an overview of what we have in our package this morning, and we'll go from there. And Ms. Rhodes is excused from this application since she wasn't here for the your previous presentation. So we're down one member, but we still have a quorum, and we can still proceed.
So what we're presenting this morning is for the Old Milton Parkway. It's Plaza on Milton. It's for a retail on the bottom and medical offices on top. And then there's a separate building that's going to be a dentist office that's on the property also.
All right. So why don't you walk through, let's see, what do we want? Let's go back maybe to the site plan and just walk through what has changed since the previous site plan to this version, if you can.
All right, so what's changed really is that we've added 4 foot on part of the back of the building and incorporated the stairwell to be interior.
Okay, so let's do this. Right now, we're looking at a 3D rendering. Who's driving the show, Brett? They are.
Yes.
So can we flip over to their screen, so on our monitors, we can see what they're talking about, what they have on theirs?
We're not seeing what's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not seeing what's on the,
We're not seeing what's on the public monitor.
Give us a minute.
all right.
You still have, you still have mine?
We still have yours.
Yes.
Let's see if
Now
that
we have,
helps.
now we're blank. Uh-oh. All right.
Let me see if I can find James.
Did that work?
No.
Okay. You guys want to wait just a minute?
Yes, I guess so. What? Okay. Yeah, I don't know that.
Their stuff. That's weird. Why is it going to the stream but not to them? Got it?
All right, there's something. I see
Okay.
a landscape, looks like a landscape or,
All right.
So it's on your screens now?
Yep.
yes.
Good to go.
Okay.
There's in color.
Okay. Walk through us what changed from last meeting to this meeting, if you can do that on that land, looks like a colored landscaping plan, please.
Yes. Okay, so if you are in the back of the building, like if you're facing the Waffle House, you'll see where we've added on 4 feet to the building right there. So we've encompassed the stairwell inside the building now.
Ah, okay. All right. And then there was a number of, I think, a number of condensing units, those little boxes with X's in
Yes,
them.
sir, and we've spread those out throughout the property in the back.
Okay. Okay. All right. Anything else on the site plan that's kind of changed or been tweaked since last meeting?
Around the dumpsters, we were asked to screen the dumpsters, so that has been completed. And also the retaining wall right next to the dentist building was supposed to have a 1 foot gap in order to add some shrubs or vegetation, and that has also been accomplished.
Okay. All right.
And is there, I can see it on, so your condenser units, on the back side of the building, I can see you've got some landscape sort of shrubs planted around those. What about the, looks like a couple of units on Old Milton. Are those visible from the road?
No, they are not.
So, and
between the elevation change between the road and below, and then the height of the landscape material going in at the frontage.
And up
They
top.
shouldn't be, but they shouldn't be visible.
Okay.
If it is a concern, we can add the same shrubs just in front as
Okay.
well. That should do fine with the same low-lying
Yeah.
conditions. for
Yeah, we'll just
those
want to be
kind of
sure they're not
drainage
visible
flow.
from Old Milton, so
Yeah.
however that's accomplished. And then down at the other building, there was, let's see, where are they, is there any condensing units there?
No, that's not
No.
air conditioned.
That's not air conditioned.
I'm sure there will be.
There must be somewhere,
Yes.
unless they were on the roof or something.
No,
Well.
they should be on the back of the building, but I
So
think
they'd be
it's not
back
mentioned.
there, okay.
It's not showing up. But it will be on the back of the building.
Okay.
If you go back to close to Old Milton Parkway there, the front, I'll call it the front of that first building there, the corner there, help me out with the varying elevations where that corner, that sidewalk kind of walks around the building there,
Right here, I think.
Oh.
He's talking
Right.
about Old Milton.
right, there we go, just to the left of those condensing units that we were talking about. So tell me, what's the elevation? That's a sidewalk, or maybe it's an exit.
Yes.
Yes, it is. There's an exit out of the building on that back side right there.
And that's the exit from the lower floor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so there is a wall there then, a retaining wall,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
That will
sir.
hold the grade up, okay? Because the condensing units are essentially towards the second floor elevation or second floor level. Maybe,
It's
yes.
this elevation.
Can they? Oh, you're no longer up.
It's
I
this
see what
elevation.
Okay.
I was likewise having trouble understanding the old Milton elevation. One of the elevations showed that, I think it's the part on the left is below grade. And then the part on the right wasn't, and like it said, it showed the lower level, it said dirt. But then on the right side, it didn't, but I didn't see a retaining wall, or I wasn't sure how you transitioned.
If you see, it's kind of hidden if you're going to the back of the building that's really facing Old Milton, you'll see the trees, but you'll see part of the wall going around there. I know it's hard to see, but it is. You'll see that wall.
I'm trying to find the elevation I was referring to.
Oh, yeah. You've got it pointed to it.
I can show it on the site plan.
Yeah, so there's a page that has all four, I don't know if you have it there, that has all four elevations on one page. There you go, back up. Just went past it.
This
There.
one. Yeah.
I don't show the wall there because I had to show like windows and things like that and the
Yeah, so the
materials.
one that says left, that's the one that faces Old Milton, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's where that wall wraps around that part of the building?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And that's where that door that comes out of the back
Oh,
is.
okay, all right. And then on the left, everything below those two thin horizontal windows, that's below grade?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay. So there's no exposed foundation or concrete or anything showing?
No,
on it,
sir.
okay. And what's the material on that retaining wall that wraps around that corner of the building?
It's going to be stamped similar to this picture, if you're looking
But it's going to be like the color of the stone.
still.
So that's what it's gonna look like?
Yes. This is the actual stone that's gonna go on the base of the building. We're gonna stain it similar to this color.
So you're gonna stain the concrete,
The concrete,
And it's
Similar to the stone color, yes, sir.
so it's gonna have that variation in it?
yes.
Wow. It takes some time to do that. Because usually it's just, they slap one color of stain on everything that, can you do that to some of the DOT walls that DOT has done along Alpharetta?
It would be much better, wouldn't it?
Okay. Sorry, I got off track there, but,
No, that's a good idea.
all right.
All right, so,
Maybe we have everybody buy a bucket. Never mind.
yeah, we get some graffiti.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
so-
very good. So those are the changes to the site plan that have a little bit of an impact into the landscape plan, but we're focusing on the site plan right now.
Right.
For the tweaks, okay? All right. So that's, any other site plan changes that we need to be aware of? Okay. Is this a substantial amount that we need to reapprove the site plan, Brett? I mean,
Easy
What-
enough to do, I guess, right?
I guess if we can't,
Easy
I guess so, we might as well.
I mean,
Easy
it's,
enough.
it's
Easy
pretty
enough.
easy enough thing. I think you could wrap it all together, but,
All right.
you know, and just call it a minor change to the site plan or something like that.
Okay, all right. Okay, well then, let's go on into the landscape plan if we can, and just talk about the landscape changes or updates that you've done since last meeting.
All right. Good morning, Sarah Spencer here, representing Frawley Associates, Landscape Architects. And as far as our revisions to this landscape plan, what was requested of us was to look again at the Old Milton Parkway frontage. And so what we did was, there was originally the thought that we could keep some of the mature shrubs that had been planted in there as the previous streetscape improvements, but whether it's
I don't know, neglect or winter or whatnot, they weren't looking as in good of shape this year now that everything was leafing out as we were originally hoping for. So we decided to just go ahead and remove those shrubs, that growth, and make a more consistent kind of shrub palette language all the way across the frontage. So that would start kind of with your ornamental grasses, viburnum, loropetalum, and then some distilium and grasses, kind of, again, just pulling that same language all the way across the frontage. Whereas before, we were kind of more focused right in front of the building. Now that's kind of going all the way across the tree save area, all the way down to where we'll have the public or the sidewalk connection there at the corner of the property. The other landscape improvements were the screening around the dumpster. Excuse me. So that would be upright, narrow junipers to kind of screen that from the sides. And we'd also have this just on all sides. That's in addition to, I believe, the other, I don't know if it was masonry. What's the dumpster enclosure? In addition, yeah, in addition to that. So that would be screened on all sides. Okay. And then we added tea olive shrubs intermittently in between the magnolias within the 5-foot landscape strip on the far east side to kind of add some additional screening while those magnolias come into maturity, just to kind of help offset that a little bit.
Who has the, I'm sorry, Sarah, who has the mouse?
There we go. Is that, so
okay.
Kind of those, oh, can I track? Yep. Can I show you there? So these guys.
Okay.
So we had the magnolias going in at 14 feet height so that we could kind of add that instant screening, but also take advantage of hopefully adding for some recompense credits and just kind of just putting in a little bit more mature screening. And then these guys would go in, I believe, at least 4 feet height right now.
Do they need a lot of sun?
Which ones?
The tea olives.
From that, because they'll be on that exposure and a little bit higher up on the slope side, they should still be okay. So part shade, part sun.
They're going to get with the magnolias once they get
They could
mature.
Should be a bit more of a solid wall rather than overstory. So the magnolias will still grow up and keep more upright and tight and not shade out the tea olives.
Okay. Are those full-size magnolias or the dwarf magnolias?
They are little gems, so kind of in between.
In the middle.
Yeah, in the middle. Some of that's just for clearance purposes, because if you put a full size,
it'd be huge.
It'd be huge.
Yeah.
We'd be going wall to wall there eventually. And then proposing some akuba shrubs there, so kind of the variegated, the green and gold evergreen shrubs there that should grow quickly, relatively quickly. We're going with a 2-foot height at installation, but then should also tolerate kind of the heat off of those AC units, and then just provide that additional screening and some just different foliage, and they should do okay with the orientation for being in the shade of the building because they're at the base.
Speaking of those, do we know that, for instance, in that location where your hand just was, there's going to be 3 condensing units? Has that been verified? So that
I believe they were broken up 3, 2. I don't know if you.
So that's the correct number of condensing units.
Yes.
I mean, there's not going to
Yes.
be like another 3 or 4 in there or something.
No, sir.
Okay.
I believe you guys did it per.
Per unit
Right,
or
we
per
did
tenant?
it per tenant.
Okay. And then I would think could you do the same, the akuba treatment the same on the front side of the building where those 2?
Yes.
Is there enough shade in there for them to?
Yeah, especially because that'll
survive.
be on the direct north side. Those
Okay.
would do well there, so we can add those.
I know mine, when they get a lot of sun, those leaves they turn
Yes.
black and die and fall off, so, okay.
And then the last thing as far as landscape was of course I can't, here we go, how do you, I'll let you stand, oh, right. Technology. Was the revision to the wall, retaining wall down here was, that was pushed back and the sidewalk kind of reduced to give that clearance of, so we could plant some pockets of fig ivy along the base of the wall so it can grow up the landscape wall as well. That was, I think, a concern from last time.
Okay.
And while we're on this page, could we just kind of review where the retaining walls are? And it looks like you have two different materials. You kind of have the modular block and you've got the stamped concrete. Just which wall is which material?
The wall here closer to the out parcel, kind of dental unit here, not out parcel, but the dentist office, that's going to be your modular block landscape wall. And we have a picture of that as well.
Well, we might as well
And then,
talk
oh, yes.
over
yep,
here.
Yep. And then this retaining wall as well along the
Is
parking lot
The modular
is going to
block.
be the modular block. And then the, I'm gonna use here, yeah. The wall, I believe, connecting here and facing the interior of the patio was going to be your stamped concrete wall.
As well as the one we talked about earlier.
Yes.
And that's all the
Yes, sir.
retaining walls?
Yes.
Okay.
Stay right there a second. There's a note that says board fence, see detail L5.
That was the,
I gotta go back and try to
I
find
think
that.
it's on here. It was a black wood fence with the hog wire mesh panel so we can grow the vines
Okay.
up and along it.
So that's what you're considering the board fence?
Yes, I'm, yeah, it just, because it's wood materials, I understand now that the language, it's not horse board fence like that, but
Okay, so that's the fencing that you're proposing
Yes.
there. Got it.
at the 36-inch height along the top of the wall and to kind of create that, so we can plant the vines along it for the screening
Okay.
around the parking.
So that's on top of the wall?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just trying to remember the
Or
elevation
just
there,
inside,
so.
just inside. Those would be set.
At the top of this screen, y'all aren't planning on in the medium, are you? All the way up? Span out, yeah. What is that?
This is just a detail.
It was just a little bit more of a zoomed in.
Oh, I was like, are y'all
blow
trying
up
to
of
plant
the, of
medium?
just below. Just kind
I
of
was
show it
confused.
just a little bit higher scale.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other landscape questions for the applicant? All right. Well, let's jump over then to, let's see, what else do we, let's jump to the exterior elevations and materials. Because that's what we had deferred in our during our April meeting. And site lighting we deferred as well, so, all right. Walk through the exterior elevations and where you've made some changes since our April meeting, please.
Oh, okay.
So the elevation, the
Trying
brick
to-
that is being used is the Southampton brick. And the stone at the base is going to be the Mossy Creek.
Okay, who's got the pointer? Why don't you just, as you're talking about the materials, just kind of show us where we're,
So the stone base goes all the way around the building.
okay, so that's the stone base, okay?
And it's also part of the columns, the base of the columns at the entrance of the building, right there. Then the brick is, wherever we have a gabled roof, the brick is below, basically it's on the bottom level of the building up to the structural point of the
Okay.
next level.
So that's where the gables are, the gable
Yes,
areas,
where the
okay?
gables are.
All right,
Mhm. And then the places that do not have the gables, the brick's all the way up.
okay. All right, very good.
So the windows will be, basically, it's a storefront, they're bronze, metal.
Okay,
Also, the gutters will be the bronze metal, the same, the downspouts. And if you look over on top of where the middle section of the building is, between the two gables, you'll see awnings, and the awnings are the metal awnings there that are made out of the bronze.
And the windows, the grids will look like what is depicted in the photos, the grids on the windows?
Yes, ma'am.
And the doors and all that, okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Is that also going to be the same color of that entrance?
Yes, the entrance is, yes, ma'am.
And what is that like a, what's that material? Is that like hardy
It's
plank?
shake. It's a cementitious shake siding.
Is that in your sample box?
Siding, the shake sample,
Okay.
But it's made by, well, you can get it from Certainteed or you can get it from Nichaha. And basically it's a cementitious shake. And so instead of it being a lap siding that goes straight across, it jacks like this.
Okay, and the color is, you have a sample of the color?
She just held that.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
It's the virtual
That,
top.
oh, that one, okay.
That one's on the one side, and then the dark is underneath where the entrance is, right? So your three, can you use your little pointer and point to the three areas that color is, please?
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's the virtual top, which is this one. And go to that. That's the urban bronze.
Got it.
So you got urban bronze. And then we have it's a classical white, and you'll see that as the accents on the gables.
Okay.
There's a band above the windows on the bottom level. Is that a different color?
That is actually cast stone.
Oh, okay. And
So the windows, they'll have the cast stone above, and then they'll have the seal that's the cast stone.
what color is that?
There you go.
So is that another color?
It's basically almost like the classical white. It's very,
Okay.
it's very close to this.
It's not painted, it's just
No, it is.
plain cast stone.
Yes.
It's a natural.
Yes.
And that's a material that you changed from the last time we saw you,
Yes, sir.
okay? Because it was some sort of dark material in those areas, okay? I like that, it's lighting up the building a little bit. All right, very good. One of the questions we had was the rear of the building to make sure we understand what the elevation looks like on the rear, so.
Maybe
Yeah.
the section would
okay.
help.
So we are cutting the section across the building, just to show the detail.
Okay,
Okay. So what we're doing is, you can see where the transom window, yeah, there you go, point to it, is right there. And then below that is where our field dirt comes in. And then the AC unit sits. And then we have a swell down there to catch all the water before it goes up.
before it gets into your building.
Yes, exactly. So we kind of, you see the sweet olive and the magnolia, and that Sarah had put on her landscape plan there. So the dirt level's at 1022. And the top of the
Transom is
transom,
1026.
right, 1026, and this is the top of the wall.
Retaining wall is at 1024. And we have brick covering the retaining wall, going all the way to the dirt.
Right, you can see on the rendering.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at the rendering then, or at least that rear elevation that you were.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, so the transom windows line up with the windows on the floor above
Yes.
Yes.
as far as vertically, okay? And essentially, there's no exit doors out that back side of the building, that rear side of the building.
No, sir, because we actually have a corridor now that
All on
leads
the
to
in-
stairwells and
Yeah, all in
everything.
it. So you've kept it all on the inside now.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay, this certainly helps explain what's happening back there. I think there was some confusion in April when we met. All right?
Just for the board's information too, I worked with Jennifer on, we had talked about those two possible restaurants, one on each end. So I worked with Jennifer for her to try to figure out where the stacks might go or something for
The
for that
hoods.
restaurant, the hood system or venting, and so she worked that out on their interiors so that we wouldn't have those facing the street. So you can see where she's indicated them on that one, the right side and then the front. So she's got them on the interior side, so.
They won't face Old Milton Parkway.
Okay, so what you're anticipating there is that for the kitchens that may
Yes, sir.
happen in those restaurant areas?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Because sometimes, now, are those are proposed on the first floor, right? The kitchens or the restaurants or the,
Right, and what we'll do is we'll just do a chase up to the second level to get them out.
because a lot of times they will want to pop them out the side of the building.
We won't do that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's,
Yes,
that's
sir,
what
that's-
that's what we were talking about, because that invariably, that HVAC guy is gonna plug it right out the wall, so
They
she's
want-
got it planned to go now.
They want the shortest route,
Yep.
and then what happens though now, if it's going up through the second floor, that's gonna have to be a fire-rated chase.
Yes, sir.
So there's some things that you have to accommodate, okay?
Yeah,
No,
neither one of
we
us
figured
wanted
it
to-
out. We've got the room.
Yeah, neither one of us wanted to walk out there and all of a sudden see one stuck outside the wall.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they're not very pretty. Okay. Let's see, a couple other things that we asked for clarification on during our April meeting. There were some light fixtures, some wall-mounted light fixtures for some consistency on those. So can you show us?
Yes, sir. So what we did was we picked two. So everything that's on the second level is the gooseneck lighting.
Gooseneck, all right, down the bottom, right there, all right?
Yes, sir. And everything that's on the first floor level will be the beacon square.
Okay, all right. So there's a theme then going on, first floor and second floor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All right.
The roof shingles are architectural shingles.
Yes, sir.
All right. This
And-
says they're charcoal. Sample.
He has them.
That's right, we appreciate you coming prepared.
It's like Mary Poppins here.
Okay.
Those are charcoal architectural shingles, all right?
They ended up in the bottom.
And your brackets, the brackets you've got up
Yes, sir.
under the corners, what do those look like? You got the detail on those?
They are 6x6 brackets, and I can, hold on one second.
And they're bronze, I guess?
They're painted the
darker color.
The dark color, yes, sir. Hold on one second, I can.
Okay, and then the other item we were asking about is awnings.
They added those.
And we showed you, yeah, there's a little picture, and we showed you the material that it would
Okay.
be.
All right. Okay,
Jennifer, we can.
Yeah. Oh,
oh, this,
okay.
okay. Pretty large then.
Pretty
Okay,
beefy, yeah.
You certainly will. So the overhang there for that gabled area is pretty substantial then. It's just not a couple inches, it's a couple feet.
Well, it also looked like in the renderings that those brackets stuck out past the soffit. They won't. It's just the way the rendering came out. Okay, that was where I was going next.
Okay.
They will not, okay.
Okay. Any other elevation questions, materials? Okay, let's do this while we're on it. We do need to look at site lighting,
Yes.
so,
There also was the other building, is that?
oh, well,
Right, there was like one more, but it was all the same materials, right?
Yes.
It's all the same exact materials, and it has the same light fixtures that are on the bottom level of the other building are on
Okay.
these.
okay. All right,
Okay.
okay, site lighting. Okay.
zoom in a little more on the Old Milton side? I'm trying, challenged to read that. So let's see, point, okay. So okay, so like 0.05, 0.07, 0.10, 0.11. So that's not an 11, that's a 0.11 and a 0.14.
Yeah.
Okay.
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 Before we get to any motions, is there any public comment about this application? Any public comment? No public comment, okay? All right, so we need to, we got a site plan and landscape plan, kind of a reapproval of the tweaks they've made. We need to approve exterior elevations and materials. We need to approve site lighting, and then signage we can defer to staff, which is what we did.
Yeah, we already did
in
that.
April, so.
So we'll include building lighting in with the elevations and materials.
Yeah, that, if you want to
Just include it.
encompass those.
Let me do, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230010 Bridge Road Holdings, motion to approve the site plan and landscape changes as presented today with the condition that the applicant adds screening on the 2 condensing units on the Old Milton side. In the motion.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Owens. Comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, 1 down, a few more to go.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding the same applicant, motion to approve the elevation of materials and building lighting as presented in the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rocco. Now, Frank, you referred to the building lighting. Did you mean the site lighting?
I just did building lighting.
Okay, all right, just want to be.
Yep, left site lighting for.
That's not site lighting, but building lighting.
Just building lighting.
Okay, any other questions or comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 5-0. Okay. And we still have the site lighting.
Well, while I'm on a roll, Mr. Chairman.
3 for 3.
Same applicant, motion to approve the site lighting as presented in the motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Palmer. Questions, comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 5-0. All right. Thank you
so
for your
much.
time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate
We
you being
it.
prepared with all your samples and materials and everything, so. Okay. Our next applicant is Lakeview, Will's Overview. Overlook, Will's Overlook. Will's Overlook, are you here? All right, come on down, come on up.
This one was just landscaping.
To back.
Yeah.
For that streamlined schedule coordination.
Okay, let's see if Miss Rhodes is, did she, let's see, hang on, did Teresa? Did you see Teresa out there? Oh, she's coming, okay. We'll wait for our other board member to rejoin us. Okay. If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourselves, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Okay. I'm Susie. Oh, sorry.
That's right.
I'm Susie Pham. I'm representing Octave Built. I think from what we did last time, the landscape is what we've changed, and we have the materials for the brick, the railing, the site lighting, the paver samples, and the arch in the entranceway, along with the mulch.
Okay. All right, what would you like to start with?
All right.
Or where do you want to start?
Landscape.
Okay.
Hi, Sarah Spencer again here for Frawley Associates Landscape Architects. And just to clarify and confirm, I believe the landscape plan and planting palette itself had been approved last time. This was more in the hardscape details, the fencing, and
Mulch
then the mulch. Yes.
and the lights.
And the
Yes, and I
lighting.
think there was some
So-
confusion last time because what we had in our packet was the drawing was a little different than what you were talking about.
Yes,
So-
yes, and lesson learned to make sure that we're all referencing the same sheet before I go into explaining. So I guess you guys can see this screen that we have right now with kind of the images of the materials on the right.
Yes. we can.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, so as far as, we'll start just out on the streetscape frontage along Main Street. We detailed out now the entry feature over the walkway entrance from South Main Street into the development. That would be larger brick monuments with a stone base that would coordinate, I'll say, with the South Main LCI or Wills Park. I don't know exactly what you guys are calling it, but basically the Wills Park monuments that are being worked on now that are kind of more of a white brick stone base. So look similar, but not exact, but just kind of call out to that because it will be the public entrance or can be a public entrance from the street into the park. So we just want to kind of coordinate that same language in the materials for that.
And this is the brick for the columns.
So this is the sign column brick. It's General Shale and then Winter Haven.
And it comes this color from the manufacturer. So we're not painting it, it comes this. So this is the brick, and this is the stone that will be underneath it. Sorry.
And that's
I
the
have it.
Horizon Stone handcrafted. Yeah, you're like Vanna White, but better. We don't have to touch digital screens for this. So that stone veneer would be used at the base of the entry columns. Also, the stone veneer for the small retaining wall that kind of flanks part of the walkway as we go into the development. And then also, that's the same veneer that's used in the buildings as well. So just kind of to keep that material consistent.
And remind me, Sarah.
Yes.
Which side do you see that retaining wall from? What's the exposed side?
It is, I guess, can they see that, right? The mouse hand, right here, as you walk. It's about a 2 feet tall exposed, as far as exposed wall. And I think I've got a little detail. Can we go? Can you? Yeah, nice.
Do you have to put any kind of guardrail or fencing on top of that wall?
No, just because it's right at the 2 feet.
Okay.
And then it would have a it would have a cap as well, cast stone cap, and then have the wall lights to kind of illuminate it and that section of the path as well.
On the columns, do they all have the lights on top or just the pedestrian?
Just the ones at the driveway entrance,
Okay.
just to kind of indicate that those are your entrance and exit points.
Okay,
The one highlighted in blue.
Yep.
okay.
So those are our proposed pillar lights. And then the other lighting on the plan would be the Acorn lights, the Georgia Power Acorn lights, and there would be one closer to the park entrance. Those are all indicated on yellow on the screen, but one closer to the park entrance, one near that kind of pedestrian, the ramp and the mail kiosk, and then one on either end at the head-end parking. It's down there as well. That's all in addition to the lighting that would be on the buildings, too. So these are just more of our site lighting. And then the other was just the confirmation that we're doing brick columns along the South Main Street streetscape as well. That would be with the Linville brick. We have a sample of that. So it's kind of a still red undertones, but has some of the gray and the white to kind of pull in with the entry columns, and then also part of the architecture package as well.
That would have a cast stone cap, and then we would have the black aluminum fence along that as well.
Could you scroll down just a little bit? I want to see the rendering at the top.
They want to see this guy. So that's just kind of to show scale and proportion. So that would be a 5-foot fence. The columns, the way they would course out would just be right about 5.5 feet with a cat and then a cap on top. And then the larger entry columns there.
So the larger intercolumns are the Winter Haven, and the smaller ones are the.
Linville.
Yes, okay.
The cast stone cap would be the same material, coloration between the two to kind of tie those together as well. And then we have, before we leave this page, just wanted, while we're still on this page, just kind of go over the materials for the walkway there from South Main Street. Would be red brick at the entrance. That would be similar to the City of Alpharetta standard and blend for that. So that's just what you see every day when you guys walk in here. That would be called out with the same, the standard City of Alpharetta.
And those are
standard.
they done in a herringbone pattern like you're showing there?
Yes.
Okay.
And then that would also translate into the crosswalk, the pedestrian connection there across between the two concrete ramps. And then once we get on into the property by the mail kiosk, that would then go into a brick paver edge, same color, same brick material, paver edge with the engineered wood mulch trail. So that would still be our kind of.
Hold back there, where the driveway is right there. I'm
Yes.
looking at the description of the material.
Oh. That's the, are you looking at the engineered wood?
Yes.
Leader, that is, should be pointing just north. So
Okay.
that's
All right.
QA, QC, and speed, I guess, on my part, so I apologize for that. No, that will be, that will be brick.
Because that's different.
We're not going for a rustic look, even though we have the equestrian farm to the north, that we're not transferring or transitioning to that quickly. And then we would have the black aluminum fence, the same, but same material, same look, but 3 feet tall then around the back of the units, just to kind of provide a little bit of definition, delineation for their spaces that would be outside of the stormwater tanks that we have in there. And that same 3-foot fence would then also, there would be, I think 6-foot tall wood privacy walls between the patios and the units that come straight off the building.
So between the units, we have a 6-foot height wood screen fence to give privacy, and then when it's extending, we have the aluminum flat top 3-foot height to give them that ability to like have pets or at least some privacy between each of the units.
All right. Say that again now, or maybe while
I'll
you're
point
saying
it.
that, let's point to look at one of these units and describe what you.
So this, from here,
Right.
this is the 6-foot height wood privacy fence
All right.
in between the units.
Okay.
It's connected to the 3-foot height aluminum flat top fence that goes out here to here,
Oh, so the 6-foot fence only extends out.
to where the patio.
Okay, and then you pick the other fence up. Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like on the end, there's no privacy fence on the end of the unit. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's just the 3-foot high aluminum around the corner.
Yes.
Well, one of the council conditions, and I guess it's number 17, fences and walls visible from the public right-of-way. All right, got to define public right-of-way shall be decorative as approved by staff. Unfinished wood fences and decks shall not be visible from the street. Okay.
That was also part of our reason not to have them on the very end units, just in case you could see like a
In case
peek
you could
through
see
there.
it.
So it would all be the fences
Right.
just internal, kind of neighbor to neighbor on that immediate adjacent patio.
Okay.
Is this the property we looked at with that there on, at least the last time, I think there was a privacy fence shown
On the left side, which,
That
that
is-
was removed.
And I was gonna have them kind of walk us through, all right. Is there any kind of fencing on that side now?
It would just be the evergreen screening, the shrubs.
All right, so
Yeah.
you've eliminated any kind of fencing
No.
through there? Okay.
That
So
way
the,
you have a little bit more direct pedestrian access to the Waffle House for the residents, right?
so the decorative fencing along South Main Street there, it's just gonna come to the, where does that end?
It
right
would
there?
terminate into one of the columns, the brick
Okay.
column there at the end.
All right.
That would just kind of signify the beginning of the development and right there at the end of that sidewalk transition.
Okay. And then how about on the I'm gonna say northern end of the site, where does that fence
On the far east.
terminate?
The same.
Same kind of condition,
Yes.
okay? So essentially, it's not like a gated community, it's a decorative fence, it's not a security fence, if you wanna call it that, all right?
And the metal arch, could you go back to the
Oh.
metal arch? Because I don't think we did that.
We have a, let's see.
So that's just to kind of show general scale where it would fall on the columns, and then I think we have the other.
Yeah, we have the rendering.
The rest of the rendering, the sign package as well.
Because I know last time the question was the scale of the heights of the column compared to the fence, so then we have this detailed area with the height and everything.
You wanna go to that
Yeah.
next one?
And that'll be in you're going to show us that in the sign package.
Yes, yep. Yeah, we just want to make sure if we need to cover all the bases on that sheet
Got it.
first.
Got it.
And then as far as for this sign, that would be a metal arch, black metal arch to kind of coordinate with the same aluminum fence color and any of the architectural metal details on the building as well. And then it would have, I think,
LED channel.
yeah,
Like-
LED channels there along the
Arch.
just to have the Wills overlook glow, but I wouldn't say like a direct beacon.
Yeah.
We're not lighting this up like a
Come
commercial
here.
development. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Are those LED channels only on the bottom?
It's top and bottom.
And is there Will's overlook on both sides, or is the back side just
Both
black
sides.
aluminum?
Both sides.
Okay.
We have it here.
Okay. All right, question for staff. Has the Historic Preservation Commission looked at the Earl Wood House yet?
Not yet. I believe, Tracy, am I right, that's on their next agenda?
Okay, just curious. All right, because I know we're not supposed
I
to.
did think, though, one thing that would be nice would be, in Europe, you see the clotheslines between the buildings. Maybe we could do that from Waffle House? I mean, that would really, yeah, that would totally make breakfast, right? I mean,
Brilliant, and it would look so good in Alpharetta.
I'll have an order of
Just kidding,
smothered,
Paul, don't do
smothered,
that.
covered, and buttered. Can you refill my coffee cup? Okay. All right, any other questions for the applicant this morning on landscaping, hardscaping, signage? We've already approved the exterior elevations and materials, so that's been done. And I was trying to go through and make sure we picked up council conditions, and it looks like everything's been addressed either in our April or in our May meeting or this meeting. So I don't,
We also have a rendering of how it will look with the signs.
okay,
So this is with the pavers, with the concrete curb that we have here, the Winter Haven columns with the stone, the aluminum fence that goes across to this also other column with Linville brick with the same cap all around.
They said black, black. They should.
And this is technically a landscape approval.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Yep.
Last time we said the landscape looked okay, but we didn't actually approve it because we
Right,
were
'cause-
waiting for the hardscape and the fencing.
Yeah, there's some other, okay. Before you make that, so are there any, I'm going to ask for any public comment about this application? Are there any public comments about this application? All right, no public comment. All right, we can start with some motions.
All right.
Or a motion.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230024 Wills Overlook, motion to approve the landscaping as presented today, including the hardscape and fencing.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rhodes. Let's see, comments, questions about the motion on the floor? All right, there being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 6-0. Very good. All right, thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, 11:10. All right, our next, get to our agenda here. Okay, our next applicant this morning is Lakeview Retail. Come on down, come on up, please. Give the other applicant a minute to get out, get their materials collected. Okay. Lakeview.
I'm technologically
It's all right.
not advanced.
Good to go.
We're off to a good start.
Yeah.
11:10. Okay, Teresa's, okay.
I think we can hold them up. That's it. Hold them up if it comes up. Yeah.
Okay, are you ready? You ready?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's get started. So if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone.
Sure thing.
Introduce yourselves and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Sure. My name is Bennett Snyder with TPA Group here on behalf of the Lakeview Master Development and Lakeview Retail Development. Blake Burton with Square Feet Studios is our project architect. We had a hearing in April and had civil site plan, landscaping site plan approval. We did not have our building design advance far enough for approval then, so we're back today to present that. I wasn't able to make the hearing in April, but got caught up from our team on feedback, so we spent the past couple months advancing our building design now that our civil site plan is set and our LDP design is underway, so we kind of have a better understanding of how our buildings sit. And have done a lot of work to address, I think the majority of the comments were on elevations as they relate to Lakeview Parkway and Haynes Bridge. So I was going to turn it over to Blake to go through that. Can you guys see the rendering on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. I just, forgive me if this was gone over on the last hearing, but just to kind of set the scene, we've worked for about 3 years on the Lakeview development and are excited to deliver that. This is the last piece. Just as it relates to where this parcel sits, on your screen now, the top side is Lakeview Parkway, the right side is Haynes Bridge. The site sits a little bit below those roadways. The green space just to the left of this parcel is finished. We finished all the main infrastructure and parks in this development to date, and there's a stair connection that comes down off Lakeview Parkway. So off Lakeview, the buildings sit a little bit lower. We've done some work to address those elevations. As you come south down Haynes Bridge, the grade starts to drop and you get a little bit more on level, so the visibility is quite good. As part of the master development, we did widen Haynes Bridge Road, and we've redone that right away. If you've driven by with an 8-foot sidewalk, a lot of landscaping, so the buildings are visible, but it's pretty heavily screened with landscaping, and the right-of-way looks great as is. But
Could you work with Georgia Power to hide those transformers that they put out there along Haynes Bridge Road?
We are, the multifamily development is screening those.
Okay.
Yeah, there wasn't a great spot to fit those, but they're right out there on the right-of-way. So with that, we wanted to get straight into some of the renderings and models that Blake has put together. So I will turn it over to him.
All right, thank you very much. So this is obviously a kind of an overview shot of the development. On the right side, Haynes Bridge. On the top of the page is Lakeview. The right-of-way, the drive into the site is at the bottom. And so just as a kind of a recap, there's a mixture of retail and food and beverage spaces. The long, thin building on the right-hand side is designated as retail. Building above it is leaning towards retail, but possibly food and beverage. And then the two on the left side are identified as food and beverage with a very nice connection to the existing green space.
So has that, I thought that top left building was gonna be like a grocer or something. Is that changed since, or is that still?
No, I think
the
that's still the idea that the target tenant would be to offer that as
a
part
small
of it.
grocer or something
Right.
of that, okay.
Yeah, no grocery carts or anything like a full
Okay.
grocer, but a neighborhood cafe and grocer type user.
So this is a view taken from the green space, which you can see in the foreground, looking towards the large food and beverage building, which features a rooftop deck. And so what we're doing with the materials is pulling straight from the existing development, the same palette, the same brick specs, the same black metal canopy structures and coping, and kind of playing off of some of the existing detailing, such as the shade structures that are on the green space right now. So you can see we're trying to create this very strong connection from the green space to these food and beverage buildings with the hardscape, with the landscape, and provide an opportunity for more specific outdoor dining for the future food and beverage tenant, as well as more public-leaning lounge and plaza space between the two buildings here. On the far right-hand side, you can start to see a glimpse of the stair that goes up to the rooftop. We felt like placing it there would be a strong visual connection between the green space, and you'll see in a later slide, it's also visible from the drive as you come into the site as well. The rooftop deck, we're going with we would love to have a lot of glass up here with the large black metal overhang that matches some of the similar detailing that's on the site. And it would be a fairly substantially sized rooftop deck as well that would have nice views onto the green space. This is a view from the drive into the site. So on the left-hand side, you can see a glimpse of the green space that we were just at. There's the stair that I mentioned. And then what we're doing on each of these buildings is the corners are become very heavily glazed so that we can provide a lot of visual connection for folks that are entering the site. So we have a very clear indication of what is going on here, what the tenants are, seeing a lot of action. This is also a view from the multifamily side looking towards these retail buildings. So we want to make sure that we're addressing that, making sure that each sides of these buildings are being addressed and very intentional. You can see the parking lots on the right-hand side, and then a glimpse of the rooftop deck above. This is moving into the public plaza space between the two food and beverage buildings. The larger one is here on the right. The smaller one that we mentioned as a grocer would be here on the left, which is slightly raised, about 2 feet above the rest of the development. And what we're trying to do here is create a nice, engaging public space that has a lot of shade, a lot of opportunity for seating. This is just off of the green space, so we feel like it'd be a good opportunity to, if a large group there or a family to have a chance to maybe grab some lunch or something from the grocer and take a seat and hang out during nice days. And you'll see in a later slide, this connection continues all the way through the site towards Haynes Bridge as well. So this is a view from Lakeview Parkway behind that grocery building, and this is one of the key areas from the previous hearing that we were asked to look at, where it felt like too much of the back of a building. And so what we did is a little bit more study on what the grade is back here, what the landscaping is, and so we feel like there's an opportunity to add substantial glazing on this backside so that it's not just a blank brick wall. We feel like with that and some added articulation of the fiber cement board cladding that's also on the site right now, we feel like that helps kind of address that specific question from the previous hearing.
Well, I'm sorry, Blake, get me oriented again. Is Haynes Bridge Road to our right or to?
It would be, that intersection would be far off to the left. So
to the
Lakeview is on the right side here, and this is the sidewalk for it.
Okay.
And the green space is just over that railing down there.
Okay.
So this is a slightly elevated view of the long retail building. So the drive into the site would be coming from the right-hand side of the image
So
here.
that's Haynes Bridge Road up there,
Correct.
kind of at the horizon.
Correct. Yeah, and so you can see a little bit more development in the detail and articulation here, utilizing the white brick, the metal canopies, and the large expanses of glass, and looking at the corners as well, making sure that those are heavily glazed to capture attention, and then also breaking up the facades between, varying between the brick and the fiber cement cladding. And so that's first glimpse of where that public plaza pathway continues between these two buildings towards that intersection. And we'll see that a little bit more clearly here in a second. So this is back on Lakeview, which is right here. And the intersection would be off to my left. So this would be kind of a street, from the car perspective of the buildings. And so this is one area from the previous hearing as well, in addition to that grocery building, which is in the distance. This corner here, so further study of the grading, we do have this part of the building is pretty heavily buried on that side, but we still feel like there's an opportunity to add a little bit of glazing, which we'll see in just a second. But we wanted to kind of show you guys, some of the landscaping and how that sort of plays into, and how we start to bring in this sort of public plaza here to capture some, make it not feel like the back of a building. So that's from the car perspective, and this is from the sidewalk perspective. So just zoomed in a little bit more closely, you can start to see where we've added a transom window. So we're about 7 feet up in grade on that back side of the building. So we're trying to get as much as we can up there. We feel like it's going to be a pretty long, stretched out window high up there in that space. But with the added articulation of the additional material, we feel like that helps, other than just a blank brick wall.
The dark material that's not, the wall material that's not brick, is that cement panels, metal panels? What is that other material?
It's a fiber cement cladding.
Fiber
yeah.
cement.
Mm-hmm.
And do you have
which is on the apartment building right now.
Okay. Do you have a sample of that with you?
We do not.
The color?
It's a dark charcoal.
What does that look like?
It's not 100% black, but it's not light gray.
Do you have a sample of that?
We do not. This is from Haynes Bridge. The intersection would be off the page to the right. So you can start to see that public plaza line that stretches through the site here. And one of the previous comments from the last hearing was about this facade in particular, because it is kind of oriented, or previously oriented as the back. So you can see we've added more glazing on the corners to really make it, and adding some front doors as well to make it feel like, the facade of the building just continues, into the public plaza, so it doesn't feel like the rear. And then this is a little bit zoomed in as you walk down towards that plaza. So the intersection would be up here on the image on the right. And this is a view between the two retail buildings here, showing that corner glazing and the public plaza that was in the site design package as well, just showing how that can be utilized, depending on the tenant and what the use is as well.
On the prior, maybe you're going to get to it in more detailed rendering, but on that same facade, there's, again, a dark section there.
Yep.
Are you going to get to that?
Yes.
Yeah, what's that? Yeah.
Whoops, sorry. Great question. So the idea right now is to, we've got that fiber cement cladding on the back because it matches the other side. It's kind of like the middle part of this building. Mm-hmm. But we have this idea of sort of having like a green wall where it's a combination of planters and a structure that climbs up the building, so that eventually some of that greenery will start to fold down over the edges and kind of soften that edge, so that you have brick on either side, but a very soft green spot right in the middle instead of just blank wall.
The planters would be, the outside of the planters is the cement panels as well. So it's all the material there is all cement panels, but you've made planters out of some of them. Is that the right way to do it?
Yeah, so good question. So we'd start with the cement cladding And then separate from that, on the outside, as an independent structure, would be this planting
Planters.
armature, if you
What would
will.
the planters be? What would that material be?
Probably be a steel. Yeah.
Would they be irrigated?
We would have to work with the landscape team on that, but I would imagine so, just to make sure that it, you know.
They'd have to be.
They'd have to be,
Yeah,
otherwise there's no way.
otherwise they're not. Blake, is there a drawing that you've gone through, and I know you've got this in your head, but you've labeled all these materials somewhere?
Yes.
Because I didn't see that in our packet.
Hmm?
I said I didn't see that in our package, but maybe I missed it.
No, I didn't see it either.
I mean, there's a color palette now. Where are all those materials on each of these buildings?
Yeah, I mean, there were drawings of the elevations, but the materials weren't called out on, you know.
Maybe you could do it on the rendering.
Yes. No, I'm backwards. All right. So it is a very simple palette. So we've got the white brick, we've got the fiber cement cladding.
Can you put that up and kind of point to those while you were telling?
So it's a primary combination between the white brick, the dark colored brick, which is on the food and beverage building, and then the fiber cement cladding. And then all the canopies and coping are the black aluminum, similar to what's on site there. And then the storefront is black
I mean,
as
is it
well.
really just three materials? Is that, there's the white brick, the cement panels, and then the metal for the canopies and everything?
And the dark color.
Oh, and
brick,
there's
yeah.
black brick on the one building.
Correct. Yeah, I'll flip back to that
One building had the black brick.
Yeah, it's kind of right at that upper level you can see here is where there's that transition. It's kind of like the railing.
The slide right before that one that you went that shows the court, what is the material that's on the top of that? Yes, what is that?
Yeah, so we have this idea of having a kind of a perforated black metal that provides just a little bit of shade. We don't want it to be something that's overwhelming and just a completely opaque panel. We want to have that natural light filtering through there, but also have an opportunity for it to not be overwhelmingly sunny. Because the plan is to have some trees and landscaping in there. We want to make sure that it gets plenty of sun throughout the day.
Have you?
Strips of it too, right? It's not a full piece.
Correct. Yeah. So we're just kind of the idea is to make it feel like an outdoor room, not just a covered patio or just a wide open space, kind of an in between.
Have you done that somewhere else on another one of your designs?
In some capacities, yes. I think the key to that is picking the right, messing around with the locations so that we make sure that there is going to be plenty of sun that gets to the landscaping as well. And also seeing, how the budget comes in, how much we can do there. And maybe it's just in critical areas like right over the tables only and everything else stays open. But also where we have sort of the public access paths, like entries to the building, that's where we would have the opaque covered canopy just to protection from the rain.
And this screening material, do you plan to have any plants or anything growing on it?
That is not planned for right now, no.
Okay. And will you have I guess you'll have some lighting out there? Will you have ceiling fans? Will you have?
Yeah, part of the site lighting package from the previous hearing had string lights running through this area.
Is it those lights you're showing right there?
Correct. Yeah. And those continue between the retail buildings as well in the smaller corridor, so it's the same approach.
You're not going to see this from the road, right?
It's,
I mean, this is
I don't,
very protected.
yeah, it's down and back. I don't think it's going to be very visible from the roadway.
Yeah, you might see it from the interior roadway, but not from Lakeview or Haynes.
Correct.
I like the idea. I think that I just kind of the devil's in the details, so to speak. So, I'm looking at Brett going, how do you know what's going to be the white brick, what's the dark brick, what's all the materials on this if you don't have a rendering to look at?
Well, it'll be on their construction documents.
Okay. So,
I wanted to clarify on is the brick pre-finished? Is it painted? Or is it white brick? Or is it black brick and white brick?
It's painted per the other buildings on site. The color was eider white.
Yeah.
Eider white.
So is the grout a different color? Or is you, because I know on the, I think we talked about this last time, right? On the residential buildings, they put up basically a red brick and it's just gonna be painted. Is that what you're doing here?
Yeah, that's the idea.
For both the white and the black?
Yeah.
Looks
We've
like-
got the Colonial Pipeline Building has integral black brick. It's a cast thin panel, just because you can't paint that.
Yeah, because you're,
Looks like your grout is different though.
yeah, that's why I was asking it.
Yeah, it is.
That's a,
And you look at the black brick right there, you've got a lighter grout in that.
Looks great.
Which looks, gives it character.
but if you just paint it, you're not gonna get that.
So you're not doing that then.
Are you proposing grout or no grout?
Well, the mortar, we're talking about the mortar color. So
Mortar.
is the mortar color gonna be is it gonna be painted too?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so everything's gonna be the same color.
It'll be blacked out, or will it be sort of grayish like that? You guys know?
If it's painted, it's all gonna be,
All
they're gonna
black?
spray it.
It's basically build a brick wall and paint it.
The mortar and the brick would be the same color.
But you could.
Yeah, you'd have to use pre-finished brick.
Yeah, you'd have to use block, right?
It adds so much detail.
It gives, well, and you even look at what's on our monitor right now, you look at the black brick.
But if it's precast and it's not painted, it could have a different color mortar.
Right, and I think kind of, potentially if it's in this limited capacity, for example, up here at this railing only, it could be that precast panels just because it's not the entire building, which is where we could pick up that light colored grout line in it.
Yeah, because I think on the residential buildings, I think we neglected to ask that question. I think the renderings look like this, and so we sort of presumed it was gonna look like that. So I was surprised when I saw it was red brick. I went, wait, I didn't remember it being red brick. Well, didn't realize it was being painted. So can you do the black brick? Can you get actually get a black brick and use a gray mortar?
Yeah, you can source it, it's significantly more cost.
Yeah, but you said it's a smaller section of the building.
Yeah, for an accent, absolutely.
I think it adds good detail.
Yeah, I mean, the white, I guess I guess I'm okay if the white is just painted. I mean, you're not gonna get a whole lot of contrast on that ground anyway.
No.
Is this the wall that we talked about, a mural, Brett? The signage? Are you guys considering a mural, maybe? I know we're not talking signage today, but are you considering a mural on that wall?
So we're painting a mural currently.
Okay,
Out in
awesome.
the central green, actually, that we went through the arts committee for.
Fantastic.
It'll be done in the next week, pending rain. We talked about a mural, and this would be just to make sure I'm aligned.
No, it's all right.
That'd be for this wall facing Haynes. We've talked about a mural. With these being speculative, not having a tenant and then painting a mural, we don't want to rule anybody out. There's a lot of opinions on that. We thought the custom green wall would be kind of a softening feature, something along Haynes that breaks up the building. It's also, it'd be a custom built planner feature. Yeah, even it got brought up with the mural in the central green with the townhome buyers. How would they feel about it? So it's, people can be funny about murals, depending on what the subject would be.
Yeah, it just looked like the black brick in what you're presenting today is only on the 6,000 building.
That's correct. Yep. On the upper portion
On
of it.
the upper portion.
And the 6,000 building is
It's the large food and beverage, this one, on the right side.
But it's only on the top, right?
I do want to note, these are still speculative. We have pre-leasing interest, which is good, but, tenants, we'll be back with tenants when lease a building and are gonna wanna paint the outside. So this is kind of a base palette for tenants to lease, and they'll have signage and paint color and new materials and accents.
How quickly are you looking to submit for permitting for these buildings?
We are in for our LDP.
Okay,
Just submitted. The goal is to deliver these roughly when the apartment buildings are wrapped up. Just as residents move in, we don't want to be right back building. So the goal is to submit in the next couple of months, roughly 6 months of construction. So we're looking next April would be
Okay.
ideal.
very good.
Just to make sure I didn't miss something, on this, you're also showing a metal seam panel, and you're showing a wood decking and soffit. Where is that on the building?
Good question. So the metal seam panel, that's the areas where we would have complete cover for entries. So right here where there's the walkway and entry doors over. And
Okay.
then same thing for, you can see for on this building. Over the exterior dining for the large food and beverage building, that's where the metal seam covering would be so that it's
Okay.
rain covered. And then the wood that you're seeing is picking up on the pedestal pavers on the rooftop. So there'd be that warm textured wood on that entire rooftop deck outside.
Is it under any of the soffits anywhere on the building?
Yes, it is. That view is. You can start to see it here,
thought I
the
saw it
underside of the
somewhere.
upper
Okay.
roof. So you get, once you're up there, you get some warm tones of wood, and then while you're up there, and you're also looking down onto the green space as well. This might be a better view of that rooftop. There you go.
The entry to Colonial Pipeline, the office building, also has the black metal panels and wood soffits.
Now, there's furniture. Are we going to have to look at the furniture? I mean, most of it's not visible from the roadways, right? So,
Until they put umbrellas up.
well, then there's that.
Yeah, there'll be soft seating in the central green and the outdoor dining area.
Yeah, and
All
the
the benches and trash cans and everything are per North Point overlay, but some of the soft seating will be.
Do you envision this area to be an open container area?
It is, yeah.
Or maybe it already is?
Yeah, the entire development.
Is open, okay, so,
So there's an amphitheater down at the lake, which is finished now, and it's an awesome space, so
okay.
our whole main roadway is.
what's the material on the dumpster enclosure?
It's what we did at Colonial Pipeline and some of our enclosures for the master development is a Trex composite wood. So we're just copying.
That's, is that just on the gate or is that the sides as well?
It's the gate.
And what are the sides?
We're planning I believe it's brick.
Right.
Yeah, brick to match pull off the materials from the buildings. And then we're gonna have an aluminum cover. And we also added, from last hearing, some landscape screening, because from Lakeview, you kind of look right at the top of that.
Yeah, I know that was a topic of discussion last meeting, was the looking down into the dumpster area. So
Right.
it looks like you put a roof on it then, or a canopy of some sort.
Right, yeah, and the idea with the landscaping is that it'll provide some height over time to screen that a little bit further.
Okay, so the thought is, the dumpster guy that comes in to take the trash away, does he roll the unit out from from the enclosure and then picks it up and dumps it? Is that how that works? Okay. Since it's got a roof on it now, obviously you can't.
Right.
That's what they do here at City Hall. The parking deck, they roll it out, pick it up, back out of the building, dump it.
Okay, all right.
And our landscaping permit plans that are submitted have changed those shrubs to evergreen, so they're about 6 feet tall. And
Okay, very good.
ideally, you don't see it from like.
And again, that's the best location for the dumpster compactor area.
We looked at a couple options, and this site is
I know.
extremely tight. We're up against the property lines on two sides, the road on one, and the central green's already built on the other, so it's.
Okay. And again, some of our concern too was on the Haynes Ridge Road side. Some of those buildings, that's kind of the back of the house of those buildings. just to make sure it doesn't look like the back of house.
Yeah.
Right.
You get the electric meters, you get the electric service, you gotta have it somewhere, but how do you make it disappear?
Right. You can see some address in that here with the landscaping, the idea for having like a kind of a screening hedge on that walkway to help out with that very question. But then, yeah, with the actual buildings, you can see that, before, I don't believe we had the glazing wrapping the corners in all buildings, but every corner has, kind of a 20-foot expanse of glazing that on each side that captures that, so that it's not just all the glazing on the parking lot side.
Right. And then the other thing we talked about with another applicant was, if you do have a restaurant, you've got a kitchen, you've got hoods.
Right.
Hopefully that goes through the roof and not through the wall.
Right, and that's what we've started preliminary planning on the large food and beverage space, where to that very point, kind of strategizing where that could come out through the roof and not through the side of the building out to the parking lot.
Okay, any other questions, comments? I guess, I mean, it would be nice to know where all the different materials are on the building. And
I think if it's detailed on the construction, they're gonna be able to see it. So are we opposed to any of the materials themselves?
I think we just need to make sure, I know we've talked about
Yeah, this is, I mean, we didn't see color samples or material samples or call-out diagrams. And I guess the question is staff comfortable if the renderings look fine. I think I understand where all the materials are and what it's gonna look like, but we'd want them to submit that to you for final approval.
Right, the thing, we saw the materials, so, we saw them earlier on, so it's the same materials, it's not changing them. If we
You
were-
mean from the residential?
Right,
From the
right, so if we
residential
were
development.
changing them, then, yeah, we would want to see those materials. But since they're the exact same, we saw them before, they're just
Yeah, I
moving them around the site, I think that's one thing. They'll have construction documents that'll show, where each particular material, and if they don't look pretty similar to these, then yeah, we would question that, but I think they'll.
And I guess we got the black brick's gonna be a little different, and there's gonna be a grout color. Maybe you want you to look at that before.
the mortar color. So
The mortar
yeah, the
color.
point
No,
of contention
you're saying
is,
grout,
all right,
mortar
so if we go with the black brick, now we're talking about not painting the mortar of the brick.
Right.
So it will be a different color than the black brick.
Did you guys,
So it
so
looks.
you agreed to doing black brick instead of painting? Did you just
So then
agree
it
to
looks
that, or-
like what's on that board you're holding, rather than just all black.
Yeah. Yeah, for that building. And we've got a mock-up for the apartment building on site now. So we need to document exactly what it's gonna look like. We've got it built.
Yeah, I think we just need to spell out.
Yeah, and I guess.
I almost think it'd be better to keep the same theme going, rather than have this teeny part of the overall site getting something different.
But I don't know that we knew that was gonna be completely painted.
But it is.
Your point it is.
So whether we
Well,
knew it or not
so-
back then, it is, and so that's what we're gonna get on these other buildings. Shouldn't we continue that, that same
So
thing?
we're continuing with our mistake.
Yep.
Well, because this would be, is this the last thing in this development for us? to-
This is the last in the
Yeah,
development.
so we, at your point, there'd be one little area that.
Yeah.
One little area.
That would
I
be
mean,
different, yeah,
I
I'm
would've
with you.
preferred that, but is it necessary to make them change? I don't think so.
I mean, you're still got brick and a grout line and stuff. The grout line is not gonna be colored different, but you're still gonna have texture and shadow and stuff like that, because it's,
If it was a full
you know.
building wall, that's a different story, but it's essentially an accent.
I disagree. That's got more character to it than just a painted wall.
Oh, it does for sure. It does for sure, right?
So, all right.
I guess I agree with the point that this would be one little piece of
Exactly.
this whole huge development where it's already painted black brick, so.
We're affiliated with the folks doing the multifamily building. I'm not involved though. I can find out what they're doing, because I don't know, to be honest. If it's just painted, I can get that spec.
I thought this was your development.
Well, we're involved, but no, we're also, I mean, we're motivated to make everything match. We don't control the townhomes, but I think their DRB, we reviewed, and it matches. We don't want kind of a one-off.
You don't want it to be different.
Yeah.
This may have already been covered and I just missed it. But for the restaurant, is the back of house stuff, like the trash and the empty kegs and all that, and the,
I can go through that for each building.
you know, the
actually.
grease,
How do you know about empty kegs?
yeah.
For the two buildings on the top of the page, the back of house is kind of in the corner facing the trash enclosure, which works pretty nicely. For this building, the restaurant's going to be on the right side, kind of center. There's not a great spot to put it there, but our thought is to put it facing the parking lot. That's the most back of house. Our internal parking lot is kind of the most back of house for that building, because it's heavily integrated with the central green, and we don't want it on the main road.
So they're gonna come out and put their empty kegs and their big trash thing to haul over there, and it's just gonna be sitting there in view, or is it?
So this is where the utility meters will come in, their gas meter and electrical meters. They have a door on the top right. Well, they'll wheel out, and there's a ramp to the trash.
Right, but is it gonna be hidden from view at the parking lot, or when people pull in that parking space, are they gonna be looking at 6 empty beer kegs sitting out there waiting for the beer guy to come pick them up?
Yeah, so we're gonna control the entire trash protocol through their lease and our management company.
Well, that's not trash though. They don't throw away kegs. The beer guys come and pick them up.
Yeah.
So they're just gonna be sitting there for everyone to see.
Well, I think.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, we'd put a screen. Right now, there's nothing.
Mhm.
As soon as we get a tenant that builds out the inside, we understand exactly their operation. We've been in talks with one where we would build a kind of a screen wall you're looking at some sort of screening and not, the door with trash bags sitting
Okay.
on. So we don't have that information without a restaurant user to say, what they want their operation to be. But we do not want it completely visible.
Because, I mean, a lot of them have, the tanks to hold the old grease and all
Right.
that stuff. And,
It's probably
gotta-
gonna be really similar to Avalon, where everything's contained, and if the tenant can't contain it, then the tenant can't come. Be my guess.
Okay.
And we have an operator that's experienced with retail, but from trash pickup to deliveries, I mean, it's gonna have to be least controlled.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I would imagine if you had that kind of stuff laying around out there, the other tenants would be complaining.
Mhm.
'Cause it would
Well,
look-
City
it would
Center
look-
has it.
It would look awful.
City Center has people leaving her.
So, all right, so if you're comfortable with, okay, we know what the materials are because we've seen them before, was your point. We just need to know exactly where they are in the building. You'll compare them to these renderings, and as long as that's close. The planter wall is something maybe you need to see more detail on how that's gonna work.
Yeah, that'll definitely be something that'll be a engineered design kind of thing, and,
And-
it may end up being like the Avalon wall, at Apple,
Right.
Which looks great, by the way, kind of thing. So I think that's pretty easy to let,
Yeah, so then that's the only thing, right? We're pretty good, except the planter wall details need to go to staff for approval, and it needs to be irrigated.
Yeah.
and that may be a sculptural or some review.
Yeah, we'll get something, in there where we'll.
Okay, before any motions are made, is there any public comment about this application? Any public comment? No public comment, okay. All right, if somebody wants to craft some,
It's just elevation
so let's see,
materials,
we've got,
Planters to staff, it must be irrigated.
right? Reviewed. Okay.
we already did the site plan,
plan.
we already did landscaping, so now we're on the exterior
And
elevation.
The materials need to be stated out, or that's just a given?
That'll kind of be a given, because they'll get the construction diagrams, and if it doesn't match what we looked at, then
Okay, regarding DRB 230015, I move that we approve the elevation and materials presented and the planter wall shall be subject to final approval from staff. And a motion.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Mr. Owens. Now sounds like there may be some discussion.
No, it was just, I mean, Brett, you know, since, I think it's covered, subject to final approval by staff, it needs to be irrigated, right? You'll make sure it's irrigated.
I still like the non-painted black brick.
I know.
It just gives it more character.
Well, I do too. It was just, I kind of agreed with, though, it's just this last little piece.
And we've got an opportunity.
And frankly, it's interior facing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any other comments or questions about the motion on the floor? All right, there being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? 1 opposed. Motion passes 4-1. Okay, very good. Thank you for your time this morning. Perfect. Okay, we're getting close to lunch hour, or lunchtime. But I think we can squeeze one more in here before we.
Cooler?
Yes.
Come in quick.
So let's, next applicant is the Cooler Trampoline Park. You're here, so come on down, please. We'll get Miss Rhodes back into our meeting. And then we'll hear from the Cooler. So, yeah, we're doing, okay. Yep. All right, bear with us a minute while we get our design review board members back. I think one of them was going to find the other one, so. Okay. Cooler. Now we're gonna lose you.
Keisha, we're gonna need my thing here.
Oh, mine has too. Mine's been, yeah. So stretch your legs. Yes. All right. All right, bear with us here just a minute.
Here, and see what they're seeing.
All right, so you guys are all plugged in, ready to go?
It's me.
Oh, it's you, okay, all right.
Yeah, do you have anything on your screen?
No. Okay, all right, hang on just a minute, we're getting, okay. I think I'll tell you what, we can go ahead and get started. We have a quorum. Richard will join us momentarily, so let's, all right, let's go ahead and get going with the next applicant, and that's Cooler Trampoline Park. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning.
If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourselves, and then give us an overview of what's in our packet today, please.
Certainly. My name is Will Bethel. I'm representing Schrader Architects.
I'm Lee Richardson, landscape architect.
All right, good. Welcome this morning. Okay. Give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Okay, so our project would be to screen some RTUs. We've got, due to the nature of the improvements on the interior, the remodel, we need more cooling loads. We can't use what's there. It's not constructed for that. And we can't put them on the roof because it wouldn't support them. So our best location was along the side of the building. And there was some concern about screening those condensing units. Now, our little hiccup is we only have 10 feet of space between the building and a retaining wall. The units have to be 2 feet off that wall, and they're shy of a foot wide, or a yard wide, 3 feet. So there are also 3 exits that at the back, and we spoke with the fire marshal, and as long he was okay with still having the exit out the back as long as there was a walkable surface connecting them. Over the years, it's kind of grown up back there, and so what we're proposing is a 4-foot wide sidewalk running the length of the building with a 4-foot high wood fence oriented horizontally, as you can see in the overall. And then there would be 1 foot at between the fence and the retaining wall edge. So the fence would run.
I'll tell you what, it looks like one of your drawings has just come up on our monitors. I don't know whether it's on the, so we can now see kind of what you're describing or
So
trying.
this will be your existing with the proposed.
Okay, so that's the existing elevation we're talking about, and those are some of that top picture are the exit doors you were referring to about by the fire marshal. Okay.
That is correct.
So now you're putting in like 10 condensing units or how?
It's more like 13 to 15.
13 to 15.
Okay,
condensing
13 to 15 condensing units.
Correct.
Along that wall, okay? So we got to figure out some way to kind of hide them. You got some landscaping there already along that wall.
We do. It is in a state that it needs to be cleaned up. So we're proposing pulling back, trimming the trees back to right at 5 feet off the building. So then we do have room for the walkway where it will be unimpeded.
They look like they're right against the building.
They're up against, yeah.
Is that
This is
just an illusion of the picture? Or?
See my picture. That's yesterday.
Yes, the existing landscaping is very close to the building.
Yeah, I was wondering if you're going to have to take that out to fit the sidewalk and the fence.
Not that we can.
Well, you have a fence up there. There's a fence there today, right? But it's a,
Yes,
it's
and
a
it's
chain
in-
link fence, right?
But it's on the wall. Or it's right there at
At the retaining wall.
The landscape architect says the theory is to try to keep the existing landscaping there.
All right, there's enough space then. Huh, for... Okay.
Yes, because we have almost right at 5 feet between the building and the edge of the sidewalk. 4-foot sidewalk, and then there was talk about putting some shrubbery in front of, between the fence and the wall. Unfortunately, the way that the wall is constructed, they have fabric, geofabric, that ties the wall back into the built-up ground. And that top level doesn't allow any planting to root, essentially. It's, 6 inches below the surface of the ground. So the fence would wrap.
I'm sorry, go. Sure. Why don't we go to the drawing, the proposed location of the fence and the, okay.
Certainly. All right, if you look at the second from the top, the red dashed line would be where our fence would go. Currently, there is a chain link fence there, and our fence would be in the same line as that chain link fence. There was also a request to screen the rear gates, and then those would be treated with the same wood to match the existing fences and what will be the screen wall fence. I do have a sample. So this would be the fence. It is Sherwin-Williams iron ore. It's kind of a dark gray color.
Did we have a start of that fence already from the
Yeah, at
what
the
was
studio.
done on the corner?
Yeah.
Okay. It does look like you are taking some of those plants out. It says wild mimosa removed. There's a couple of those, but then everything else is staying.
I'm a little confused. Are you?
Look like there's enough room.
2 slides over?
I just took this picture yesterday.
They also
There.
put these in here. Did you see these?
Yes.
I don't
That very first top left, I mean, that evergreen is right next to the wall.
Those would be trimmed back,
Back which way?
back towards the building.
Oh, so the sidewalk is coming in front of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
The sidewalk's out at the wall edge.
Out at the wall.
Here's-
So there's
Right,
still
there's-
landscape strip in there.
Right, there's about a 5-foot,
Here's part of the other challenge, though, is the condensing units that they're putting in there need air around them. And so they can't be planted next to landscaping. So I think they're gonna have a bigger challenge finding, if they're keeping the landscaping, these kind of, and I took a picture yesterday, and now that they've leafed out, there's a lot more vegetation there. So I think they're gonna have some challenges of making sure those condensing units are actually efficiently working with the landscaping that they're keeping.
Yeah, there's a lot of landscaping there. There's enough room for 15 units without taking that landscaping, without affecting that landscaping?
a lot of that, the landscaping are, for lack of a better word, trash trees. So those would be removed. And then our, nicer specimen trees would remain.
So, can you, on this one, can you tell us which of these is staying and which is going?
Which are trash and which are, that's a new term. Richard, is trash trees, is that?
Gotta
is
write
that
that
a-
one down. Or do we have to
Here,
say?
which ones are, what do you think would go and stay?
Let's see. Yeah.
Those are all crates, right, in the middle?
Got a variety of arms. I would say this, so there's a volunteer right in here. It's coming out. It would probably, it's possible you could thin out every other one of the crepe myrtles to be able to allow some space in there and allow them to fill out better.
I think it'd be, my opinion would be to leave the corner, get rid of the evergreens, make the crepe myrtles better, if they can get pruned structurally correctly and, make them grow better, get rid of, like you said, the volunteers that are in here and the stuff. I think that keeps all your leafing up,
So all those evergreens are going.
That'd be my thought.
But what is that? Because in the packet, it just says the wild mimosas. Right?
Yeah, the wild mimosas, which are these little volunteers that are coming up down there.
Say that again, I'm sorry, Brett.
It's those little volunteers that are coming up. You see them just,
Yeah.
There's one underneath this corner tree and there's one beside. So it's that lower leafed stuff that's, that would also, as Chairman Kramer said, be problematic for the HVAC unit. So if you get rid of that stuff that's not supposed to be there anyway, just leave the crepe myrtles the way they are, because they're kind of set in two patterns with two trees on the ends.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know where, it'd be my thought, just, let them get rid of the evergreen stuff that's in there.
Yeah, and those are right up against the building.
Yeah, and it's gonna be problematic for the building if, it's,
Well, and then the landscaping that's going to be put on this hill will help.
yeah, and the
Screen that as
fence
well.
at the front and all that.
Yeah,
so-
because the fence is going to block out anything.
It's gonna
low
block out
anyway.
anything low, so
Yeah.
really all you're gonna see is the tops of the
Mhm.
trees and the crepe myrtles anyway.
And then you have this random evergreen that doesn't match the other evergreens.
What are those trees on the ends? Do we know what those are?
The hollies?
Do we have a better shot?
They're-
We're not positive.
No.
It's a multi-stem something.
So
Right
the
there.
two,
It's-
basically on one it says Yukon holly on their diagram at one end.
Okay, yep.
I'll tell you what, it takes up that whole bay. I'm looking at the picture I took yesterday. It fills in this picture doesn't do
It
justice.
covers the door even.
Yeah, from what,
Actually, that, it looks totally different. 'cause
Might need
these
some
are
trimming.
oh my God, I mean, it's literally 30 feet wide. You don't even see the door. You don't even see the pair of doors with the,
But even here, you don't see the leaves, because those are all filled out on yours.
yes.
Well, they'll have to trim that out or something to get the doors back open or, something, because those are exit access, so it's not gonna be able to be hanging over.
It hasn't been trimmed in a long time.
A major haircut. All right, let me ask this question. We were just, because we saw the cooler, we saw you all, not necessarily you, but somebody representing the cooler, late 2021, early 2022, and they were gonna landscape that entire strip that's between your access road and West Side Parkway.
Correct.
And in looking at the picture on our screen right now, that's not been done. Is that in the plans to be landscaped?
It is.
Okay, that we approved back in January of 2022?
Yes. We do have some updated landscape plans.
You can put them on that overhead over there.
Okay.
Showing that.
Because that'll certainly help soften this.
Focus on there too. That's a button, autofocus button down here.
Our screens don't show that screen now.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, sir. All right, so what's being handed out now, which shows that island area between Westside Parkway and your fire lane, this is what you're proposing
Correct.
to? Okay.
That's correct. So, the main thing with this, everything that's at the front end, at the entrance, it pretty much shows the existing landscape that's in there, which is a mixture of some lower pedalum, a few arborvitae that are small, probably emerald, and then there's kind of a few smaller trees right at the entrance itself. There's some spotted areas, so we're gonna try to fill in some of the gaps with some juniper and some other low story, just to give a clean edge. And then because there's this is underneath a power line, we've deferred to the list, which is accepted by Georgia Power, and they defer to the Athens-Clarke County list. So we've used those plants as part of it. So all of the species of trees that are used. So what we've tried to do is mass the trees. It's a combination of deciduous and evergreen. And also we wanted to have a sense of sort of movement throughout. So there's a lot of ornamental grasses that are used kind of as a drift going through, and then other pockets in the middle area, which I can point in this area right here, there's a big power pole. And so we're using Cyananthus around the base of it with some low plantings. And then the ornamental grasses will then drift and go up and down the slope, so it's not one continuous mass of planting. The trench mortar pad in here, we've got different layers of flowering trees, some evergreen, variety of different things to try to give you some layers of massing through there. And then in here, we're mostly using, one of the allowed on the species list is a saucer magnolia, but we're using a merle magnolia. It's a little bit more compact. Tend to like it in terms of its health a little better. And then in here, we're also adding in some more of the arborvitae. And here we're using hats, which is not the emerald, which is at the center, so it gets a little bigger. So again, we're trying to create some sense of movement throughout there, interest with different flowering shrubs, and then the ornamentals, I think will give you, ornamental grass, I think will give you a nice feeling of drift and motion, and that's very much what we're doing.
All All right, thank you for that. So that, you're proposing to do this as part of this application that we're
That's
seeing
correct.
with the condensing units and the sidewalk that's happening near the building there, okay? All right. Is there I'm gonna ask this question, I'm not sure, I don't know is there an opportunity to take some of the landscape material that you're proposing for this island area and put that into the smaller, where the condensing units are going? To make
Have
it,
not looked at that, but that's something we can look at.
to make it compatible, or at least try to pull.
To feel like you're extending it to the other level.
Of course, I know you've already got, there's already existing stuff there, so
Yeah,
I
it'd
don't.
have to be tall enough to see over the fence too.
I guess that's, yeah.
Now, there's another transformer on the left side, is that, I guess you've got that little box there.
There's a right
Okay.
at this existing,
Yeah,
where the
okay.
existing plantings are. There's there's a utility vault in there, and I don't remember seeing an exposed transformer. There's a transformer pad in this corner right here.
It's just
It's
a
visible.
vault.
It's on the pictures that you've seen.
Oh, that's at the other end. Yeah, that's at the other end. Yeah, they're talking about this end now.
I know,
The
but I'm-
vault's down here.
Oh, I know, but I was talking about this
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
And that's being covered in, right here.
No,
Yeah.
this is, okay, unless I'm totally confused, this is,
That's the upper end. So that's on this, that's right there.
that's there.
Right, so turn this around. Okay. So that's where that big exists.
So that's the big one, and there's not one over here. This
No,
is
there's
a
just
vault, there's a
it's just
vault. Okay,
It's just a concrete
I got you.
pad that
Thanks
looks
for
like.
turning me upside down.
Just stand on your head.
You gotta get on the trampoline, Frank.
I told the client once, you're looking at it wrong, he didn't appreciate that.
So, it
Okay.
looks like now you're gonna, like, if you're looking at the building, if you're standing on the west side, so that far exit door is staying, the existing one, right? And then,
All right, let's go back to, can we go back to where you were the floor plan?
Yeah,
Holly, or the site plan that we were, just to talk about the door.
well, I'm just saying, because it looks like the second one, so that one that's here on the left, on the top photo, that's staying where it is.
The pair
correct?
of double
doors?
doors, those, yes.
And then that one that's in the middle is being moved, it looks like, to the left a little bit. So
Is it?
right in the middle of those crepe myrtles.
I don't think it can move.
It says on this plan, it says new exit door, move existing.
All right, hold on, let me get back to that.
In fact, two
Because
of
then you
them,
can't keep
two-
those crepe myrtles.
two of them say that, new exit
Yeah,
door. move
looks like you have
existing.
two new exit doors right where the crepe myrtles are.
Oh, I missed that then.
We just missed it there. It's just not
I
showing.
wonder if it's not moving much, because they're showing the crepe myrtles on the diagram.
I know, that's why I'm confused, because you can't have crepe myrtle right in front of the door.
New exit door, move existing, okay, all right. I did.
Is that not what y'all see? I mean, am I making that up?
So you're moving those doors?
Two, there's three exit doors there. One, two.
Correct. So that, the wall elevation isn't showing the left doors. For some reason, it didn't. The one that says proposed sidewalk and fencing, that for some reason didn't pick up those doors there. Those are staying. And then the next set is moving. But it looks like it's moving to, that the four crepe myrtles or five are gonna stay. It's right there where the,
Crepe myrtles are.
Yeah, the one in the middle's flanked by two sets of those evergreens that we said were coming out.
yeah, and it looks like that door is what's moving to the left some.
It looks like there should be enough room unless it moves a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious, like,
It moves.
Looks like there'll still be, the crepe myrtles will still be there, it looks like.
So they're moving it
Left.
left, but so I think that's where the crepe myrtles are,
It shows it in panels, and it
Yeah.
shows the door right where the crepe myrtles are.
the downspouts.
yeah, that's what I was wondering, if those things are the
I
downspouts.
don't know.
See on the bottom, those, those, looks like those are the downspouts that are being called out. so it would be,
Can you guys tell us the answer to this question? Where are the doors moving in relation to these plans,
All right, on the,
oh, there's that middle one.
rather than us trying to guess?
sure, on that sheet, if you look at the part layout plan, the leftmost door would be the,
All right, who's got the pointer so you can,
Well, this middle section tells you where they're going.
New
right there.
exit door, it shows it. That's
That
right
middle
where the-
section.
That's right where the crepe myrtles are.
if you look in the middle, there's
It
the
moves a lot.
Unless
CU 2, 3, 4, 5. Those
One, two,
Existing,
three.
new.
two circles
Yeah, right in the middle.
are down the road labeled as CM. Those are the crepe myrtles.
Okay, so is it gonna be to the right of the crepe myrtles? Maybe the drawing right beneath it isn't quite accurate of where it's gonna be.
Right,
So it's gonna be to the right, they're probably gonna take out those evergreens,
right,
put the doors there? Okay.
right.
Well, this
That's
middle,
okay.
this middle drawing,
Yeah.
it just says proposed sidewalk and fencing elevation overall, does not indicate that.
But it indicates there's 3 crepe myrtles. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actually. And then it's. to
Look
the
at the
right.
plan right above
Not
that.
according to this drawing. It's-
Look at the plan right above that.
On the top here.
So then these two
So
plans
it's got
don't
the,
match.
it's got the units, it's got the CMs, which are called the crepe myrtles. It's got the sidewalk showing. That's the plan.
Okay, well then those two plans don't match.
Yeah, they don't match up.
So which one are you proposing of the two? The top one?
Yes.
The part elevation?
Part elevation, and that matches with the proposed sidewalk and fencing elevation overall. That's essentially just a little
So the
enlarged.
middle one is not.
So the top one is in, the middle one is
That
enlarged.
There's one other one.
The next one down is not,
One else
so that's
is
why it
just-
makes it look like the doors are in different
Leland
places.
Cypress is what they're
Oh,
showing.
But essentially they're in
Leland
the same.
Cypress.
Yes.
But that's not a Leland Cypress.
Okay. Everybody clear?
no.
Well, I think we just go back to what we said, which is the crepe myrtles stay, the evergreens come out.
There you go.
The two
Yeah.
trees on the end stay, and if it's not that, then
Then they have to come back.
I guess, yeah.
Right.
What does DS stand for?
Those are the
Downspouts.
downspouts.
Oh, okay.
Got the Leland Cypress, I guess we have. Okay,
And that retaining wall is kind of in need of power washing, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Let's do that as part of this.
That was supposed, I think we also asked for that on the last.
The, I know we're kind of jumping around, but on the landscaping plan, I mean, one of our landscape architects who's not here today usually asks the question as to whether all these plantings that are under the trees are going to be able to tolerate the shade of being under those trees.
well, let's ask our other landscape architect.
Yes, we do have one.
I'm just filling in for Pat with the question. I don't know the answer.
Yes, I feel very comfortable that they will be.
Because what's under there? There's hollies, it looks like.
We've used a variety of things underneath. Some are less light. You're also not gonna have, one of the things about this, it's such a wide open area that you're gonna have light coming in from so many different angles that I'm not worried that you're gonna have overly dense shade and it's gonna shade out what's down below.
So in order to have plants, because those are magnolias you're showing along there, right? In order to have plants under a magnolia, you'd have to trim.
But they're
up.
they are deciduous magnolia.
Right.
And they're a little bit more open and.
Yeah,
they
I'm just
allow-
used to magnolias kind of grow right, the branches kind of grow right down to the
They're
ground.
fairly low.
Unless you trim them up.
This is a good tree selection. These guys, a tree that we don't use enough of. They are open branch, they have larger leaves, and they are deciduous.
Yeah, but you'd have to trim the branches up off the ground to put shrubs underneath of it, right?
It's an upright kind of tree.
Yeah?
It's a whole different.
Oh, it's different than what I'm thinking of. Don't think magnolia.
There's miniature magnolias.
It's not a southern magnolia.
This is a whole different kind of magnolia, okay.
The saucer magnolia, which is on the species list in the Athens-Clarke County, is what I grew up calling a Japanese magnolia, or Japanese tulip tree.
Yeah, right.
The ones that come out really early. The Merrill is very similar, different, more of a lighter color bloom. But they are multi-trunk, so we do have multi-trunk trees, but they are a little more open. As as Richard's saying, they're a little more open, they're a little
Okay.
more.
Okay.
And where the transformer is, we're using a chase tree, which is it's a small, compact tree. And the plantings underneath typically can handle a variety of light. It's not gonna get so dense that
Okay.
it's not gonna be as if you've got oaks over it.
These are great trees.
Okay.
There's one by Avalon. This is a great tree.
Which one?
Whatever you have pulled up on our screen.
A saucer magnolia.
Oh, you guys are seeing that?
That is beautiful.
Yes, we can see
Yeah.
what you're doing.
We can see it all.
Sorry.
Yes.
That's great.
Yeah, I was curious because I had one of these at my last house, and I thought somebody told me it was a tulip tree. And so when you said tulip tree, but you were saying saucer magnolia, I'm like, wait a minute, what am I looking at? So I didn't realize that you guys were seeing it, but yeah.
The southern definition of it was a Japanese tulip tree, and it's not, it's a saucer magnolia.
Saucer magnolia.
Merrill magnolia and a saucer magnolia are the same tree?
No, they're not the same tree. They're, species is a little bit different.
Cousins.
But it's called a Merrill magnolia, named after Dr. Merrill, who discovered it. And it is, saucer tends to be more in a sort of a lavender purple, and the Merrill tends to be lighter with a little bit of a rose color accent.
We've officially gone in the
But we're
weeds.
doing Merrill
right.
magnolia, not a saucer magnolia.
Yes, yes.
And what you've kind of got winding between there is the muley grass.
Ornamental grass. Using muley grass, it's tough. I'd rather use something more like Carl Forster, but I don't think the heat, it's gonna hold up as well. I use them a lot in Midwest and a lot of other areas to get big drifts. But the idea is to have a sort of, we wanna create a sense of movement on the hillside, so it's not just one planting all down through there.
All right. I notice you're re-siding with Bermuda between the sidewalk and the street.
Just between the curb and the
street.
sidewalk.
Okay, good.
Okay. Let's go back to the north side where the gates are gonna be placed, or the swinging gates. All right, yeah, to the left there. You said that's gonna be made out of the same material as the fence, screen fence, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then how far will that continue? I'm looking at this picture. How far will that continue to the left of this screen? Because I know that fence, that chain link fence then turns and runs back or parallel to the back of the building as well.
That I am unclear on.
I would say it's probably gonna end at the corner.
So we'll have chain link fence coming into,
Yeah, because that's really close to the property line right there.
yeah, it
So,
is.
Yeah,
It
I don't think it was an intent to turn it and go up the property line. I think it was just to get the gates right there.
It's just the gate you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, and I think there's a little bit of chain link fence between the end of the gate and the corner of the fence, and then that runs back, so you.
Yeah, I think we could get that whole
Yeah,
little
that
thing.
whole-
that's the
that-
intention, is that entire fence would wrap around, return back to the building there, and then the gates along where that sees on the upper picture. On
Okay.
the
So it's
left.
facing west side.
So it would probably be better on, if I can get this picture. He's talking about on this edge over here,
Look,
there's a little bit of room before it turns and goes up the property line. So can we let's do it all the way from the building to where it turns and goes up the property
the
line.
whole west side
Yeah.
parkway.
Then, the whole west side parkway then gets the fence.
Yes.
And,
Yep.
and just to be clear from when we get into the motion, so we can have the discussion now, this is actually on the east side
Yes.
of the building, which is
Yes.
not obvious. Okay.
Let me
But if you
raise a
look at it,
question. Teresa raised a question about the sidewalk that's just above the wall, where you have the crepe myrtles between the sidewalk and the building. What is your width of that sidewalk? Did you say it was 4 feet?
Yes, the sidewalk is 4 feet wide.
Is it possible to make it less so that you're going to give more consideration to keeping those trees there?
The only issue would be the egress capacity from those exit doors. I would think the 48 would be probably about as small as, or as narrow
Yeah.
as we would want to go.
Can you pull the sidewalk all the way back to the edge of the wall? Inside edge?
The problem with that is the way that the cap of the wall is
Sure. Yeah, it's a
supported
gravity.
from the ground.
It's a gravity wall, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting, you look at the, I'm looking at the very bottom plan, overall plan. The far left pair of doors come out, you have to have a minimum exit capacity, but then it joins up with the second set of doors, so that exit capacity has to get a little wider, so that, I think what we're trying to do is make the sidewalk as narrow as possible, but still meet the fire marshal or code intent.
Correct.
Because it actually may have to start getting wider and wider.
Well,
Follow
and
me,
we
'cause-
had spoken to the fire marshal
Okay.
about this, and he was okay with the 4-foot sidewalk all the way down.
Okay.
That would meet the capacities.
I think, yeah, if we can make that.
I think I got it.
I had a question. Did the fire marshal say it had to be a sidewalk or another
It's called
option
a-
of walkable
A
surface?
walkable surface.
But not necessarily a concrete sidewalk?
Correct. However, the grades and the unevenness of the soil right there throws a wrench into the requirements for accessible paths.
I think
Yeah, I
where
think ADA
Ms. Rhodes
has
may
to
be
be.
going is we just saw, if you guys were here for that Will's Overlook where they had the structural mulch path through the middle. If the fire marshal would accept that to be better for the landscaping up there, would you guys do that instead of concrete?
I would think, but like if you're there and you need, grandma's taking you, and you have to.
Well, and that could be,
ADA,
you got ADA too, and I don't know.
'Cause those are
Let's-
emergency exit doors, yes?
Maybe the board could leave it to these guys to, we want as least concrete as we can get. Also, something came up in our staff meeting, we gotta stay under 1,000 square feet, otherwise you gotta do an LDP.
Okay.
So if we can keep the concrete down as little as possible, go to either more of a mulch or some other type of surface. Is that kind of what you guys are trying to do? Yeah.
Yeah, but I can see where the fire marshal's coming from. A concrete surface is, you don't need to maintain it necessarily, it's there forever.
Yeah.
You start getting into, never mind. We're good. All right. Okay, before we have any motions proposed, are there any public comments about this application this afternoon? Any public comment? All right, no public comment.
All right,
All right,
let's give
so
this
we
a
can-
shot. This one's a little complicated.
You want a landscape?
All right.
Proposal first?
I was gonna, unless you're gonna do changes to landscape, I was gonna wrap it all together.
Go for it. Yeah.
No
go.
changes, right, really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, regarding DRB 230028, the Cooler Trampoline Park. Motion to approve the new fence proposed along the retaining wall and the landscaping along West Side Parkway with the following conditions. Applicant will remove the evergreens and mimosas that are against the building, but keep the crepe myrtles and the trees that are on each end. Applicant will power wash the existing retaining wall. Applicant will add solid gates and fence on the east end of the building facing West Side Parkway to replace the existing chain link. New fence will match the fence on the top of the retaining wall in materials. And applicant may replace the sidewalk at the top of the retaining wall with mulch if desired and allowed by the fire marshal. And the motion.
I second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Owens. Any questions or comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. All right, gentlemen, thank you for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. It is 12:30. The board is going to take a 30-minute recess. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock, and then the next applicant we will hear at 1 o'clock is the Brixmore Operating Partnership. So we'll look forward to seeing you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, yes. And if anybody wants Dunkin' Donuts for lunch, there's plenty of donuts and coffee if you would like those. They're down here at the front table. Okay, let's go ahead and end our recess and get started with our next applicant this afternoon, Brixmore Operating Partnership. So they're here. Looks like they're getting their package downloaded.
Do you want to drive it from up there? So move my iPad to the center and let them use it. Yeah. That's that thing, yeah.
Okay, we're all set. All right. Welcome. Good afternoon. If you will make sure you speak into the microphone this afternoon, introduce yourselves, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet, please.
Hi, my name's Jennifer. I'm representing Cooper's Hawk. I'm here to talk about the brand and Cooper's Hawk as a company, and then I'm going to pass it off to our architects and designers about the building. So Cooper's Hawk founded back in 2005. I'm just gonna, can you see the slides?
We can.
Okay, good. This is Lauren Williams. I'm here on her behalf. She had a family emergency, so couldn't make it. And Dan Bernatek from RA Group Architects, our architects. This is Tim McHenry. He's our CEO and founder. He had a vision way back in his 30s that he'd love to have a place where he can enjoy fine wines, pair it with some amazing food, and have it encompassed all in one place, kind of like a brewery, if you will. And there was nothing around in that capacity, so he created one. And it's been an explosion ever since. Our first location was in Orland Park, Illinois, where he grew up, and had a great community behind him to help him create this first location. And then after that, it was Wheeling and on and on and on in Illinois, and then expanded across the country. We do have over 500,000 wine club members right now. The first wine club member database existed on a Rolodex, so that's where we started, and where we're at now is kind of a crazy trip. We have an amazing food program. Our meals are created by our chef, Matt McMillan. There's a couple different menus that you can choose from when you come to the location. We have a life balance menu that's for the calorie conscious. We have a full gluten-free menu for anyone watching their gluten intake and food allergies. And all of our menu items are seasonally inspired. We also have some chef recommendations that change out every month to give just a little bit more variety to our menu. Our wine program. All of our wines are exclusively made for Cooper's Hawk. We source grapes from all over the country. We have about 50 plus varietals, and our wine of the months are always different and always changing. So once that wine of the month is gone, there is no more of that wine, and a new one is created next month. Those are sold exclusively to wine club members. And I mean, as you can see, so many awards for all of the wines we've created thus far. Our tasting room, so this is kind of what makes us different than most restaurants, well, all restaurants anyway. When you walk in, we have a Napa Valley style inspired tasting room where you can come in, you can taste all of the wines that we make. We have wine tastings that you can go, it takes you through 8 different wines. You can choose red, white, sweet, whatever floats your boat. It's where our wine club members come in to pick up their wine of the month. They can do a taste of it. If they don't like it, they can choose to swap out with a wine that they prefer. It It's a fun place to have a quick gathering without having to have a sit-down meal with everybody, or you can just transition from the tasting room right into the dining room or bar area and have a complete, dinner. Our company growth, this slide's actually out of date right now. We just opened 2 more locations, actually 3. We have 55 locations now, with a couple more coming this year in Surprise, Arizona, Algonquin, and Middleton, and hopefully a couple more in Florida by the end of the year as well. Site impact. Every location we open, we employ about 150 people. We do use local vendors, so local, obviously liquor vendors, local produce vendors come to our rescue and supply us. 4,000 to 5,000 guests per week. I've spent 24 hours in your town, and it's so lovely. And the energy in this downtown area was just amazing. I can imagine that that number would probably increase in a town such as Alpharetta. It's really, really great place to be. And again, our largest wine club in the country, so over 500,000 members. And then that's it. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll pass it on.
Thank you, Jennifer.
My name is Dan Bernatek. I'm with Aria Group Architects. We're the architecture firm. We've done probably close to 45 of Cooper's Hawk restaurants so far to date. So I'll walk through kind of the design and the floor plan and the plans.
I'll tell you what, Dan, just to get us oriented, maybe we start with the site plan. Can you do, who's responsible?
Sure.
Okay, or if you can
well,
do that.
We have our architectural site plan? Or?
Okay. Just kind of get us oriented where the site is and location and all
Sure,
that.
sure.
Okay, perfect.
So on the screen right now is our site plan. Our overall building square footage is about 10,800 square feet. To the north is North Point Parkway, and we've located our patio kind of on that prominent corner to capture some of that energy that Jen was talking about. So then our entry is facing towards the parking lot, towards the east, patio like we talked about, and then back of house, service yard is more towards the parking areas, towards the south of the building. That's just some utilities that we have. And then the general overall floor plan, just to kind of walk you through our floor plan. From the entry, we enter right into the tasting bar area. We have carry-out, checkout directly to the right, so anybody can just walk right in, grab, and go. Walking through the retail to get to the host stand. A bar directly behind the host stand, and then as you turn right towards the dining room, everybody walks by the Barrel Reserve wine. It's one of their signature wines that they have. Then walking into the dining room, there is also 2 private dining rooms that can either be one large private dining room or 2 smaller ones. Then out to the patio, again on the right. This patio is 64 seats, I believe, is what we have in the patio. And normal patios for us are typically around 40, but because of obviously the weather down here and also the site, we expanded the patio to kind of turn the corner and really capture that a little bit. So it's a little bit of a larger patio for us than normal. Going into the exteriors, I have the finishes. I don't know if it's easy enough to pass around to everybody, or if you want to just look at it from here.
You want to pass it around?
Why don't you just hold it up? Sounds like you're giving us a quick overview of things. And we'll
Sure,
have some
yeah.
Just put it on the easel there if you want.
Okay.
Or move the easel up front and then.
Thank you. Yeah, so generally with the finishes, we do have trying to capture the language and the color palette of the development. Promoting pedestrian engagement to the civic spaces that we have. So we do have on the east elevation, which is the main entry elevation, a mixture of a kind of a wood look battens along with fiber cement panels and painted plaster as well. The kind of copper looking bands across the horizontal bands are a metal looking material as well. They're ACM panels, so they're a kind of a pre-manufactured system that we have to kind of wrap around. And that we use that at our patio as well. The gabled roof that you see on the north elevation, which shows the patio, that's of a metal material as well. Then going towards the south and west elevations, these are more of the back of house elevations, so they're painted plaster again with the fiber cement. The mixture of the same materials wrapping around 360 basically around the entire facade. And then the west facade incorporates some variety of thickness of the horizontal fiber cement versus the verticals that are a little bit larger. So on this elevation, they're more thinner and horizontal. Just a general overall approach to kind of the mixture of size and texture and materials throughout the elevations. And then just some perspective views, regarding the colors and everything else. Hopefully the materials that we have on the board reflect the colors. They do tend to change a little bit from the perspectives to the elevations, but those are the actual materials that we plan on using. This is from the street showing towards the entry, from the corner showing towards our patio with the signage, and some of the landscaping as well. This is off of, I think, get my directions confused, I believe it's the west elevation. Showing the service yard here on the right as well. And then our material page. Kitchen components, in case anybody wants to know the operations of the kitchen. I don't know if you're interested in that. And then signage. We are showing 3 signs at this time. Partially, to kind of maximize since we are 4-sided architecture, we do want to maximize our signage. Also being the first in the market, this is our first store in the market, so we want to make sure that people know who we are and what we are to really capture kind of some of that energy. So having a sign over the entry, having a sign along the North Point Parkway, and then another sign along the south elevation we feel is key for us.
Brett, are they allowed to have 3 signs, 3 building signs? Okay. They have 3 road frontages?
They have some other things that they're getting, that they're doing that allow for more signage in the north corner of the lake.
Okay.
And these are just the signage elevations as well. So then I'll turn it over. If there's no immediate questions, I can turn it over to next.
Well, let's go back to the site plan now.
Sure.
Because we do have some questions. So who's responsible for that? All right. All right, well, let's pull up the site plan and just kind of walk us through everything, where the dumpsters are. Looks like there was some stormwater. Okay. All right, just walking through the site plan. So North Point Parkway is to the sheet right. Okay.
Which is your north elevation, as you were calling it out, right? Just to get us oriented to the elevations. North Point Parkway
is to our north.
Is kind of to the north. Kind of, sort of to the north. Okay.
All right, very good. So is there any stormwater detention that's being done for this facility?
Yeah, and just to back up, I'm Austin Dorn with Kimley Horn, so I will be the civil engineer.
Okay.
There is master detention provided kind of to the southeast of this site. The idea is to do runoff reduction in the parking lot, and then utilize the master detention already provided.
All right, where is that parking lot runoff happening?
So currently, this site is a parking lot. So any new or replaced impervious, mostly the building in this case, will be piped underground to underground storage and runoff reduction. It'll infiltrate underneath the parking.
And where is that in the parking?
So this is the architect's site plan. Somewhere in here, there's a civil site plan that shows.
Can you get to your site plan?
Yep. So if you can see here, there's a proposed underground detention location.
all underground then, so you're not disturbing the parking then, or you're not having to?
We're gonna have to replace that parking.
Okay, so you'll put the underground in and then put the parking spaces back.
That's right, and we've got infiltration tests in those locations already.
Would it make sense while they're replacing that to maybe put another parking island in there? I'm looking at kind of it's kind of a nice opportunity to undo this sea of asphalt that we have out there and maybe introduce some more landscaping. Just food for thought, wine for thought. Okay. All right, then, where's the dumpster compactor locations?
So on our plan, it's rotated a little bit differently, but basically planned south. You can see kind of a drive aisle back into those locations with the transformer below it.
Do you have a pointer or anything, a mouse or? No, okay.
If you're looking at the building, basically the south of the building plan, there's kind of a drive aisle into it.
Okay, so that's where it'll be, looks like a dumpster or some other container as well.
That's correct.
All right. Looks like just below that is the transformer.
That's correct.
The very nice looking Georgia Power transformers that we have.
Our landscape architect screened it pretty well.
Fleas, yes. Okay. And then it looks like in that lawn area, there's some other items happening that aren't shown on this. There we go.
You can probably see it better here.
Fantastic.
And again, Eric could probably speak better to kind of the landscaping.
Just kind of maybe looking at more of the hardscape stuff, so we've got, you're putting in a sidewalk, I guess from the corner of North Point Parkway and the entrance into the center there. Okay.
Is this the hardscape?
Yeah, and I can go through the hardscape plan briefly. My name's Eric Shade. I'm also with Kimley Horn. I perform landscape architecture for the project. So if you look at the intersection to the entry of the shopping center in North Point Parkway, that's where we've connected to the existing sidewalk. And that connection is smaller, and it's smaller at that point because it's underneath the existing specimen tree. I met with David Shostak about a month and a half ago and went through what we needed to do on our behalf to save that tree and to look at it as part of our overall design, because we felt that the impact of that tree to that corner, and especially the amenity area that we're creating adjacent to Cooper's Hawk, was very important. He agreed, and we've kind of got a program in place to do what we need to do during construction as well as after construction to save that tree. But the sidewalk meanders into the site, and then it'll kind of go into what we've created as an amenity area. The little red kind of section there is an aggregate seating area. We've got tables and chairs there, and on this second sheet, you can see that red area exists again. There's some tables and chairs. There'll also be, we're going to propose an overhead structure for people to sit underneath. Adjacent to that, we have a lawn area, and there's string lights in that lawn area for, impromptu games or impromptu garden or gatherings, so that folks can go there on their way to that future connection to the Greenway. That pathway widens out as it goes past those amenity spaces to accommodate a future connection as well. I can go back here, and you mentioned the transformer. If you can see here, we've got between the dumpster yard or the compactor yard and the transformer, we've got some larger evergreens. And then in front of the transformer itself, we're using some larger camellias to screen that. So there's more of a layered effect between the taller evergreens and the camellias between the transformer and the adjacent rear drive.
Okay. Very good.
From the appearance of your plan, it looks as if you don't need to add any trees, so you're working with the existing trees. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're not. The existing trees that are along North Point Parkway, we intend to save and keep all of those.
there's trees that are coming in along the balance or that entry drive. 2 of those trees are going to be impacted by the new sidewalk that's there, but 3 will remain. We're going to add trees along the main kind of the drive that runs parallel to North Point Parkway, and some trees within the new parking field that's been created.
Okay, I see. So the Nuttall are proposed trees?
Yes.
Yeah.
The existing trees along North Point Parkway, what kind of trees are those?
I think they're willow oak trees.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Are
Either
they-
willow or Nuttall oak trees.
Are they in good health?
They are. So if you can see by the size of the circles, the smaller ones in front of the building itself are pretty small. They're 6 to 8 inch caliper.
Okay.
And the large specimen trees, the 30-inch caliper range. So, there's the big one and then the 2 smaller guys, and we're going to leave those in place. It's our intention to. And then north of that, there's 3 additional trees that are there, and we have no intention of touching those either. I will say that, as a designer, it was kind of interesting to go through this because there's a lot of existing shrubs that are along North Point Parkway, and part of me wants to replace them. But on the other side, the horticultural aspect of going in and replacing tree plants underneath that specimen tree is bothersome to me. And I think through that construction activity, we'd probably disturb the specimen tree more so than I would have liked. And so we're electing to keep those plants there in place today. We're backfilling where, if you'll see the Distillium, that area right there, you can see that there's some new plants. That's actually really where the parking lot is today. So if there was an overlay, that parking lot that's existing today comes right up to that specimen tree. But we're backfilling with some additional plants today, or, as this is proposed.
Okay.
One of the other things we're doing, we are putting a hedge at the backside of all the planting that's along North Point to kind of create that differentiator, that kind of screen between the building, the patio, and the parkway itself.
Art, can you show us where you just talked about that or referenced that?
The hedge, yes. So it's the vertical north to south line of shrubs there. The kind of aquamarine area is the existing shrubs,
Okay.
and then the turf area is the lighter green area.
So in theory, right now, though, that's asphalt or that's parking lot, essentially.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
you're right on the border there.
Yeah, the edge of those shrubs is going to remain in place, and that is an asphalt parking lot. I mean,
Yeah.
you can almost see the extent of it, that patio backs right up to it.
Okay.
So yeah, there's going to be significant arborist work that's going to have to take place during construction and after to try to do what we can to preserve that tree. I mean, I think it's been mentioned before, but it's a great piece to have on a piece of property like this, and a great addition for a patio in an exterior space. And hopefully in the future, we can have additional canopy.
Okay. And this is a question for staff. With the reconfiguration of North Point Parkway happening in that area, I mean, is the street getting wider, narrower?
It's actually getting narrower, and that's considered in this plan.
Okay, so that North Point Parkway is now getting
Yeah.
narrower.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, up in
Okay.
the upper left corner where the 3 existing trees are, is there any, I'm trying to look at street view here. Looks like there are shrubs under those trees.
That's true.
now.
Yeah, and that's that same aquamarine kind of pochette that's used. I use that there as well.
Yeah, I guess they're kind of low shrubs. I mean, I'm trying to wonder how much parking lot screening are we going to try to do as we do these out parcels? Because what's there now doesn't screen much. So do we want to try and put some larger?
I'm not sure. That's probably a good LDP question, whether that parking lot screening requirement needs to go up to, because they're not separating off a parcel
Well,
here.
I know,
So it's like, where do we,
I
where?
was going by his dotted line.
Yeah, where do we go? Where do we stop? So yeah, it's a.
Right, because, opportunity to get a little more parking lot screening as we go along here.
Yeah. I'll make a note of that. We'll talk about that in LDP.
So in looking at the orientation right now of the building on the site, the main entrance to the winery is at the top of the sheet, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
So I'll zoom in on it really quickly,
All right.
and I'm gonna go back out.
So that's the front door, or that's where you come in to either go eat or pick up your wine or whatever you're gonna do.
That's
Okay.
correct.
So primarily, I see people parking in that upper parking area, obviously, for convenience.
Mhm.
It's the closest spaces. Okay.
That would make sense. And is all the walkways, it's all just poured cement?
Yeah, that's the material we're proposing at this time, yes.
So whether it's stippled or not stippled, it's all concrete,
It's all concrete, yeah,
Okay.
there's no paving or pavers, excuse me.
okay?
What's the hashed lines at is that just like a no parking indicator or something? What are the hash lines at the top of the?
So, at the top of that large
Yeah.
island, if you will, I think that's a turning radius or striping on asphalt or for a truck turning radius.
Let's stay out, don't park there.
Yeah,
Unless you want to get,
yeah.
well, is there an opportunity to put some landscaping there instead of just, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Unfortunately, probably if we did a truck turning analysis, it would show the back end of the truck running over all the landscaping.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they don't worry about landscaping. They don't worry about too much, except
No.
for picking up and dumping the dumpster.
Yeah, in 5 years, there might be some large boulders at the corner to try to protect.
Protect.
landscaping out there, you know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like it's got a nice feel to it.
So, in the sodded areas, do you anticipate, I mean, people are coming out and putting blankets out and
You know-
eating food or cornhole or horseshoes or, I don't know.
Well, anything, you know, I think as it's planned right now, the amenity is a public amenity. It's open to use.
Okay.
And I think though that if you can see, and I'm gonna zoom in really quickly, there is a connection between the patio and the amenity. So I think there's gonna be some interaction between the restaurateur and the exterior amenity. And what that looks like in the future, I don't know, but I think that there's an opportunity for them to have events and things like that out there. And so, yeah, the idea would be that in the future it's utilized as an amenity space where people could do things like that and have an impromptu game of, cornhole or something of that nature.
I think kind of a question for Cooper's Hawk. One of the things in staff that came up was in that area right there. Has there been thought about fire pit or some sort of fire water kind of interaction?
Within our space or within the amenity area, I guess?
Kind of within the amenity area, not inside the building space, like kind of whether it's in the pink area, right there where the kind of the gazebo is, or just off to it where you've got the string lights, just to add another element of entertainment.
I think, from just a safety standpoint, because, that we try to stay away from fire. And, and that really kind of drove what we did there in terms of just having seating, an opportunity for people to get together and sit there, and not necessarily have a piece that would require somebody to be out there and monitor.
Okay.
So I think that's really, from a safety standpoint, why we try to stay away from fire. And then water is kind of problematic, and
Yeah.
just in terms of, long-term and how this thing works, we tried to lay in amenities that were pretty easy to maintain from not only Cooper's Hawk's perspective, but also a landlord perspective.
Go ahead. I was going to say, it's interesting, actually, these areas could be used by more than the folks coming to the restaurant or the winery. I mean, somebody goes to Barnes & Noble, buys a book, and comes back here and sits down and reads a book, or I guess this is going to be part of the Alpha Loop too, so somebody may be on a bike or something coming through here, stops in or whatever, so there's some good opportunities for some more public interaction, not just for the patrons of the restaurant, but
Right.
for more than that.
No, and I think that's probably the bigger vision is that this space becomes part of that. And, you know, it expands into what could be in the future. And it wasn't, you know, the space shape and the layout and everything wasn't dictated by Cooper's Hawk as an ancillary component of it and something, a supporting component of it. I think overall it was more looked from a design standpoint, we looked at it more as a public space.
Okay.
What's the alcohol ordinances in North Point area right now? I mean, could you get a glass of wine and come out into that green space?
You could.
You could.
That would be considered their space.
And you don't need a barrier, or any perceptible, what is it called? Perceptible barrier?
No.
Okay.
I mean, this eventually is going to link to the Alpha Loop, right? Or to the Greenway or whatever.
Right.
So you've got people walking or biking or whatever they're
Yeah, they
doing.
can't be on the trail. The trail isn't one of the parks that's included in the alcohol ordinance.
Okay.
But for that little piece right there, it wouldn't really be considered the trail. But currently with the ordinance, you wouldn't be able to, say, get a glass of wine and walk back to the movie theater. Or get a drink at the movie theater and come up there. You can't do that. It's not an open carry area, but on their parcel, they're okay.
So I'm looking at, I don't know which sheet this is. It's the one that has the picture, of the pergola and the trash receptacle and the bench. So it looks like in that legend there are two different types of concrete surface, right? So I guess that's the difference in the way they're depicted.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't specifically address the concrete within the patio space for Cooper's Hawk would be an upgraded architectural concrete.
Okay, just within the patio space.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and the loose aggregate is under the pergola.
Yes.
And is that what the pergola is going to look like right there?
That's our conceptual nature of it, but it's going to be very similar to that, a linear pergola with some shade covering over top.
So you don't have the specifics on that at this point?
Well, I mean, we don't have the specifics, but it's going to be very close to this. In other words, I don't know if it's going to be a store-bought or we're going to have a vendor build it, but it's going to be approximately look and feel exactly like this image.
And the color are you trying to match that, the color that's on the building? The metal color that's on the building?
We were just going to use a wood material.
Oh, wood,
Yeah.
okay.
Thinking of again, going back to the Greenway, if we've got bicycles, is there any opportunity to put a bike rack out here? Is that?
Yeah, they have eco points they'll have to meet, so I would imagine that's one of the pretty easy ones to get some eco points, so I would imagine there'll be a bike rack or more than that even.
So speaking of that, have they come up with a list of their eco points yet?
I don't know that that's really been, we talked with the landlord early on about that. Michael Woodman and I did, and I think we're gonna work with them because they've got to do that connection all the way back. So we're gonna kind of work on where those points end up being. So that'll come out in their LDP.
So to find that connection all the way back.
So the connection comes from North Point Parkway through the parking lot beside
which is the
Studio
serpentine.
Moving Grill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, goes through the parking lot all the way back to Studio Movie Grill.
But-
the landlord is developing that.
Oh, so not this
Not-
applicant. They're just doing
They're doing we're just focused on this, but the landlord has the rest of it.
Okay, and they're working on that then to make that
It
connection.
may just be some striping or some raised areas or something like that, but there'll definitely be a delineation of where the Alpha Loop continues from here all the way back through Studio Movie Grill and to the connection.
Okay.
'Cause, you know, down at the corner right there at Mansell is the stairs and stuff down to the Greenway.
Right.
So we've got it
So that's
already
gonna be where
conditioned
that
to go over
connection-
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, other, either site plan or maybe landscaping questions for the applicant?
One thing that came up in our staff meeting, which you may just want to look at some of the materials in specifically is Shostak mentioned that the North Point guidelines have a lot more, I struggle to say eco-friendly because I think your plant materials are, but more native materials, more things like that, that you may want to look at those North Point guidelines in some of the materials and see if you can swap some stuff in and out for that.
Okay.
And he said he'd be willing to work with you on that.
Okay, we can address those with him. We've used a balance of native plant material. And, plant material that can absorb this sort of commercial environment.
Yeah, and we talked about, David and I talked about that too. I mean, dropping this in the middle of a parking lot is going to be a challenge on its own, so, yeah.
Okay, anything else on the site or maybe landscaping? All right, well, let's jump back then to the exterior elevations and materials. Dan, I know you went through those kind of quickly, but let's walk us through each elevation, if you will. And then I know you've got your materials boards up here, so you can kind of tell us which is which.
Sure. So let's see, I'll start on the east elevation with the entry. There's a metal battens, which maybe I'll point as we go. Thank you.
Sure.
So the metal battens they have a plaster finish behind them. So there's a wall behind these battens. There's a gap in between. It's this material here. It's a pre-manufactured metal, so it'll be nice, straight and level.
All right, so I'm sorry, and where are those again?
That is PF1 and M3, so right around the entry in that gabled area.
The vertical, right?
Yes, the vertical.
And they're on it, and the battens are on edge.
We're on the far right on the east elevation.
Correct.
All right, I'm sorry, so describe that again. So we've got two materials.
Yes, so there's a wall, imagine a wall behind these metal battens. So this will be turned on its side, and the battens will be then coming out of that wall.
It's almost like a fin then.
Yeah.
Is what you're doing.
Exactly.
Okay, and then how spaced out or how close to the fins?
I would say that maybe 4 to 6 inches in between.
Okay.
So, enough to kind of have a nice relief in between so it comes out, goes back.
And are those, again, are those wood or are they?
It's a metal. It's a pre-finished metal, so it looks like wood. But we wouldn't be able to get the length and everything with that.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking of what happens with wood when,
The area then around the entry is this metal material here. It's an ACM panel, so it's a pre-manufactured panel that comes out pre-measured and has a nice kind of, the corners come out nicely, everything comes out nice and finished. So it's a nice kind of wrapping the entry, and we put it over the patio as well as a little bit further down the elevation as well, kind of over our window components.
Almost looks like wood.
Yeah, no, bigger scale, it has like a nice kind of almost copperish metal finish to it.
What is the finish behind the fins?
It's the plaster finish. So the PF1, it's the same color, like the grayish plaster color as the other elevations.
And where's that on your board? The PF1, right there. So that's
be that color.
Yeah.
Or that's the color it should be.
That is the actual color as well. I mean, it's pretty close. This would be the painted finish. We usually, when we do the plaster, even if it's colored, we still paint it as well, just to kind of get everything to look consistent.
So it's a paint, okay, so PF is painted finish. All right, took me a minute, right?
Painted plaster finish.
Okay.
Either one.
All right. Plaster. Well, it's probably more like stucco. IFAS?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So then moving.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Moving towards the left, that's where we have our fiber cement boards. So these are these here, I believe. So they come in a nice width and they go vertically. They have battens. I want to say they're each maybe 2 feet apart. And then towards the left, over the windows, we again have a different type of fiber cement, this material here.
which is more of a horizontal look. So using the same materials in different ways is kind of a different approach that we have periodically. Again, that metal band across the top, and then your plaster finish, the grayish color here, taking over the rest of the elevation, going towards the service yard, and you see it kind of carries up and over the elevation further back, where our mechanical units, we have a tall parapet wall back there to hide our mechanical units, so you don't see anything on the roof.
Go back to around the main front entry right there. All right, zoom in. You got the front, you got the pair of doors there.
That's the metal finish, so that would be this right here.
And it's black, and it looks kind of light gray on the drawing.
Yeah, that's where some of the drawing issues come in. It's more of a black finish. It shows up a little bit better on the perspectives, I think.
Every place that says PF1, it's that textured finish.
Yes.
Okay.
And that will be the finish?
Yes.
Okay, it's not smooth or anything. I mean, it's got that.
No, it has a little bit of texture to it.
Right, yeah. Okay. And then I'll go back to the M2, that's kind of the surround. Where is that?
Yes, that's this right
That's
here.
that one.
It's
Okay,
the
going back.
surround,
Okay.
and then it's also, when we go to the other elevation, it's the,
And then I was looking at
roof
the
finish.
ACM1. So where's the ACM1 on your board? That's it. That's, okay. All right. Okay.
okay?
What is,
All right, what's the,
FCB1?
Fiber cement board. It's the name of the material. So it's
That's
either
in the-
this or that, depending on number 1 or number 2.
Right next to ACM1, it looks like a little white strip in the entrance under the Cooper's Hawk sign. Is that part of the, yeah?
That's,
Is that just part of the rendering?
I'm sure it's part of the program or something.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's not gonna be there?
Correct.
all right, and then what's next to, let's see. Looks like there's some more FCB, maybe 2. It's a two vertical panels.
Over on the left?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So it kind of bookends the windows, and then we have a different material over the top.
And then there's the composite metal horizontal band. Does that stick out? Does that come out? Does it have some depth?
Yeah, it has
to
some depth to it, for sure.
Just
The
trying to
windows-
get some shadows and shades and
Yeah.
stuff in here to get some relief. Okay.
So on FCB1, did you say there's battens on that?
Yeah, just to add a little texture to it. So I want to say those panels come in maybe 2-foot lengths. So in
Okay.
order to cover the seams and everything else, we put a
Out of the same material?
same material. Yeah.
So that's okay. And then,
FCB1.
but the FCB2 is horizontal.
Correct.
Horizontal.
It's more like this. It's more of a typical siding kind of look.
Party plank side.
Kind of a
Yeah.
residential siding type.
Yeah, look, yeah.
Okay, all right, walk us through, I guess that's the east.
That's the
Well,
east.
how about the dumpster enclosure?
Dumpster enclosure, it's typically just the painted, so the P1 is the paint color of that. So we do have large metal screen gates that open and close to hide the dumpsters. We have it at the height, we know the height, I want to say it's close to 11 feet to make sure that we hide the dumpsters and everything behind it so you don't see anything behind there. And then the door that we have is to allow for deliveries to come in through. So the deliveries use a regular door. The main gates are just for trash, to get trash in and out.
And what's the material of the enclosure?
It's typically, I want to say it's a painted, either a painted CMU or we do like a skim coat of the plaster and paint that.
Let's don't use any CMU.
I'm sorry?
Let's don't use CMU.
Well, we use it as for a more durable wall material, and then sometimes we'll skim coat it.
Or you can just skim coat the
Yeah.
CMU then it matches the material on the building.
Exactly.
All
I
right.
think the paint color, actually, now that I look at it, the arrow is pointing down for the plaster finish.
Yeah, it says
Paint color is for the metal for the gates and the doors. So it would be the same finish as everything.
Okay, good. All right, let's see, was that east? Let's go to what's north?
North, patio?
And so this is what faces North Point Parkway, right? Okay.
Yes, yes. So this is where that metal finish comes in, right here, and it does have the standing seam look on the sides. So although from the front elevation you see the smooth finish, but on the sides is where you see like the the standing seam parts of it as they kind of on the roof and wrap down the wall. Again, the same fiber cement board kind of look that we have on the one side. We've brought it around to the other side, so it has the same horizontal and vertical changes. And then the patio roof, picking up on that ACM band, we carry the same look with the columns for the patio as well as for the patio roof itself. The patio roof is a flat roof. It drains. We hide the roof drains for the patio within the columns, so you don't really see any of that. But in the back, on the top of the roof, you can kind of see that's further beyond. That's our screening for the mechanical units. We carry that parapet all the way across, so you don't see anything from all four sides.
So have you done any kind of sightline study to ensure that we can't see the rooftop
Yes.
units?
Yeah.
You've done it?
Yes.
Did you have it with you?
Don't have it with us. We've done it on, I should say, on all the previous restaurants we've done. We have the same roof line, we have the same mechanical units, and we have the screen to be built accordingly to where you don't see it.
Oh, we've had applicants say that before, so I just want to make sure that we.
Sure. We can provide something.
Okay.
We don't want to see it either. So.
No.
And then the planters that we have, we don't show the landscaping really on these. There will be landscaping all along this as well. But we have planters on the patio itself, just to kind of break that. Yeah, correct.
Okay, how about the other two elevations?
And this one, so along the west, this one is along the pathway. Again, so you see the component of the patio wrapping around the corner. Those windows are into our private dining room. So again, we carry the same language around the corner with the same overhang of the windows, bookends on either sides with the one material and then horizontal in between. And then for the larger wall, again, similar components with the plaster finish and the fiber cement board that we have, carrying that horizontal band across. As you saw in the landscape drawings, there is a lot of action, a lot of things going on in front of this as well that we don't show. So keeping some of these aspects of the elevations a little bit simpler because of that. And then over to the right, you see again the plaster finish for the coolers that we have, as well as the service yard. This is like the back end of the service yard, basically.
So are those coolers accessed from inside the restaurant?
Inside, only inside, yeah.
And then I know they've got condensing units and stuff that happens.
Those are on the roof.
They're on the main roof?
On the main roof, yeah.
Okay, not on the cooler roof?
Nope.
Okay, all right.
We don't want to see those either.
Okay, good. We're on the same page.
Yep. Any questions on the west? Okay, then going to the south, so this is the elevation where as you turn into the development, it's the side of the service yard, kind of that large parapet wall again of plaster finish. This area to the left is where, the bump out further down in the plan for where our private dining room is at. The area to the right is the area by where our bar, so that's the door that leads from the bar out. It's more of an exit component than anything. And then further beyond, you see the gabled roof that we have. Same materials, same finishes that we've used throughout. Just carrying it around 360 around all four sides.
This was the only elevation I was thinking maybe could use just a little something. I know the bottom's going to be pretty heavily screened, I think, with landscaping. I was wondering, though, the center section, if that could be augmented somehow, because, this is really sort of a four-sided building, right?
Of course.
Developing this
Sure.
thing. Maybe that top part in the middle, like you did on one of the other, let's see, one of the other facades. You had another, maybe FCB2 or something in the center of that top section, or in order to break up. Yeah, similar to what you did.
Similar
there.
to this.
Yeah, similar to what you did there, but
do it
just on the top part.
Sure.
Well, I was going to say, all right,
What are you thinking?
in your brochure, you talked about your site impact, one of those pages in our application. And it's got a photograph of one of your other locations. I almost thinking, I was looking at that, like maybe that's becomes, instead of the FCB2, that becomes the material that they showed in their picture.
Be a
Who's it-
great
who-
place for a mural.
Or, all right, go to, it's, in our package, it's page 120. So who's controlling who's got oh, that's theirs.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is the.
Yes,
this is the
exactly.
photo.
Yeah.
So pros and cons for that building, those materials were carried around through other aspects of the building. So in this case, to add in, there's brick, there's a kind of a stone look, none of which that we currently have on here. So I don't disagree that we could add some impact over to this elevation.
Or a mural.
A great place for a big mural.
Or a mural.
We're big fans of murals.
Are we talking about up here where I was talking
Oh,
about?
no, I'm sorry, we're talking about that.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
sorry,
gonna say,
we're
we've switched
okay.
locations.
Yeah, I guess
Talking
my
about
bad, my
this
bad, my
location.
bad.
No, they're talking about the west,
Either.
elevation.
Either.
Well, what gets the most visual, let's see, so the south elevation is facing that lawn area, right?
Studio movie grill, basically,
Yeah.
out the back, yeah. Yeah, the lawn area, right.
And then the west faces the entrance into the
entrance
development there.
Doesn't Movie Grill have a mural, or they're going to?
They already have one, yes.
What, is it on the other side? Like, could you see it from here?
No, it's
You wouldn't see it from here. It's on the side of the building facing Mansell.
I guess that's the same thing, just standing.
Yeah, maybe you can take some of the material from that west elevation there underneath the sign. Maybe that can swoop to the other side, make a spot for a mural there, which would line up with your entertainment area kind of thing.
Just try, I think too, I think it needs a little splash of something.
Okay.
This building, the color palette's pretty neutral for the most part.
Yeah.
How can we just add a little pizzazz?
Sure. Yeah, I think we can look at that, and like you said, keep where that action already is. We can just, build upon that, and then move this material maybe over to the south elevation.
Red wine or something.
I'm sorry?
Great fun.
Right.
Well, I think
Great
you have to be
fun.
careful. I don't, can it have, since this is a winery, can it have a wine bottle? or
We
that's-
discussed that. It could have a wine bottle. The wine bottle couldn't say Cooper's Hawk, but it could have a wine bottle. It could have a vineyard, rolling hills feel to it. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot you could do with a lot of
There is.
opportunity right there.
I think, everything's pretty hard line. I mean, it's pretty 90 degrees and all that, and that would add just some free-flowing
A little flare.
flair.
Yeah. Sure. We can take a look at that.
Talking about here, right?
Yes.
Okay. I still like to see something here.
On the south elevation, where
the second
above
level on the
above
south
the
level.
coolers.
Yeah. I think we were hoping we could take the material from the west elevation, put it above the coolers on the south elevation, and then do a mural on this material on the west elevation.
Did you follow that, Frank? You think that?
I think we agree that if we do a mural, it would be more impactful on the west than it would be on the south.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yes, I agree.
Because you would certainly see that coming right off of, you're coming off of Mansell Road and heading north on North Point Parkway, you'd certainly have a big.
Okay.
So if we said to introduce basically the FCB2 material on the south elevation, similar to the west elevation, we kind of all know what we mean. So that'd be a no? No. To introduce FCB2 on the upper part of the south elevation,
That'd be
similar
two
to,
being-
similar to the west elevation. So to be sort of in the center.
Are you wanting like it going from end to end of that
No,
dark, or just in
no,
the
just like they
center,
have
just
it on
like-
west, right? So in the middle.
But only from
Imagine-
halfway up, I guess.
Does that be like the middle three bays?
center
or the
three
middle
bays.
Like this,
Five
like right here,
bays?
Frank?
Probably the middle three bays.
Yeah,
Proportion wise.
That fits along with the rest of what we have. We always have it bookended. Anytime we've used that material, we have the, so I think that, the 3 bays in the middle would be good.
Dumpster area.
Okay. All right, any other exterior elevation, and
And the mural would be art commission approved, right?
Right. Okay. What else is left? Is there any, looking at the building, looks like you've got some, on that elevation or that rendering, you've got some gooseneck fixtures above some of the horizontal slotted windows. Any other any other lighting on the building itself?
Just a couple along this other side, along the north side. I think we've added a couple.
Okay. Then it looks like you had some wall packs maybe above some of the doors.
Yeah, just that's more emergency lights over the doors, so those would only typically go on if.
Can you make sure they look nice?
Of course, yeah. They're not the, they are actually architectural design.
Okay.
Exit lights are not the bug eyes, that we have anywhere else.
And the mullions in the windows, are those, this is the color of?
They would probably be like the black. Yeah.
Okay, anything else? We don't have to do signage. That can be, let staff handle that.
No site lighting changes? or-
Yes. Oh,
There is site lighting, okay.
did you do, let's see.
Here's a photometric. Here's a photometric plan.
Okay.
I believe the idea was to remove the northern light fixture along that entrance, but to keep the southern one, and then to also relocate the existing light pole from this location. You can see the from to move it farther away from the building.
Pole fixtures to be, knowing that you have a kitchen, where are your grease traps going?
I would imagine the grease traps will be somewhere right out front here.
Usually in the drive aisle to the service yard is where we show them. Yeah.
So somewhere towards the dumpsters?
Yeah, kind of in this
Yeah,
drive aisle.
You'll probably have a couple 1,500 gallon or more, 2 or 3.
Yeah, likely.
All right. And then, all right, I'm going to ask Brett, monument sign, are they going to have a monument sign? I know they got building signs, because we got a big old monument sign existing now, and then how does that work with?
Would the building itself suffice as their sign?
I don't think we're pursuing a monument sign.
It's going to be pretty visible.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think, we weren't planning on having a monument sign on top of that.
Works for me.
Okay.
Simple. And I guess we are doing site plan too, right?
Yes, we need to do site plan. So, all right, before you start anything, is there any public comments about this application this afternoon? Any public comment? The public is dwindling, so I don't see anything. Okay. Oh, I missed that. Well, we need site plan, landscape, exterior elevations, and materials. And site lighting can be tied into one of those.
Yeah, so my question on the, where do we want to include the pergola? Because I think you need to see details on that pergola since that was not specified yet. Is that part of landscaping or want to take that as part of
I
elevation?
think you could do that as part of landscape.
Well,
Yeah.
or let staff look at that. and
Yeah, that's
if
what I was
they're-
gonna say.
If they're
We'll put-
comfortable with it, then.
But put that in the motion,
Okay.
basically, yeah.
I think too, I just want to be sure that we don't see any rooftop equipment, so maybe.
Yeah, they need to they need to turn
Do it just to a-
the site light line study. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got that noted.
Okay, good.
And I'll include the pergola with elevation materials.
Okay.
When we do that. Yeah, do
Well,
site
sure.
site
Yeah.
plan and site
Mhm.
lighting.
All right, regarding DRB 230029, I move that we approved the site plan. End of motion.
Okay, a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Ms. Rhodes on the site plan approval. Any questions or comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Okay, one down.
And Mr. Chairman, for DRB 230029, I move that we approve the landscape planting as it's been presented today in the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Owens, a second by Mr. Swing. Second. Any questions or comments about the motion?
Other than, I guess, that Brett brought up some discussion about potentially working with David Shostak on swapping out some plans, but.
And it's a conceptual approval, so they, yeah. Okay, anything else? Any other questions? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 6-0. Okay.
All right, let's see. All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding same applicant, motion to approve elevation of materials and building lighting with the following conditions. Applicant will submit a sightline study to staff for approval. Applicant will include a mural on the west elevation as discussed with final approval by the Art Commission. Applicant will introduce the material FCB2 on the middle 3 bays, upper level of the south elevation. And applicant will submit details of the pergola design to staff for final approval. And a motion.
Second.
Okay. Pardon me while I write this out. I have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rocco. Comments, questions about the motion? It's pretty clear cut. Okay. All right. There being no further comments or questions, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Very nice.
Mr. Chairman, same applicant motion to approve site lighting.
Oh, I thought you did cite. I thought
I
you
did
had.
not.
Oh, you said
Second.
lighting.
I said building lighting.
All right.
So.
All right.
Site lighting.
One last, all right. Let me write this down, Frank. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rocco. Rhodes, I'm sorry. Yes. All right. Comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. All right, that took us 4 motions. Got it. Okay. Very good. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Appreciate it.
I almost included it with elevation.
Well, I thought, when I heard lighting, that's what I
It
just.
just did building lighting.
Yep. Okay. All right, our next applicant is Versace Bar and Restaurant. You are here. Come on down, or what?
I mailed it yesterday about 11:30 to Ms. Mystery and you.
You have it? You ready to pull it? You have it ready to
It's
pull
already
it?
up there?
The new one? Okay, pull
All right,
it.
that was
Perfect.
210. Okay. Making progress.
She'll drive it for you. And we have
drive it for me?
a,
I'll make the introduction. I think you're pulling it up? Oh, then,
on the screen, and then you'll be able to see it.
okay.
Just a second,
Ma'am,
she'll load.
if I wanted to zoom in, is that something you might be able to do, or? I was kind of hoping I had a little surface here. It looked like a pretty nice device. Brett, you don't think you could pull it up?
I'm gonna try.
Okay, because you'd be a little bit more interactive.
Yeah.
The same building the painters are going. Yes. The one's going on one floor and somebody else is going on the other floor.
Yep. Great. Actually, let's put it up there, Nikisha.
Yeah, I think.
When you start, can you state your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Andrew Amor. I'm sole proprietor of a design firm here in Atlanta called Amor Design Studios, and my client is Alray Alston. He's also a local-based, Atlanta-based entrepreneur. Thank you, Brett. He has a number of restaurants called Peach Cobbler Cafe, and a couple of restaurants that are more entertainment-oriented. U-Bar is one, VVS is another one in Atlanta. Great guy. So one of the things I wanted to say is that we actually have a permit, a construction permit on this project, and we've had it for, I don't know, 6 months. And when I talked to Brett, he said, what's going on with that? So it was going to be a Peach Cobbler Cafe, which is sort of a come in, almost like a cafeteria-style restaurant, and he's been very successful with that. And but he actually fell in love with Alpharetta in this area, and he said, "Man, it's like, are we going to do a cafeteria? Or are we going to do something, big and bold?" So he asked me to, come up with a different concept, a restaurant concept, really high end in terms of food and beverages. So as you can see on the, is it on the screen? I guess we don't have.
They'll see it. You'll see it in just a second.
Okay, great.
There you go.
This is located at 2375 Mansell Road. This is the old Buffalo Wild Wings. If you remember it, I'll show you the photographs. Our project is obviously a fit out of the existing space, which is about 6,000 square feet, one-story building. And as you see on the screen now, those crosshatched areas are the areas that we're going to be talking about today. The addition towards Mansell Road is a two-story. Talk to the fire marshal. It's really a one-story with a mezzanine with one exit stair. The crosshatched area that's there on the lower part of the screen is just simply a one-story. It's just an expansion of the kitchen area, because the kitchen is all at that lower part of the building. Actually, it's sort of an L-shaped kitchen. It's pretty substantial. That's existing. And so, I'm happy to be here before you because my client has asked me to do this addition. It's going to make the building incredibly much more beautiful, and I'm going to take you through this. Thanks for the surface, Brett. This is a lot better than trying to zoom in. So this is the corner from Mansell and Beaver Creek, a little bit closer to the building, same angle. And one of the features, and I think you can see it best in here, this building was designed and built maybe 20 years ago, is the main box of the restaurant has a circular screen that screens the rooftop units that are there today. That's round, circular in plan. And then this two-story, it's not really literally a two-story, but two stories in height, is this big box that sort of flies off on an angle, and it's got the canopy, and this is where you would come in for the main entrance to Buffalo Wild Wings. Back in this inside corner was their carryout, and then so let me take you, introduce you to where the addition would go. This is an existing patio that's just to the left of the big box, and then a little better view of the big box. That's sort of the hat, we call it. Then as you see, this area next to the big hat is the area of the addition. And I'll show you the design of that. Was currently used as you can kind of see the little fence there. So I think Buffalo Wild Wings had maybe umbrella tables and chairs. I wasn't familiar with it. But, and then the addition will also have a balcony that is one level above what you see on the screen here. That's an existing patio. It faces Big Creek. It's called Big Creek. It's not Beaver Creek. Big Creek. Yeah, faces Big Creek. And I'll tell you more about that as we go. This is the main entrance, existing entrance. That's a photograph of the area where the kitchen would be expanded, where that second column is. And then just to complete your experience of the building, I guess this would be rear-facing, opposite side of Mansell, facing opposite of Mansell. The dumpster is back here, that's screened. Interesting enough, and I think this is part of why Mr. Alston has fallen in love with not only Alpharetta, but this particular location of this building, because he had many choices when he signed the lease, but is the Big Creek Greenway. We think this is, you can see it's under repair, I guess they're rebuilding it, right? So we think our building is strategically located for people that, having a good time, enjoying nature. He loves nature as well. So any questions on the existing building? So
it needs help.
It does, right?
We have comments, not questions.
Okay, good. I've been commenting over the last couple months about it. So our presentation today is not about signage, although you can see there is an existing monument sign. The existing big hat, big box that is there, and you can kind of see the circular screen that's screening mechanical equipment. The addition that we're talking about today includes the stair that leads you up to the mezzanine level, and then the two-story form. I can discuss the materials. I'm sure you guys
All right.
will have questions about
Hold
that.
right there a minute. That's
Please.
a good.
All right.
First of all, it's always glad to see a vacant building being repurposed and occupied again.
We even have our own homeless person that lives under the canopy. But he makes his bed every day.
Oh my gosh. All right, so the existing hat that you were talking about.
Yes.
Where is that in relation to everything we're?
To the right.
Well, all right, do you have a point? Does anybody have a pointer? I just want
Is
to
there a
make
way
sure.
to-
I think
this little blue dot?
I think I know. Oops. I think I know what you're
I don't know
talking
if that's a
about, but I
pointer
want.
or not. Okay. Oh, you know what? You don't have a little mouse here, do you? On my surface, you got a little mouse pad.
Above where the people are walking into the door, above the entrance.
Ah, great. I just want to be sure, because that's a bigger.
So this
addition than- All right, that's
is existing.
Got it.
Right.
Okay.
And I don't want to interrupt you, but
No, that's
one thing
good.
one thing I didn't point out in the photos is that this big box, this window here does not exist.
No, it doesn't.
So, okay, here's. So.
Okay, and then
go ahead.
on the first floor to the right, you said you're adding on to the kitchen, so you can, because that's right now, that's kind of an open, covered area.
Correct.
Okay, so the kitchen's being added on there, okay?
Right.
And now to the left of the existing hat is the new two-story, kind of, or one-story with a mezzanine addition.
That's right.
It just looks bigger than okay.
Are you taking off what's there on that side or building onto it?
Yeah, matter of fact, when I first had my structural engineer, when we went out to look at what our client is trying to do, he said, Andy, is there any way you could put just put a floor up in this big box? And we looked at it and all the little intricacies of trying to add a second floor and all that kind of stuff. My structural engineer actually said, Andy, why don't you think about just doing an addition out in front, just a nice little box, that's 25 by 35 and, all the same sort of bar joists. And so my client loved that idea. And in fact, as much as he likes the building, if it were repainted, he thought this would give an opportunity to create a bigger impression. And I might just jump in here just to sort of elaborate one thing about the style. This is called Versace, and whether he's going to be sued, I don't know. It's not, It's his by any other name is okay. Whatever, I just design them. But the whole concept here is sophistication, elegance, something that is pristine and has some classic simplicity to it.
So that on the left side comes forward from what's there today.
That's right.
That's in front of that.
And so that second hat on the left is actually your stair tower.
That's right.
And then to the left of that is the, I guess, this lower level dining area, and then some sort of a mezzanine.
Yeah, mezzanine will be upper story dining, private dining.
It just looks so much, now that I see the rendering, it looks so much bigger than it did in the site plan or the floor plan that you presented to us.
Does this help at all in terms of the scale?
Well, it seemed like that site plan you were showing us before was existing.
Yeah.
Well, but then they had,
Right.
then he had an
Yeah,
addition, a hatched
that's
addition onto it. And that's what I was just
I
looking at.
missed that.
Because this left-hand side of the new addition goes all the way to the retaining wall.
Yes.
There that is right there at the.
Well, I think what you're seeing is, we were looking at a blank wall that then was interior, so he's only come out, what, 10 feet? And then removed that exterior wall and made it a glass wall, so it makes it look like it's a really large addition, but it's only, if you can show that side view.
Does this help at all?
Yeah, so he's only coming forward from there, but then opening that wall up. So I think that's what makes it look so much bigger.
Opening that wall.
So the stair is here, the stair
Right.
tower comes up.
Right.
And then, I mean, our structure is actually held away from the retaining wall for obvious reasons. And then the mezzanine and the glass turns the corner.
Okay, so it
something
goes further
like
to the
that.
left.
So yeah, it does. And then this is where we,
And further out.
this is a hollow hat, so we thought we could open that up and create some night lighting effects. Where you don't have-
Yeah, it's interesting, those awnings the awnings have been stripped down.
Yeah.
I went by there yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, we
All
had,
right.
we had a, like I said, a building permit, and we stopped any kind of work inside, but we did do some demolition to.
So, being out there yesterday.
Yeah.
Somebody's painted the entire building white, or 90% of it has been painted white.
It could be a primer, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it could
But
be a primer.
in this elevation, or this rendering now, it looks like, even in our packages, it looked like it was gonna be pretty stark white, and now this has got some more color to it.
I appreciate you mentioning that. Officer Brett called me and gave me some preliminary comments, which I appreciate you guys doing. And I made some adjustments since that call. And I do these renderings myself, so the sample.
So Andrew, why don't you do this? Take that rendering that we've got in front of us on the monitor.
Right.
And you've got the materials board.
Gotcha.
Just kind of walk us through what is where.
So this is a very brick.
And you may have, you're gonna have to talk into the microphone too at the same time, so maybe a
All right,
juggling
so
act.
what you see over there on the table is the split-faced masonry. At the base of the building, and at the base of the existing building, you can see here, is split-face concrete block.
And it's been painted white.
Well, I don't know what it is today. I didn't go there.
It's been painted white.
Yeah. So, and it will, and our proposal, as you can see from the sample on the desk over there, that split-face block would be painted, that color.
Okay, all right, so
And
that's, okay.
and in the renderings, you can see I've rendered the existing split-faced block here being painted. And then,
It's almost like, why did you even paint it? But I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah.
You didn't-
So that-
Yeah, they're getting ready for once
So that's
once
painted.
everything is approved and we have our
Well,
permits for the new.
Right now, right now, there's existing split-face block at the base of the building, and it's been painted white, or primed white.
Okay.
Right, but you're gonna paint it,
Correct.
then you're gonna paint it is that a gray? I guess that's kind of a gray.
It's called called hammered silver. Hammered silver.
Okay.
It's Sherwin-Williams.
So that's the one at the center top.
Yes. So
That's,
Yeah, so the one in the middle is the hammered silver. So all the concrete block, split face block, existing and new, would be painted this.
Okay.
The proposed white, and I don't know what they painted, I'm sure it's just primer. This is called alabaster, Sherwin-Williams makes. Obviously, this is a white board, so it's virtually white alabaster. The window mullions, we have a lot of storefront that we're adding at the ground level and the second level. That would just match the existing, which is just a clear anodized aluminum. Then this is a paint sample. There are some things that will be painted that are not just the ephes on the existing building, but there's some steel doors and steel frames and so forth. Those will be painted. The dumpster enclosure and doors will be painted this alabaster color. This color is also used, you see the canopy?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be painted too. That's going to be painted this, it's called hammered silver.
Okay. All right, you're giving it some more interest. Okay. I'm liking this.
Good.
Much better than, and then talk to, okay. And then talk to us about the new addition. It looks like the band at the top of the first floor, bottom of the second floor, you've got that as the horizontal band at the
Yes.
floor level there.
Yeah, so this, we call this a spandrel, right? And
Oh, so that's going to be spandrel glass.
Well, it's not spandrel glass. It's,
okay.
It's just technically it's a spandrel, but that would be ephes as well. And I can.
Okay.
Most of you would be familiar with ephes that looks like sanded ephes, you know,
Sand.
nothing special. But they also make what they call Milano. It's very smooth.
Smooth finish, yes.
Goes
Okay,
well
so
with
that's what that.
Versace.
Okay.
And that's in that gray color
That would
also?
be in the hammered silver.
The hammered, so, okay.
Yes, sir, that would be.
Okay.
I have other views too, so let me.
And I know you mentioned the dumpster enclosure and the dumpster doors. They do need some help because it looks like some of them are falling over or getting ready to fall over.
Yes, we, you know, you sort of grow to love what you're going to move into, but at the same time, it's sort of a love-hate relationship that really needs a lot of work. And it's been vacant for a while and in disrepair. This gives you a little bit better close-up view. The relationship of the addition is orthogonal with the main building. It's, you know, the grid is the same as the main building. This part that we call the hat on the right is sort of on an angle. So what I find here that's an interesting play is the interplay between the two grids. I think that gives it that interest. You can see sky, you know, that's between the two forms. I think that's quite nice. You can see a little bit better there. That's the hat. There's a portion that's hollow there with the windows, and then the stair gets its windows facing Manzel, and then the mezzanine is essentially floor, about 8 foot high glass on the main floor as well as the second floor.
And that mezzanine can be occupied by people. Will the people be eating up there?
Yes.
Okay.
There'll
So
be a
it's-
small bar. There'll be a dumb waiter that will bring the food up.
Okay.
For the
All right,
wait
very good.
staff.
And then you're cutting the new window into the existing hat.
Yes.
What's in that space? What's in the interior of that hat space?
Believe it or not, it's been empty. That's why we thought maybe we could put a second floor up there. But it does have a wall, if you see that yellow color inside, which is another one of the concepts. It's pristine on the outside, but beautifully colorful on the inside, golds and purples and chandeliers and high-end furniture and marble, foam marble, but marble.
So
that would be a wall. That's actually an existing wall that's there, so we would just paint that.
So how far back, how
about
big
4
is
or
that
5.
space? Or how deep?
So from left to right, That's about 12 feet, corner to corner. And then that wall, which is actually a structural member, there is back about 5 feet. So the concept here, and obviously, is a restaurant with a lot of customers in the evening. So we'll definitely be doing night lighting. That will just light up like a diamond or a gold.
I'm trying to is this gonna be like, you know, the Andes that has a 2-story in the red? Is that, so you can see?
That's where I was trying to kind of go in with what we're gonna see.
Like, I mean, it's just a big wall. It's a 2-story open air thing.
What's I don't know the reference you're talking about. What was?
No, I'm talking about your tower here. Is it is the whole thing
hat.
open air?
Is it
Oh,
open
and the
to
hat.
first floor?
Like if you walk
Presently,
in-
when you walk in, that's why I have a structural engineer for this. But presently, when you walk in, there's a ceiling at 10 foot. And like I said, it was just this hat that was like empty. And so what you see in our proposal is we would add the glass windows up above, and then we would open up the ceiling. So when you come in, you'd have this going up 26 feet.
Okay, yeah, that was what I
hollow,
was trying to figure out. If that
with
was
lots
what
of
was happening.
with lots of light.
Okay. So can you, do you have another rendering of the updated version where you turn the corner to the right and look at the, I guess is it Beaver Creek? What's the name of that loop road right there? Beaver.
I think it is Beaver Creek.
There you go, okay. So it looks like the existing rounded rooftop screening is now being,
There you go, that's a good
there
one.
we go. Because it's silver now, or it's
Yeah,
kind of-
the hammered silver, the one that's in the middle top.
Okay, so that's what you're gonna paint that then?
You'll paint that.
Okay. And I know, it looks like some of those panels have been damaged too, so.
Yes, that's
so
right.
you'll
Towards the back,
replace those.
yeah. I'm not sure
Okay.
what happened.
All right. Do you propose any exterior wall lighting?
Yes.
On,
Can I-
nothing like having an architect do a drawing while we're.
How did you get the pen to work again?
Hit the comment.
Hit the comment? Oh, comment, okay.
It must, yeah.
And then hit the pen up there at the top.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
So
Possibly.
we would have,
Well,
we
here
would
it
have
is. I mean,
light
this is it right there. That's
Yeah.
from here too. And we'll have horizontal lights. So this would illuminate this. If you,
I think he's tried to do that a little bit, but yeah.
I think there would be a separate submittal for signage, so,
Look how wide it is
you know,
right now.
there's the idea of having his logo signage here and here. We have two signs, I think, two vantage points. I think we can. So this is where Buffalo Wild Wings had their thing, and maybe here. So I think that would be what we would do.
So,
Yeah, that's-
explain the,
Yeah, I agree.
you know, just like a bunch of little lights? I'm not understanding I'm not understanding the scribble, sorry.
The
No
that's
offense.
called doodle.
Okay.
The doodle, sorry.
Okay. So if, and I can go back to the photos too. When Buffalo Wild Wings built this, this is all ephes here. But this comes out almost like a second wall, another layer. So that comes out about 12 inches from the main box. So it's a great ledge to put, you know, some linear LED.
Oh, okay.
So the linear LED would
Oh, okay,
flood.
that's what that doodle
It would
was.
sort of flood this. And I've done animations and renderings and nighttime renderings. I just,
And then what was about on the, this, I guess the newer tower or whatever,
yes.
you had some doodles on that too. What was for the lighting?
Yes, okay. Let me take you to a different view. So there's a canopy that's here. This canopy is existing.
Mm-hmm.
And it sticks out in front of the box. And then it sort of rides off to the other side, and then there's an addition of some additional canopy that we're building. And so that creates a place to do uplighting. So this whole area that you see between the two towers, I guess you call them towers, would be glowing. So my client, we haven't studied the signage yet. I was telling you we probably would put the signage here and here, but this may be an opportunity for signage. We just have not studied it, and we're happy to come back before the board, because it'll take us a while to build. If you approve the design, we'll come back for the signage. We can certainly do that.
Don't need us.
If you like.
You don't need us for that, right?
Wouldn't have to, no, it
Gotta
could
go
come
through
to me.
this. Okay, perfect, great.
Andrew, a little concerned when you, again, the Beaver Creek elevation, try to create a little bit more interest on that elevation further back, underneath the rounded roof screen area. Let's see.
Sorry, here.
Yes, so try to add a little bit to that rear section, that rear wall, just looks a little, needs some.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the existing, there's sort of relief lines in the ephes, there's some
Banding, and then there's some, almost like some
or
emblems
square
or
medallions or something.
medallions or something that maybe we can add some interest.
Okay, which one's, this is mine, yeah.
Yeah, there are. I mean, there's something, and it actually lines up with that canopy.
Here we go. Does this help?
There you go,
This
that
is right.
bottom,
Yeah, this also happens on the side that faces.
That's the rear, yes.
Yeah, I didn't really.
There on top.
But you're right, I mean, it's essentially, Mr. Swing, that's the same thing.
Top
that you see
right,
here.
look up one of the pictures in the top right, keep going up, or scroll up, all right.
Oh, yeah,
A
there
little
you
to
go.
the,
Thank you.
right there, boom.
Yeah. So there is a little relief. I mean, it's ephes, so it's maybe 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 3/8.
But I think we could add either some color or something in there
Yeah.
just to break that up a
Okay.
little bit. Yeah, something.
Yeah, something to break up
And then that
that.
happens on the rear of the building too, that where the, you were just looking at, the bottom left, I think it was in the photographs, yeah.
So some ability to treat that with paint, shades of paint, shades of color.
Oh, that's all the way around.
Yeah, it's all the way around, that's
Yeah,
right. So how close are you to submitting for a permit? Well, I guess they've already got a permit, right?
Yeah,
Well, we have a permit for a different building.
obviously we have to, it's a different bar, plumbing's different, mechanical obviously is different, we'll have a structural in the front. So, soon, I mean, I'd love to have your approval, even if it's got conditions to it today, so 2 months from now, I don't have to come back here, and that would delay the project. So what I'd like to do is if we can come to some sort of a term, so I understand what you would like, and then you could review that. What is
Did you take out 2 windows on this facade?
Yes, they were fake windows.
Oh, they were fake?
Yeah, they were in the kitchen. So,
okay.
and there were fake windows on the opposite side towards the woods.
We added to make it look more interesting on
Yeah,
that side.
so it was probably, Buffalo Wild Wings, it was a chain, so it was probably a prototype, and they didn't know there was beautiful woods there.
So you could potentially paint that horizontal band on on this, just to continue that horizontal band.
I think so.
From
This
the
one
canopy.
here, right.
That silver.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just so it's not just a big white
Add a
wall.
couple lights.
Yeah, and
Just
add
got the
some,
band on the
add
bottom,
some
and you
lighting.
just do the band on the top too.
Yeah, yeah, it gives it, yeah. I agree.
Did he say that?
Um,
Yeah, maybe if you just continued that across.
Yeah.
And then, I think maybe some building lighting on that side.
Would you do it like that, or would you bump it to the top?
Well, it's got that Well, the
It
way
already
the
has a
lines are
band.
now, there's a band there already.
And I'll tell you what, too, the depth of the parapet cap is a little deeper than it was shown on this rendering, so you do get some color at the top of the
You're
building.
talking about up in here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, when I modeled that, I was thinking it was 4 inches. What's shown on this rendering is 4, but you're probably right.
I'll bet it's 6 to 8 inches
I
looking
think
at my
probably,
pictures.
yes. So that could, is that what you're suggesting? Is maybe
just, well,
that the coping, the metal coping at the top could just be a different color. It could be this hammered silver.
Yeah, it looks like you've changed the color on it
Yeah.
already, and it's
Right.
actually just, you just didn't model it as deep as it probably really is.
Yeah, so I think that sort of caps off those forms in a way. I think it's.
But anyway, going back to that one elevation and even the rear, I think we continue that racing stripe or whatever you
Okay.
want to call that on around. That gives,
Versace stripe.
It's a Versace stripe.
okay.
It's better than racing.
It's with a Z. Miss Rocco.
Did I miss, on that, your color board over there, the very bottom, that dark, almost black, what that was for?
Yeah, I didn't mention that,
And
but
the
thank
other-
you. They're on
There's
the.
two that you didn't, yeah, that weren't.
That is, those are fabric awnings that will be on the woods side, where
Okay.
Big Creek faces Big Creek. So there's two major, there's a ground level patio, I can show it to you on the site plan, that will have an awning, that will be that fabric, and then on the addition, at the mezzanine, there's also a balcony with an awning over it.
Okay.
So that's.
And that's gonna be the bottom, the very
Yeah,
bottom?
the bottom, the black
And
fabric.
then there's the one on the second row on the far right, that darker color, I don't recall what that was
Yeah,
for.
that's actually just for the fence.
Oh, okay.
There's the retaining wall that just is a hazard, the way that the guardrail doesn't meet code. So we're gonna put in new guardrail with factory painted, which is black.
Okay, thank you.
Can you remind me again the name of the color in the center top?
It's called hammered silver.
Brett, has David been out to look at the landscaping? Because I know there's some hurting.
No, I
there's
don't.
in
I
desperate
didn't
need
get
of.
David by there, so we will
There's some trees that look like they need to be
on the
replaced.
site.
Okay, all right, so do we need to do site plan because of the,
We're gonna do did we do the creek side
creek side?
facade?
He doesn't have any renderings on it.
I don't have renderings on the creek side, but I have the building elevations. My apologies, it's a little washed out. That's the Mansell elevation. Okay.
I think the only thing that's gonna see the creek side elevation is that black bear that's been walking around Alpharetta and
Is there?
Roswell.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell my client that.
I think I'm gonna see it when I go on my bike to go up and get a drink.
So this will be the side that faces the creek.
Yep.
So, and our property actually includes
Basically
part of that.
all the same colors and material.
Yeah, so this is the spandrel that is between the first and second floor. This is that hammered silver.
Yep.
Hammered silver. That's white is the alabaster. This wall here is the existing restaurant. So we have an open air terrace here at the ground level. We have a balcony at the second level with guardrail, and this is the awning that we were
Is that
talking about.
balcony and terrace big enough for dining? Is that?
Yeah, well, again, this is very exclusive dining upstairs in the mezzanine. So they're going to rent that for the night. And so that balcony is about right size. The occupant load is under 50, so it's a pretty exclusive little thing.
So you only use that like if you're renting for like a party or an event or something? It's
Yeah,
not
my
for
understanding
regular
is
diners?
that it would be like a party type,
Mhm.
family gathering. This is the restroom that's existing. This, of course, is the retaining wall that leads down to the woods, the creek. This is the existing balcony here. There's a private dining room that opens out onto this, and this is the awning, Ms. Palmer. This.
So that's a nice breakup of
And
different
the wall,
materials.
the wall on the balcony and the terrace are white ephes.
Correct.
Also, right, if I'm reading this right, even though they
Right.
don't look white in the rendering.
Yeah, they would be the
white.
color on the left, and then the color in the center, which
By the
is
way,
the
I noticed
alabaster.
actually, I noticed out here on the west elevation, it actually says existing windows to remain, but you're.
Yeah, I know. God,
You're taking them out though.
People don't do what I tell them, just leave the glass there. And it did have an opacifier, just a black opacifier, so it wasn't very attractive. I wish they hadn't.
So you've taken them out earlier?
So, yeah, these have been removed.
It actually shows in that elevation right there that scoring line sort
Yeah,
of.
no, you're
goes-
right. Yeah.
Lines right up with it, so.
I don't know whose idea that was, but I love it. I think that's.
I think that might have been Miss Rocco.
Thank you.
The only thing I was trying to think of is they've got the sort of square medallions in the middle of it. Do you make those the hammer silver as well?
Okay.
Or leave those white?
I love this like on-site design.
Oh, yeah.
This is amazing.
Well, I've been doing this a long time.
On the fly.
I like the ability to be able to mark this up.
I do
That's-
too,
That
actually.
really helps to.
It's really helpful.
I wonder if that could be just lighting fixtures or lighting fixtures.
Yeah, on those medallions or whatever.
Yeah.
Like up and down lights.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because then it would.
Where are you talking about, over here?
Anyways.
On the 4 scored areas,
Oh, over here?
like here.
Okay, in these.
You know, one of those lights that has the
What do we
shine
call
up
those
and
square
down.
things?
Right.
Say medallions, yeah.
Sort of shine.
Just to give it some interest on
Yeah,
that
some
wall.
glow. Yeah, some glow to it.
We'll just say staff approval. And the paint on the metal coping, we were talking about that'll be the hammered silver also? Or are you talking about going the darker color?
Paint on this, the metal up here?
Yeah, we were talking
Yeah,
about.
that's the hammered silver.
Painting the metal coping.
Yeah.
On the.
And
on
then
top.
the metal, this is the metal canopy that's existing?
Yeah, I meant at the very top, at the parapet.
The parapet cap.
Oh, up here,
Parapet
yes.
cap.
Yeah, you're talking about up here.
Yeah. and
Yeah, that's
hammered
the
silver
coping.
also?
Sorry, say that again?
Just making sure we got the right
I'm
color.
just making sure we're talking about the right color for that.
Yes, hammered silver.
Stick with the hammered silver.
That's right.
Okay. Before we make any motions, is there any public comment about this application? Any public comment? All right, no public comment. All right.
Yeah, I do have some view angle screens too, if you need to look at that. Sightline
Oh,
study.
sightline, yes, let's just, yep.
So just to complete your perusal, this is the two-story addition on the left. That dashed line is actually the rooftop unit, or it could be two, that are on the existing roof. The existing roof is 18 feet above the ground. Our addition, of course, is 25 feet. So from Beaver Creek Road, the building, existing building and the new building would screen it. Then from views from the Mansell Road right away, our addition that you see on the right, that's 25 to 27 foot tall, that would screen that.
Okay.
Is there any landscaping being done?
Well, there's some landscaping that needs to be replaced out there. There's some dead or dying trees. It's not been maintained for quite a while.
I think Mr. Versace might be up to making the landscape look nice for his beautiful building.
Yeah,
But we'll get David out there and take a look at it and then get with him.
You want anything in the motion about?
I think you should mention it, yeah.
Standard repair, replace?
Yeah, dead, dying, damaged.
So I guess we need to do we need to do a site plan?
I think you should do a site plan since
Okay.
we've got an addition.
And then, again, we're in the eco district, so how?
I think Michael determined they need 2 points, so probably a bike rack would get it. Although we're gonna talk to them about coming And this is a good view right here. We're gonna talk to them about, I'm gonna use it now, coming right here and connect this sidewalk out to the sidewalk that then goes down to the greenway.
You know,
Yes.
are you talking about the requirement for eco?
Yeah,
Yes.
eco.
So I read in the zoning ordinance that if your existing building footprint is increased by 30% or more, then it's applicable. But if it's less than that, it's not applicable. Our increased footprint is 23%, so I just filled out
So
the
you-
form, just said it's
yeah.
not applicable.
Yeah.
But whether we do that or not, I think he's trying to encourage pedestrian
Trying to
flow.
encourage pedestrian
We
flow
do.
to the building, yeah, and there's currently, it's just landscape, so we thought if you stripe the parking lot like that, and when I saw that you had the parking lot striped out
Right.
there, then if we just continued that
Yeah.
sidewalk out to the
I
street
think
sidewalk.
it goes up a couple of feet.
It might, yeah.
We could do that.
Also, if you put a bike rack near the greenway, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, maybe
Over
down
where
towards the end
by
of your.
by the bridge here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe there's a bike rack.
Yeah, right in there somewhere, or the end of
And
the
then
parking lot.
they could come that way.
Yep.
As long as they're in Versace shoes, they're good.
Yeah.
All right, are we,
Oh,
we
hold on,
good?
I'm sorry, one last comment. I just, looking at this floor plan, we got that kitchen expansion right there.
Yes.
Where are the hoods for the kitchen going? Are they going up through the roof, or are they coming out through the sidewall?
So
Wanna make sure we-
the area of the expansion of the kitchen is underneath the existing canopy where the homeless guy has his bed. The hood.
He's been cooking
The
there.
main kitchen, the main cooking equipment is here, and the hood is.
Okay, so it's
on the
back there.
roof,
All right.
And it's screened.
Okay, very good, all right.
All right.
You got to do public comment.
We already
did.
asked.
Right.
Regarding DRB 230031, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the site plan as presented today. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Mr. Owens. Any questions or comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0 for the site plan. Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230031, Versace Bar and Restaurant, motion to approve elevation of materials with the following conditions. The parapet cap will also be painted in a hammered silver. On the Beaver Creek elevation, applicant will continue the hammered silver color on the center band of the ephes and add light fixtures on the 4 square medallions. Those light fixtures will be submitted to staff for final approval. And applicant will repair or replace any damaged or dying landscape on the site. Into motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Swing. I'll give Ms. Palmer the credit for the second to the motion. Okay. Any comments, questions about the motion? So we got exterior elevations and materials, and we got the landscape repair, replace. Okay? Anything?
We don't need to mention anything about the dumpster. Like, I mean, that's a given. That's for,
Yes, we just discussed that, so that's given.
okay.
Okay, anything else? All right, there being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Okay. Do we need to take care of anything else?
That's it.
We're done. Very good. Andrew,
Thank you.
thanks for your
Thank
time
you very
this
much,
afternoon. Thanks
ladies
for
and
your patience.
gentlemen. We really appreciate it.
Yes, yeah, Frank did. All right, very good, thank you.
Appreciate your assistance with the whole
Okay,
process.
all right.
You don't need me to leave this here for you.
No, you can have that. It's like a workout, right?
Andrew, don't forget your material board, okay? And then what kind of food is going to be served?
What's the cuisine?
Italian?
No, just steak, like a steakhouse, lobster, that sort of thing.
Okay, all right.
And a great big bar.
Okay, very good.
Great, thank you.
All right. All right, our next applicant is 302 North Main Street, a pity painting. So what we're going to do, bear with us a second, we're going to take a 5-minute recess just to stand up and you can get set up and we're going to get the blood flowing and we'll be back. So 5-minute recess. The whole time. Jeez whiz, look at that.
Are you the Pavlova lady? These were amazing. Best Pavlova I've ever had. So you're coming to Alpharetta? How soon? And you have all different flavors? That's awesome. And I love like the little gift idea. Are you gonna do like deliveries at all? Already? Okay. Awesome, awesome. No, it's fantastic. I've never had a pavlova with nuts in it like that. It's like a donut. It's amazing. And gluten-free. It's fantastic. You got my vote.
Just that?
Yeah, that's it.
You didn't bring any more?
We got the hummus, we got the hummus, we got the grandmas, what else?
There you go, Lois.
I do. I always have somebody. You're so busy. Right now I am. Not always. Not always. Today was my third to last.
I thought you seemed a little lighter. She's counting them down.
Dude, I legit am lighter. I'm just tunnel vision, like 5:30.
Ready to knock it out? All right.
¿Tú las puedes mover?
Okay, let's end our recess and get going with 302 North Main Street. So good afternoon.
Yeah, she'll turn it on the site.
Welcome. You've hung with us all day long, so thank you for being here this afternoon. If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself or selves, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Awesome. Thank you for having us. It has been a long day, but we are finally here. My name is Alexis Severit. I'm here representing Apity Painting Services. And as you may know, this is a family-owned business. We even got the grandmas here. And they have been operating in the area for 24 years, coming 25 in 2024. And we are very excited about our project in 302 North Main Street. So we are going to be part of downtown Alpharetta, and Danny will be explaining the architectural part of the project. So as soon as you're ready, I'll be driving and he will be talking.
Okay, very good.
I'm Daniel Fitzpatrick with Cass Architecture,
Okay.
working on behalf of them. You guys see the same screen we're looking at?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, we see some existing pictures.
Okay, so this is an existing duplex. It's been abandoned. There's not really a whole lot to say about it other than I think there's a homeless guy living in there. It's kind of a rundown property at the moment. But inspiration-wise, we're kind of looking for something in proportionally scale, like you see in these images here. And so what we end up doing is the floor-to-floor height is 8 foot and 16 foot overall. So what the plan is, it's a CMU building, so we're going to cut to 12 feet, put new wood framing, TGI joists to support the second floor. The overall height's going to be about 27 feet, I believe. And we're going to have a flat roof with a parapet. And going over to the plan, go back one. Yeah, do you want to look at the site plan first or the floor plan?
Yeah, why don't you just do that? But first of all, wow, so you're taking half the building down to put another floor on.
The top of block is 16 foot 8, so in order to support the second floor, we have a structural engineer on board, and that was kind of our best strategy to build up with wood framing on top of existing CMU.
Right. Yeah, walk us through the, look at the site plan here and just kind of walk us through that, please.
Okay. So this is North Main Street here, just a little north of Mayfield Road. We enter off of Main Street, we've got parking. There's not a whole lot to talk about here. The existing building footprint's to the far left. It's tucked all the way against the back property line and the south property line. We got a little hatched area where we're going to be expanding to put bathrooms and a kitchen, dish room, sort of for the bakery that's going in on the ground floor.
So there's a bakery on the ground floor, and then there's going to be your place, your.
Yeah, it's going to be their
painting.
Their offices on the second floor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So plan-wise, this is kind of what you're looking at. Color coding this orange area is your bakery spaces and.
So looking at the floor plan, I'm sorry, the new addition you're doing on the ground floor. All right, so is the left the ground floor or the?
It's over here.
All right.
Ground floor.
So that's the ground floor. So what you're adding then is a couple restrooms and what is that right there?
It's kind of it's a dish room.
A dish room, okay. And then the kitchen is back, okay. And again, this is just a duplex, right? Or was occupied as a duplex, okay.
Yeah,
now,
the footprint's about 1,300 square feet.
Okay, so now for the bakery, that's coming in as kind of an industrial kitchen, so to speak, right?
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have a cooktop, some refrigerators, a 3-compartment sink.
Okay.
Hand wash sink and prep table. Not a whole lot, but there is some kitchen equipment going in there.
Okay.
Second floor, we got an exterior stair. There's one in front of the building now. There was one to the side on the south end that's been demolished, so there's a door to certain death there now. That's gonna get demolished out, and we're gonna add a new stair in the second location, and then the main stair will go up to a patio that's outside of their offices, and it's pretty much just a simple break room, 2 offices, and kind of a meeting room. Simple office layout. Second floor.
So to get to the painting offices on the second floor, you have to take some of the exterior, you have to take 1 or 2 of the exterior stairs. So you don't walk into the first floor of the building and go up. You've got to go up from the outside. All right, I see. And you can do that on either side of the building then?
Yeah.
You can go upstairs.
That's correct.
Do you need both sets of stairs?
They asked for them, so, depending on the occupant load and how it's tabulated.
I'm thinking maybe can you get rid of the stair that comes off the patio and just have the other stair on the south side? Just,
It's something
just
we
seems
could
like it's-
consider. The one on the south side is the one I figured we'd have more problems because it's in that 5-foot landscaping buffer that's along the property line.
The property line.
So if we were gonna get rid of one, it would probably be that one.
Yeah, that's over
But
the
we'd like to
setback.
keep them both.
It's based on the use of the space, that it was in the best interest of the business to have both stairs, because they will be different uses. One can be to access the meeting room, the other one can be to access directly to where their offices areas is. They don't want to disrupt any big meetings or any events that they might be hosting in the conference room. So that's just the way they decided to design.
If they weren't yellow, they would blend in.
Well, now that I say that, think about this, do they have to go before BZA to get, if they've got they're going over the setback?
No, we determined that those stairs existed previously, so
they're
we let them
grandfathered.
keep those. Yeah.
Yes, they're grandfathered.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
But that's why they had to move the right-hand side stairs from the side to the front, was a buffer issue on that side. They didn't exist, so they would have had to get a variance for that, and they decided just to bring them to the front.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out a way to kind of hide these stairs a little bit better, if that's the right word for it. Or at least hide the one on the right-hand side of if you're looking at it from Main Street.
One that's off the patio.
That's the one he's considering.
Looking at the building elevations, we got a pretty simple material palette. We've got brick on 3 sides. On the back side of the building, we're going to do ephes. And then the middle trim is pretty much, we're going to use this dark bronze color. We've got some prefab canopies on the front.
All right,
storefront.
Daniel, yeah, why don't somebody take the pointer and walk us through again. Okay, so let's look at that, the east elevation, which is the front of the building. So it looks like you've got, is it cast stone, or what's at the base of the building right now?
Yeah, these are cast stone.
Okay, and that's existing.
And that'll be painted a certain color?
Or it's concrete block.
Are we gonna paint it?
How do I zoom in on here?
All right.
We are gonna paint those.
Cast stone water table. So the concrete block that I'm looking at there is not cast stone.
No, it would be cast stone like you got outside of this building.
Yes, okay,
That's
not,
right,
yeah, that's, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you got 3 courses of cast stone, and then above that, it looks like, it's hard to read, brick?
Yeah, it's just gonna be modular brick that's on the
Oh, modular, okay.
simple board right
So
there.
that's the,
I'm sorry, what was that?
What's the accent pieces sort of that look like pillars?
We have here is we're gonna have a recessed course every other course, kind of give it a cool little pattern.
But that's all brick.
That's all brick, yeah. I showed it a little darker just so you can kind of see it. It's basically just gonna be a shadow line, a little 1-inch recess. The cornice at the top is going to be a soldier course and a row lock with a metal parapet.
Sorry, and this is not painted brick, this is that brick, correct?
That's that brick, yeah, no paint.
Well, what's the mortar color?
It's probably just going to be the same color. We haven't selected a mortar color yet, but it'll be a dark color to match the brick.
Okay.
The new construction is going to be wood, so the patio, the stairs, the guardrail, all of this framing, it's all going to be wood. So we've got a stain sample here, dark stain sample to kind of play off of the dark bronze on the metal. We're going to have not this species of wood, but we're going to have kind of a clear, kind of a lighter, sort of two tones of wood, which you can kind of see in the elevation.
Can I ask what drove the size of the lower addition?
The side.
The size? To make it the width. In other words, what I was thinking is could you reduce that enough to get that stair on the end like what you have on the left-hand side? So that both stairs would just come down straight from the ends at the back rather than...
So they don't have any room on that north, is it the north side?
I don't remember on the site plan how much room they had, but what they were doing would have required a variance, so I don't know if we can get them into the 20% reduction or not. I don't know.
Looks like there's a, all right, let's see.
So this dash line, that's our building setback line.
Which
So
one?
The, right here, where the stair is, that heavy one there. That's the building setback line.
Could this be reduced to get that stair to come out the door like that?
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Rather than drop
tough.
the stair in the front, because I think that's where
This is the old.
they're stuck, is that stair in the front.
Yeah, we had it on the side to begin with, and it was beyond that point, so. The way we've got that 3-compartment sink set up, it's gonna be really hard to compress that space, and with the bathrooms. We don't want them directly off the bakery, so that's why we got that little kind of vestibule outside of the bathrooms. And we might be able to take a foot or two out. It would be hard to get enough for a stair to go on the side.
You know, I think Frank and I were just looking at this building set back so far from the street, and there is a lot of landscaping that they're doing. I think it's going to be hard to pick that out now that, yeah, you look at the landscaping that they're doing in there. I think it's because it looks like even the building addition they're doing is right on the building setback line.
Yeah.
I mean, like right on it.
I mean, you know, you look straight up the drive and on an angle, you'll be able to see it, but it's so far back that, and it's natural wood. Is the railing, is it cable railing, it looks like in the picture?
We're showing cable railing for now. Our concept, I didn't have time to get it in the renderings, was to have kind of just cut pieces of wood, so you'd have like a 1x4, 1x3, 1x2, and have, you know, kind of a certain rhythm and spacing to them. So if that's something that we need to kind of bring back before you for review.
You mean instead of the cable rail?
Instead of the cable rail. We do cable rail too, but just the fact that it's a patio and kind of more of a private space. We had a nice concept of kind of screening it off a little more so it's a little more private up there. Because cable rail is just full visibility anyway, so.
Yeah, because I was actually going to comment though, as far as the staircase goes, it makes the staircase less obvious with the cable railing than with balusters. But, okay.
You mentioned the rear of the building is going to be the IFAS material?
Yeah.
Okay. How close are your rear neighbors to you? Will they be able to see anything?
No, there's a bunch of mature trees back there, and you can kind of see the house. It's not against the property line.
Okay.
I'd say maybe 30, 40 feet off of the property line.
So what's interesting is, this house is right up to the back. It's probably over the building setback line, I imagine, but it's grandfathered in, so I guess you don't just leave it.
On top of that, there's actually a concrete flume that goes behind there, and the adjacent properties, all the rainwater drains into that flume and south. So we're hoping to not disturb that at all, because it might create problems if we do, so we're trying to do as minimal work in the back, and that's why EFS seemed like a good way to get insulation on the building without brick and a whole bunch of heavy labor back there.
Looks like there's a lot of trees back.
So will you have to do anything for the bakery, for the hoods or the ovens or whatever, any kind of exhaust hood?
I think we
Plume.
discussed that, didn't we, about the hoods for in there, and there wasn't the type of business it is, there's not a hood.
They are not
that's-
required the full grease trap, they are not required the full,
So you don't have to have a grease trap?
no. Just the one that is underneath the sink.
A smaller one.
Just it's under the sink.
Under the sink.
Under the sink, okay. That's under the 3-compartment sink.
Correct.
Got it.
So that's what I mean, not a full.
All right, that's good.
Okay.
Okay.
Any thought about, on the stairs, making them maybe like a black stain or a dark charcoal stain, kind of go away a little bit? And it,
Is that natural wood or is that yellow? That we're
Natural.
Natural.
This is the.
Oh, they got a stain there.
That might make them look similar to, like we've got some out here on some of the historic buildings, the black metal staircases.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah, I like that idea too, so actually, thank you.
Okay. All right. We've talked a lot about the building, the site plan, and what we're looking at now. You've got the dumpster, you've got a dumpster area, dumpster pad that you're going to be screening.
Yes. You want
Okay.
the color one?
Yeah, let's go to the
Sorry,
color
I'm gonna
one.
scroll back to the building.
Go ahead.
How tinted are the windows? Like, what kind of glaze is on the windows? Are you gonna be able to see in pretty easily through the road?
clear glass.
Is everybody okay with that?
yeah, it's so far back. Like if you're driving, you'll have to go, real quick to look. Yeah.
It'll be like organized and clean and then,
Yeah.
This is the current look, right? This is how.
From the road, and see how far back it is?
It's just a lot of windows, but it.
No, I think you want
I'm
to
sure you're
see
gonna be
in.
keeping it nice.
You want to be able to see it.
Yeah. This setback line here is 65 feet, so that's just to the start of the parking lot, so you're looking at 100 to 150 feet to the building face.
And I think both properties on either side are forward. So it's,
Yeah, it's,
So
Yeah, it's hard to see the building from the road.
yeah.
let me toss something out there. So I know that there's already zoning approval for another building to the front. Since you have to put the dumpster pad, especially for a restaurant, on sanitary sewer, would it be better to put it on the other side of that first tree island so that you wouldn't have to move it in the future for that other building? And then for the city, that just helps gets it farther away from the street?
So then it would.
Where's that?
You're talking to the left of where we're showing it?
moving
It's here.
the dumpster
Like right
closer
here?
to the building.
You're
Going
talking
left.
about this area, right?
Yeah, because you
On the
gotta
other side
run
of that.
sanitary to this, so if you moved it over here and
Right
you
here?
get that building out
I'm not
here,
sure,
then you don't
somewhere,
have to.
we're moving it closer to
don't
the
have to
building,
leave
I'm
the
not
dumpster
sure.
in the
Building out
sanitary
there?
center.
Where's it?
Oh,
proposed?
I
Is
didn't
this
know
it?
that.
Yes.
There's, in the future,
In the
it's
future.
already
Oh, okay.
approved
Have
for a
it
small
here.
building out there, so that's,
Oh, I got
you
you.
know, knowing
Okay.
that.
It's certainly an
Yeah.
improvement.
Yeah, that should work.
That's a great point.
And that
Yeah.
would let maybe screen, whoever the landscape architect is, screen underneath that tree and in the back and stuff a little bit better for us.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
created it without this, so.
They still have to keep the stairs for fire, because you can't use an elevator in case of
Yeah,
a
we
fire.
set it there mostly for truck
Stairs,
access,
they
to
still
kind
have
of
to
pull
use the
in, and do a 3-point turn out,
Yeah.
kind of
I-
where the
I-
bend
Because
is.
of the exiting.
I know, I almost would,
You can only
you
go
know,
to
we've
20
got some other
or
locations
dead
that
ends.
they roll the dumpster out,
So if you're
so that the truck can come in, get it,
stuck in
and
one
then roll it
building,
back
you gotta
in. Maybe you use one of those lightweight ones, you know, that you can get that done. It's, nowhere is it gonna be easy for a truck to get in and out of
It's
there.
$100,000.
We need to talk to the waste
Yeah.
management company, and that's doable. I
Yep.
think.
Or, and maybe it comes to the other side of the thing, you know, whichever way makes their turn better.
Yeah.
As long as there's coffee. Right.
Okay. So for the board, we're kind of talking about taking the dumpster pad
All right,
from where it currently is and moving it on the other side of that tree.
other side,
Take that first
Right there.
spot, yep, right in there.
okay?
Because the plan has, the site has a building plan, Richard Holly, you probably remember, that's the little building that we looked at out in front there, the little Craftsman building, back when Brian was here with it.
Yeah,
And that was out at the front, so that zoning is there for that. So rather than
okay.
have to move that sanitary sewer and all that stuff for that dumpster pad, maybe we just get it now.
So so the zoning's been approved for,
There is zoning,
how long does that last for? Ever, I guess?
as long as the code doesn't restrict it further, which now we're building closer, so would be even, yeah, so,
Okay.
yeah. So I
Okay.
think it'd be better to move that dumpster, and I'd be willing to work with them, if you guys are okay with that, on what's the better spot, what side of the parking, or whatever is better.
Yeah, we can prepare specific
Yeah.
waste.
You could do a fun spiral staircase.
Ooh, spiral staircase, that'd be good.
That'd be kind of fun.
That doesn't.
Architect likes that idea.
I love
I
spiral
do, I do too, but that doesn't meet code is a problem, so.
Oh, it doesn't?
Oh,
This
sorry.
code stuff always gets in the way.
Sorry. I noticed, so now that it's going from, I guess, residential to commercial, are you having to do some stormwater detention for this site?
We're
I'm-
using pervious pavers. I haven't heard stormwater detention from the civil engineer talking to him.
Okay.
We've been involved since March. I don't know exactly the history before then, but I know Ralph with the Graydon Engineering, he's been involved longer than I have, and I
Okay.
haven't heard him say anything.
Yeah,
about
Ralph did
stormwater.
Brian's plan back then, so
Okay, I just saw
he's
the
very
previous.
familiar with Jill, so I know
Okay.
yeah, if it needed to be done, Ralph would have said, we gotta do this.
Okay, I was just looking at the pervious pavers in there, suddenly it's going from
Yeah.
asphalt to pervious pavers,
Yeah,
okay,
they're using purpose for their works.
okay. Let's see, any other site items, and then we can talk quickly about landscaping.
And just so I'm clear, so do we call it gable roof?
Gable or-
And that was in the packet as a no-go.
That's a
Okay,
go.
We're doing okay, I just want to make sure.
It
Gable
was
or-
easier to add the new stuff than to remove and add, and so.
Actually, it looks like it was a hip roof, but that's right, either one.
Yeah,
The
well, you're,
the sloped roof.
sloped roof.
Okay, any other site questions?
This is not gonna be white, right?
What side is that? That's the rear, right?
I don't
That's the rear of the building.
No, the rear,
No, the rear of
Are you
the
talking about the
building is gonna be
EFS?
IFAS.
That gray
Is it
IFAS.
gonna be a similar
It's,
color?
you got a
They're
color
about the
here.
Is there a reason you're going so light on the back?
No,
You
it's
should do
gonna
that.
be
You
this.
should do that.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, the gray.
So where it shows white, there's at the side, or that's just the rendering color?
Yes.
That's just the rendering. That's actually gonna be that.
All right, so it'll just kind of blend in with the woods or trees back there.
Mhm. The ink is still wet. And then Daniel, while we're looking at that, sorry, where are you having any rooftop air conditioning units, or are they gonna be on the ground, or where are the?
I'd like to put them on ground over here.
Yeah, we would like you to too, so.
If they have to go on the roof, we'll do the sight-line studies, but I was anticipating having them on the ground.
I would think you could be able to do that on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, let's talk about landscaping. Looks like that's the plan we have on our monitors right now. Who did the landscaping? Who would like to talk to us about the landscaping?
I can try. Let me switch
Okay.
hats here. See.
All right. Because that wasn't, I don't remember seeing that in our
It wasn't, it's not in our
Okay.
packet.
I had this.
Where'd you get that from?
Yeah.
It was in the packet,
What packet?
the special version that I have.
You got special treatment.
Oh, no, it is.
No, it's in
It
here.
is, you're
I
right.
didn't see it in
Right
there.
there.
LS,
I missed it.
Page 170,
172.
Oh, it's way up there.
171 on mine. But,
Oh, that's funny.
must have been. Oh, you got the one with the new minutes. It might have had a page.
Oh,
Okay.
never.
Here we go. All right.
This is better now. Large screen copies, what kind of, no?
Okay.
See a fence on here.
And Daniel, you'll need the microphone. So do we have the handheld versions or, okay.
Right.
It's not on.
You may have to hold it very close.
Okay. There's not a whole lot of landscaping on there now on the site. There's some crepe myrtles back here. I think we have one noted to remain here, but there's several in this area we're expanding, so we're taking out some crepe myrtle. Most of the trees are actually across the property line on the adjacent properties. So as far as the new landscaping that's going in, I can't speak too knowledgeably about it because I didn't really put this together, but I guess if anyone has any questions, go ahead and I'll do the best I can to answer them.
I guess the question is, what are all the plants? I'm having a hard time getting it off the diagram, to be honest with you. And what are the trees?
The planting looks reasonable with good selections.
Can you figure out what they are?
Yeah.
Like the trees, what are the trees?
There's,
The trees are in the last page.
QUE is an oak.
Yeah, Shumard oak, that's these.
Large and
Okay.
trident maples.
So the round circles with the dot in the middle are the oaks. Okay.
Yeah.
yes.
And the smaller ones on the side property lines.
Are maples.
Sweet olive, that's some of the
Okay.
smaller ones.
Is that fence that's called out, is that an existing fence that's being called out?
Where is that?
All around the entire property, it says fence.
There is one.
There's no fence here on the south line, I don't think.
Not in the south, in the north line.
The back,
It's called out.
Yeah, it does say fence.
yeah, I'm not sure how old this survey is. The north side has a wood fence. It's kind of sagging, and
You're not adding a fence.
we're not adding any fence now.
And I don't
Back
see-
property has a
I don't
metal
see a
fence.
fence now on the property.
The that fence is indicated, how accurately, I don't know it is, but it's shown to be not on this property.
Okay,
It's on the outside of this property.
okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I don't even think it's there
And
anymore.
it's been there since,
The dawn of time.
it's been there since before anybody in this room was born.
There's a wood fence along the north.
Yeah, I don't see anything on the other
Yeah,
side.
that's fine. I just was making sure.
So if the dumpster get moved, obviously the landscaping will have to get adjusted to move the screening for the dumpster wherever
Yeah.
that gets moved
We'll
to.
do that.
Yeah.
I see you have hollies there to screen the dumpster.
I wonder what kind of sod that is.
Doesn't say. I'd assume probably Bermuda, but I don't know for sure.
Richard, you can lead the way on the landscape. That's all you.
It's certainly better than what's there.
Oh, absolutely. And we are trying to be very harmonious and respectful. That's why we have our neighbor here. We are coordinating with them to make sure that we keep everything harmonious along the line.
So which side are you the neighbor on?
Right here, north side.
On the northern side,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Do you have a sample of the pavers?
Favors.
We don't
Pervious
know.
No, I don't
pavers?
think we brought that. They're standard favors. The ones that we use in Alpharetta right now. That's where when I talked to Ralph, that's what he said.
This is a reasonable planting plan without being overplanted. Too many things that we see have too many plants on them.
The entry drive, is that cement, concrete, or is that asphalt?
I think it's probably gonna get cement because it's gonna be DOT for the first good little bit, and they're not doing anything but concrete.
Yeah, you want to see concrete, obviously, as opposed to asphalt.
Okay. And speaking of DOT, I see there, you've got a proposed monument sign location. Looks like it's out of the right of way. Okay. Okay.
No, I don't know if we mentioned the awnings, maybe I missed that, but assume those are the bronze, those are. Okay.
Everything that's
awning.
metal, these are gonna be that same.
On the lower level,
Dark bronze, yeah, we got one at each.
okay. There we go.
Looking at, speaking of awnings and looking at the exterior elevation, are you proposing any building signage? Because it doesn't look like there's much room, at least for the first floor, to do anything.
Not with this submission, we don't have any signage to present.
Although I thought on the addition, yeah, there was,
Yeah, I moved this stair to where the signage was, so I just took the signage off for now until we can
That
get
would be a
something.
future submission.
Yeah,
okay. Just want to make sure you're thinking about where the signs are gonna go so that it looks like it fits within the building.
Yeah.
The fact is, this is so far back from the road, building signage isn't gonna do you a lot of good until somebody's in the parking lot, just so they know where to
guess
go.
that's
Yeah,
true.
the
Right.
monument's gonna do you better.
It could be on, maybe something on the glass or
Yeah.
whatever, just so you know, this is the bakery.
and Jorge wants a sign above,
Or
you know,
something
where
there,
the,
yeah.
yeah.
Or just so you know where the businesses are. Okay.
Okay. Anything
Are
else?
we doing the sign, or
No,
we're not doing a sign?
no signage right now. All right, so we've got site plan, we've got landscape plan, and exterior elevations and materials,
Yeah, so on the,
and
But landscape with the
And-
dumpster, wouldn't that have to come back?
well, I think
what was that about?
relocating the dumpster, because if you relocate the dumpster, you're gonna have to make some adjustment to the landscaping in order to move the screening, right?
Yeah, but it's the
think
same screen,
Yeah.
just a little bit further down.
But on the site plan, we've got relocating the dumpster, work with staff on that, right?
Yeah.
On landscape, I guess we ought to get samples of the pavers to staff, right, for, just interesting to see what the pavers look like, since we didn't have a sample of those.
There's not a whole lot of choices, but, and usually that means they're spaced apart.
Yeah, I mean,
To let things, but yeah.
yeah, just to be sure. And elevation materials, the only thing I had was the mortar color to staff and staining the railing black.
What, or is it cable or wood?
Well, I was gonna say, what's getting approved today is cable, because that's what you brought us. Right.
It should be more than just the railing.
We don't have anything else. What's that?
I think all of the steps and everything needs to be painted, not just the railing. Otherwise, it's just natural wood with dark railing.
Oh, yeah, good point. It should be
Yeah,
stairs
stain.
and railing, yeah. Stairs and railing.
Stain, not paint.
So we're gonna stain
Since
this.
that's solid stain.
Black
We're
stain.
gonna stain.
Should I, or dark? I think so.
Well,
It is
brown.
dark. Well, it's kind of
Charcoal,
dark already.
Like a dark charcoal.
True,
yeah.
because we don't want dark brown. So site plan, site plan is just straightforward, right?
Yeah, I would just say, work with staff on relocating the dumpster further
Yeah,
back on
that's
the
the only
site.
thing on the. Okay, before you say that, all right, is there any public comment for this application? Any public comment? No public
Y'all wanna
comment.
comment on your own?
No public, no comment.
They could comment. I'm in full support.
Okay.
Oh, we did have public, and they were in support, the neighbors.
He raised his hand, so, okay.
All right,
All right.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230032, I make a motion that we approve the site plan as presented today with the condition of the applicant to work with staff to find to move the dumpster in a better position for the possibility of future structure on the property. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Ms. Rhodes, a second by Ms. Rocco. Comments, questions about the motion? Second. There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Okay.
All right, we'll do elevation materials. Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230032, 302 North Main Street, motion to approve the elevation of materials as presented today with the following conditions.
Yeah. Well,
Applicant will submit the mortar color to staff for final approval. The stairs and railing will be a dark stain, like black or charcoal. And for clarification, the cable railing is what is being approved today. Any other railing would have to come back. And that's end of motion.
I guess I'll second that.
all right, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rocco. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, for DRB 230032, I move that we approve the landscape planting plan as submitted today.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Owens, a second by Ms. Rhodes. Comments, questions about the motion?
Well, does it matter about the dumpster? I mean, because the landscape will change if they move the dumpster.
I think that's understood.
Okay.
By,
And then-
by making the site plan motion that's comes with.
Okay.
And I would like Brett to see the pavers before you kind of lock in on it.
Yep, I got that.
Okay. All right, anything else? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it. All right. There being no further business and with no objections from fellow board members, this meeting is hereby adjourned.